Just like to say thank each and every one of you who took time out of your busy schedule to come here today on a Monday to express your views and opinion as it relate to this important piece of legislation. A few housekeeping notes. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak for or against the bill. Ms. Ava Brumfield, to my left, will keep the time and make sure that we don't go over 3 minutes. We are asking that each member of the committee will be given the opportunity to ask brief questions. We ask the committee to keep the questions brief in an effort to move this process along pretty rapidly and with a great amount of time management. We're going to ask that we all obviously is going to be very respectful to each other. I'm going to ask that no member of the committee speak out of turn, address the chair before you just start speaking. So we're going to have this meeting to be very respectful to each other. Anyone who cannot abide by those rules will be removed by security, including law enforcement and members of the committee. So at this time, we're going to get started with the meeting and ask Ms. Mary Dennis Coffin to my right. Okay, sure, thank you. I've been just reminded that we need to announce the schedule. We will start with in-person testimony, 11 o'clock, virtual testimony for 1 hour. At noon, we will switch back to in-person testimony, and we will break for lunch at 1 o'clock. And at 2 o'clock again, we will start with virtual testimony for 1 hour and switch back to in-person testimony until we're completed. Okay, any questions from the committee members as we move forward? Okay.
Candace Carroll.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for having me this morning. My name is Candace Carroll, and I'm the State Director with Americans for Prosperity here in South Carolina. And I am here to testify today both on behalf of our organization as well as to a mom with a kiddo who has autism. At Americans for Prosperity, we work every day to break the barriers that inhibit individuals from realizing their full potential. And this ranges from individuals who have special needs and are not able to receive medicines through therapeutic treatments such as medicinal cannabis, as well as individuals who have been subject to low-level criminal offenses. So by really passing medicinal cannabis in South Carolina, it gives us the opportunity to open up therapeutic treatments for these individuals and also make sure that our law enforcement are able to focus on the crimes that are more high-level crimes and not really be focusing those on folks who may have, an opportunity to seek medicinal cannabis, but right now we're doing so through the black market. So we would like to see this bill passed onto the House floor that is very strict, allows for a regulated market, and allows for us to also be able to tax medicinal cannabis in South Carolina. So I thank you for your time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments from the committee? This young lady? Okay, hearing none, we thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Michael Hamlet.
My name is Mike Hamlet. I want to thank the chairman and members of the committee for hearing us today. I come today to speak against this bill, and I appreciate having this opportunity. I have served as pastor at First Baptist North Spartanburg for 38 years. I've seen a lot of things that have happened and taken place in all of these years. recently about this subject. We had some 200 kids that we're talking to about this area. We have ministries that we cooperate with, that we work with on this, that this is their primary action. What we see is this, is that we know that in terms of medical marijuana, that every state that has recreational marijuana always begins with medical marijuana. We also know and understand here that there is no question that marijuana is the gateway drug. It is the place where people start. And I have had this literally over the many years, hundreds of times, those who have drug problems to say this is an issue. We know that pain is an issue here, and there are ways that we can address that. But opening ourselves to what will be an aggressive push for recreational marijuana will not be the answer, and it will begin here with medical marijuana. Our sheriffs are against this. There are so many across our state who are being touched by it in so many negative ways that we need to make sure that we don't open the door for this for our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll proceed to the next person.
Karen St. Marie.
Good morning. My name is Karen St. Marie, and I am the mother and full-time caregiver to my adult son, Eric. On February 28, 2007, he was 18 years old, loving life, attending college, working part-time, owned a car, and had a thriving social life. The very next day, his life drastically changed. Eric suffered 3 unprovoked tonic-clonic seizures in 18 hours. The normal first line of treatment for seizures is medication, but we quickly learned that Eric would be diagnosed with refractory epilepsy, which meant medications were not working. After an initial medication fails, the chances of each subsequent medication working drops drastically. Soon after, Eric wanted to know if he was a surgery candidate. Unfortunately, at the age of 20, Eric was told that medications would never provide complete control of his seizures, and he was not a surgery candidate. His outlook on life became dark and grim. For many years, Eric had over 30 tonic-clonic seizures per month with post-ictal periods that lasted many hours and often for days. Often, he would not even completely recover from one seizure before another occurred. Since that time, Eric has tried 13 different medications and participated in 2 clinical trials. To this day, he still does not have complete control. In our world, one seizure is one seizure too many. You see, epilepsy is a consumer. It can often take away a person's dignity, independence, right to drive, employment, insurance, and then the ability to even obtain medications. March 1st of this year marked 15 years on this journey. Eric's dreams of becoming an aeronautical engineer, pilot, have a wife and children have never come to fruition. His social life is almost non-existent. He has worked through bouts of depression, deals with multiple side effects of medication, including increased tiredness, sleeping sometimes 16 to 20 hours a day, resulting in a highly decreased quality of life. Medical cannabis could be a form of treatment that brings a level of seizure control that Eric has never seen. It could bring back a life he so desperately wants and deserves, one without many of the things I've listed. It could give him a future. While there's no guarantee that cannabis will bring control, like other forms of treatment, he should have the right to make the decision for himself after consulting with his doctors. He should have the choice. Because of Eric's diagnosis, I founded the South Carolina Advocates for Epilepsy. We are the only grassroots registered 501c3 in South Carolina whose mission is to advocate, educate, and inspire people with epilepsy and their care partners. With over 105,000 patients that have an active diagnosis and approximately 2,100 new diagnoses each year in South Carolina, providing options such as cannabis needs to be a priority. Quality of life is important for everyone, but even more so to patients that deal with a chronic illness such as epilepsy. As a child, I was taught that having a positive impact on one person's life, your compassion and efforts were always worth making. On behalf of Eric, all the people with epilepsy and those that will be diagnosed and their families, I ask that you choose to have a positive impact on lives in South Carolina by voting yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? From Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. St. Marie, can you tell us, have you seen in specific cases other states that have done what we're looking at doing here, where it has benefited people like Eric?
Absolutely, and we have actually had members or patients from South Carolina who have moved to other states or have even traveled to other states to see if cannabis is helpful. Unfortunately, they've had to come back and seen the positive control decrease.
And my second question, does Eric's doctor, do you know, does he feel like he or she is being prohibited in some capacity from prescribing a treatment that may be able to help Eric?
Absolutely. He has been told, Eric has a huge team of doctors, and every one of them have said, if this is passed, he will be one of the very first patients that
Wow.
they work with to prescribe this.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Sir, hold on one second. Mr. Gilliard?
Yes, ma'am. Is this on? You can hear me? 1, 2?
There
Okay,
we
yeah, sorry about that. Have you traveled out of state for treatment for your child?
Personally, we don't have the resources to travel out of state. I stay at home to be able to take care of Eric, so I would very much like to, but this, again, passing this bill would make that effort to be able to provide that for him much easier for us.
And if you don't mind me asking, how old is the child?
He will turn 34 April 14th.
34?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. St. Marie, has your son used any type of cannabis product to date in terms of tried it?
No,
So,
sir.
okay, so no personal experience to understand if it had any reaction?
None at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Again, thank you, Ms. St. Mary.
Quan Williams, Gary Hess,
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. My name is Gary Hess, and I'm 44 years old. I'm the executive director for the Veterans Alliance for Holistic Alternatives. I was in the Marine Corps for 11 years, both enlisted and as an officer. As an infantry officer, I led Marines through some of the heaviest levels of fighting in Iraq. In December of 2006, my service was cut short as they drove a full-size triaxle dump truck loaded with C4 into the house that we were occupying and detonated. In 2008, I transitioned home with traumatic brain injury, chronic pain in spine, shoulders, and ankles, insomnia, and post-traumatic stress disorder, to name a few. As I transitioned home into the VA healthcare system, I was overloaded with pharmaceuticals for almost a decade. By 2016, I was mentally broken. My wife was leaving me, my business was failing, my mental and physical health were degrading, and I could not figure it out, nor could I stop it. I was inadequate. I was an absolute failure. I truly believe that taking my own life, leaving behind a wife and young child, was logically the best answer. In 2017, exhausted and out of options, I gained access to lab-tested pharmaceutical-grade cannabis. It removed anger from the equation. It stimulated appetite. It allowed for healthy sleep. It facilitated digestion. It provided consistency in moods. It allowed for clarity and focus. It reduced the chronic pain. Within 3 months of integrating cannabis, I was off all the medications prescribed by the VA. Here's the sad truth, is that if I continued to rely on the VA and the Western model of medicine, I would not be standing here in front of you today. For the first time in my 10-year struggle, I found something that was safe, effective, and efficient for me. It was not a gateway drug. In fact, for me, and for so many others, including the Marines I brought into my own home, it was an exit drug from the addictive pharmaceuticals that were prescribed to us. The truth is that the medical efficacy of this plant cannot be denied. Yet here in South Carolina, veterans returning to their communities after service are being forced to become criminals, placing themselves, their families, and their children at risk to access this medicine. These men and women are not criminals. These are our neighbors, our coworkers, first responders, mothers and fathers, coaches and teachers, and productive citizens of South Carolina. These men and women absolutely deserve the medical freedom to pursue other options, like cannabis, as modern treatments continue to fail us. And to put this in perspective, in the last 20 years since the inception of conflict, we have lost just over 7,000 service members to combat operations. In that same period of time, we have lost over 120,000 veterans to suicide. This is a problem. Here in South Carolina, with the highest number of veterans per capita, a veteran takes their life every 3 days.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Hess, we appreciate it with the time. Stand by 1 second.
Sure.
We have members that have questions for you. Mr. Gilliard?
Yes, first off, I want to thank you for your service to the country. My question is, and I asked the previous guest, have you traveled out of state for treatment?
I absolutely have.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
My only option.
Thank you. Mr. Tip? Who's that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your service. Couple questions here. You mentioned that you were taking a lot of pharmaceuticals that were prescribed by the VA. Can you tell me about how many different medications you were on?
Adderall, Ambien, Zoloft, Prozac, opioids, Wellbutrin, on and on and on. Different doctors, same pills, same results.
And what did those medications, what type of effect did they have on you?
Zombie. You're an absolute zombie. It's emotionally numbing. It's a lack of and decline in cognitive skills. The ability to integrate back into a functional society is non-existent. The ability to be intimate with my wife, to be present with my 1-year-old, 2-year-old son.
Okay.
These are not happening with the pharmaceuticals. I can sit here and tell you story after story, which I cannot do in 3 minutes, of the men and women who are coming home and have these same problems. You listen to my testimony. Any veteran, anyone who suffers from trauma, the mechanics are all the same. The physiological, the neurological responses are all the same. The pharmaceutical strategy to treat these mental health disorders is not working. It's a pharmaceutical dumping ground.
And when you tried, you mentioned that you did try medical marijuana and that had a different effect. I'd assume that that effect was totally different from the opioids and the pharmaceuticals prescribed by the doctors.
It absolutely was. It allowed me to be in the present. And if you look and if you understand the therapeutic process to healing and changing that perspective, they elicit the social response and bring you into that present. They facilitate the conversation that brings those painful emotions in. In that present is where that perspective is changed, where we can sit our body and feel the emotions and the responses of our body and feel that that is safe. Then we can trust that this is a natural response going forward. You cannot do that with the pharmaceuticals. Cannabis allows us to facilitate that. It allows us to see a future instead of being tied to our painful past. We can sit in the present, we can analyze those emotions, we can make different decisions, and it changes the outcomes.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your service, and thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson.
Got one more for you, sir. No, it's fine. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Also, first off, I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for everything. One of the parts of your testimony that I have to disagree with is that you felt like you were a failure. And I must say that I don't feel that way. I feel like you're one of the strongest individuals to come walk in here because you were so brave to speak up and speak your truth and speak out about, what you've been going through. So thank you so much. There's so many people around, this country that are going through what you went through that are afraid to speak up or say something. So thank you for your leadership and coming up here just to speak on behalf of so many Americans that are going through what you've gone through. My older brother was in Desert Storm. He did so many tours. He came home and he went through some of the similar issues that you were going through. He told me, Jermaine, don't ever enlist in the military because, I have shell shock, I have cold sweats, I have all these different situations. But instead of the medication helping him out, what he did, he decided to cope with alcohol. And he got addicted to alcohol for so many years, and he's still feeling the effects of that to this day. He's in his 50s now, and he's still dealing with the effects of alcoholism. You know, and that's one of the things that I don't want for you all to have to go through because it's my own family suffering through that right now. So, again, I really just want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for being so brave. Thank you for what you've done for this country, and God bless you.
Thanks, sir.
One other question, Mr.
Yeah, we're gonna let you go after this, I promise. So, yeah, I want to echo my colleagues once again. Can't thank you enough for your service to our country and all the people who have served our country, gone overseas, fought for us. One of the things I was curious about, what form of medical cannabis did you find worked best for you? If you don't mind talking about that, and you know.
Sure, the oils, right? The full plant extracts with the oils. A tincture is an oil that you can put underneath your tongue, and within 15 to 20 minutes, you can feel the effects of it. So for someone who struggles with trauma and is forced into that stress response, we release the neurotransmitters of cortisol and adrenaline, and it becomes toxic to our bodies. So the properties of cannabis after that trigger reverses that effect, and it reduces that toxicity, which is incredibly important.
Excellent. Yeah, one of the things, just to make a comment here, that I've found fascinating as I've been studying this issue, you know, in the 90s, it seems like the technology and the research on cannabinoids increased greatly. And so, you know, I'm a big proponent. I'm a big supporter of the heartbeat bill in South Carolina and supporting life, protecting, you know, life in its smallest forms, and also protecting people's medical freedom, their ability to get relief, you know? And so that's one way I'm looking at this too, with the heartbeat bill, you know, with the ultrasound, we didn't have that technology. And so once people can see that heartbeat, you know, once they can hear and see that heartbeat, that made such a big change to the way we view this issue. And so understanding that, you know, in the 90s, there was some studies done on cannabinoid, the receptors that we have as people in our bodies to cannabinoids. So thank you again for your service and your time today.
Yes, sir.
You have one more question, sir.
There we go.
Okay.
My
Ms.
question is
Johnson.
for you. If you can answer this question, and then I'll tell you why I'm asking it. I am also a veteran. I'm frustrated with the VA and the amount of medications they give. I'm frustrated on my own behalf, as well as some veterans that I know. I also don't mind telling you that I'm on the fence. I don't know where I stand with this just yet, so that may help you understand my question. And this will be for anyone that comes up. I want you to tell me if you've ever had any type marijuana outside of the medicinal marijuana. And the reason I ask is because it was mentioned that this could be a gateway drug. You spoke in your comments and said it is not. It has actually been the exit of. So can you tell me, if you don't mind, if you've ever had any other types of marijuana?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was not an option for me. And so the only option was the black market, which was incredibly difficult. Someone who is trained in the virtues of honor, courage, commitment, you know, and integrity, I had to go buy from a dealer. That was an internal struggle. Yes, I have purchased cannabis from the black market, and I can tell you that the first time I tried it, it was a terrible experience. It was the wrong strain, right? We didn't have access to the chain of custody, to the certificate of analysis that shows us the chemical compounds, that there are no pesticides, that it is organic, and it followed that chain of custody from the plant to the shelf in my hands, and I can access everything that is in that plant through my phone or my computer. So I purchased and used cannabis on the black market for a long time because that's all I had. You don't know what it is until you try it, and sometimes when you do try it, it is not a great experience. But what I learned very quickly that is it is absolutely impossible to overdose. It has zero effect on a breathing modulation, which it will not kill you. There's zero overdoses ever recorded. As a matter of fact, if you go to the LD50, the lethal dose, 50%, right, there is zero for cannabis. Every other drug Every other pharmaceutical that is legal has a lethal dose. Cannabis does not. Yet, these men and women are going to their healthcare providers and they're prescribing the same medications that they're taking their lives with. This is not something that happened a long time ago. This is happening every single day. And so I stand here in front of you with a sense of urgency that I cannot convey in words because I'm losing. I've lost more men to suicide than I have in combat. And that's an absolute shame. To come back here and to feel like I need to be a criminal to access something that helps me get back to my family. That is an injustice. We deserve the medical freedom to access this plant under the guidance of a physician and a licensed pharmacist.
Thank you.
Apologize for the emotion,
Thank you,
ma'am.
and thank you for your service.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next person.
Lawrence Bates.
Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. My name is Larry Bates. I live in Spartanburg, South Carolina. I'm adamantly opposed to this legislation because I don't believe it's just legislation. I believe it is normalization of this in a culture. And I come from a background of using marijuana, and I know what it does. I do not call it a medicine. I do not believe it should be redefined to be a medicine. Marijuana is not a medicine. It is a psychotropic, anxiety, paranoia, driving drug that affects your mind, does not take away pain. It diverts your awareness to pain. So those of you who are on the fence, I know from what I heard a lot on this committee are proponents of this, but there are some on the fence. I'm going to ask you to be men and women of courage. I'm a man of courage. I'm free of that. I don't need it. I have pain. I have back pain. I have sciatic pain. And I know how to deal with it through conservative measures like physical therapy. I'm a man of faith. I trust in fellow people that will help and pray for me, my family. And I'm going to ask the courage to rise up in South Carolina because I love this state. I don't want this. I came from Florida, and they have medical marijuana, and I have friends there saying, please don't go down this road. Please don't go down this road. You will have medical marijuana doctors associations. They will be doing their thing. It is an agenda. And again, I want to use these words, and I didn't come up with this from anybody else. This is my terms. This is normalizing something that is not meant to be normalized. Marijuana use, all these people are talking about they're zombies. No, getting stoned, THC, Delta 8, Delta 9, it makes you a zombie. You cannot act properly. I know there's a lot of terrible things in the pharmaceutical industry, and there's a lot of Americans that are on a lot of stuff. But marijuana is not a medicine. It is not something that can exit you out of pharmaceuticals and give you a life to live. It cannot. I have friends that are veterans in Florida, and they're sucked into this so bad. But I have those friends that know those people, and they say they would not be on all these other stuff. They would not. They know them. They have been sucked into, I hate to use that word, but it is a culture now of death. You guys are men and women of representatives of us in this great state. I want this state to stay litter-free, meaning we don't need to go down that road, please.
Okay, thank you. Stand by 1 second. Are there any members of the committee who have any questions for this gentleman? Mr. Tedder, I think it is. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question for you. In your statement that medical cannabis or cannabis in general is bad and it's not a medication, and it sort of, instead of healing you, it just takes the mind away from the pain. I just want to know, is that your opinion of just marijuana, or do you feel the same as to any medications prescribed by doctors?
I honestly have only used aspirin. I've never used any other medication, but I do know people who are on Zoloft. Wellbutrin, Xanax, and like the gentleman said, it takes away their mental capacity also. But I know, I've had my representative in Spartanburg and the various ones in the Spartanburg delegation talk, and they say, every time they have a meeting, they always say, I've never used this stuff. I don't want to get a medical cannabis card. And these are our representatives. And I'm like, if you ever use, I can go get some for you. I know where to get, I don't know where, but it's easy to get, okay? The black market, it's easy to get anywhere. Any state, any county in South Carolina, anywhere. You can get it. Those of you who are on the fence, even those that are proponents, try it. Try THC. I don't care what form it is. I know this bill, S150, just says, well, it's 8,200 milligrams per 14 days of THC, okay? I don't care if you vape it. I don't care if you smoke it like I used to. It is what it is. Tetrahydrocannabinol, delta 8, delta 9, is a mental, it messes with your mind. It is anxiety, paranoia, driving. All this stuff is a bunch of hoax that says this is going to help when people don't even know. They say this is going to help. Try it.
Not trying to cut you off, but just and my point in the question was, I want just to make sure your opinion is that any medication, any drugs, you don't agree with them. You think they're bad.
No,
marijuana.
sir. I did not say that. No, and speaking just to cannabis or marijuana, THC, whatever you call it, there are already 4, I think it's 4 FDA approved, Epidiolex is one of them, that is pure THC. If these people want this for their children or their veterans, you've already got access to it through FDA approval. Dronabinol, Epidiolex. It's just like taking a capsule with THC in it. Why do you have to vape something? Why do you have to? Well, they say you'll never smoke the bud, but the next General Assembly will come in and change all those rules around, and you guys know it. This is about an industry. This is about an industry that has lied to America, and America is chaotic enough. We need to bring some common sense and courage back into our state houses. Oklahoma is about to go, just three years ago, medical marijuana. This year, the medical marijuana industry is saying this is going to be the new Denver. Oklahoma City. Mississippi just passed it. Alabama passed it, for goodness sakes. And now I'm asking you, keep this state of South Carolina beautiful and clean. Please keep our minds clean.
Okay, Mr. Dabney.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming here and sharing your testimony with us. I know it's difficult. And I was hoping this wasn't going to happen, but it seems like the veteran, the narrative, it keeps coming up. And you mentioned it, the gentleman before you mentioned it, several people up here mentioned it. Okay, I spent 28 years in the United States Army. And 13 more years after that, training Apache pilots right here in South Carolina in the National Guard. So that's where I spent most of my adult life, in the military. In fact, this pin I have on right here is 82nd Airborne insignia. I started my career 42 years ago. And for some reason, and I don't know why, my hand shakes really bad. Both of them, but especially my right hand. And I have some of you know this, I have a hard time, I can't even sign my name sometimes. And I have to use 2 hands to write a lot of times. And I can't control it. So I went to the doctor a few years ago, and I said, well, you can see it shaking right now. And I said, I need some help with this. I can't use my right hand at all. It's difficult to maneuver a screwdriver. They put me on a medication. I went to this neurologist down in Sumter, and he put me on a pill. And I was going to take half of it once a day for a week, and then a whole pill once a day for a week, and then a pill and a half, then 2 pills. I was going to work, he was going to work me up to 3 pills. All right, I made it 4 days into this thing, and I threw it in the trash can. Okay, I'm proud that my hand shakes, and I'm not a zombie. I chose that because that's what that pill was doing to me in 4 days. and I threw it in the garbage, the whole bottle. So I just want to go on record as saying that some things you just have to live with, and some things you just have to deal with, like a shaking hand.
Can I make a remark to that? A very important remark. I didn't hear it. I've never heard anybody else say this, but this is just from my own mind and heart. Why are we as Americans, and I put myself in the same thing, we're always so driven to find something that will take away the stress and the pain.
Exactly.
It's okay to have pain. Pain tells you there's something wrong. Fix it. Physical therapy actually is fixing. It's not perfect, but being on a medication that makes your mind stoned and makes you elusive to reality, because I know a lot of people that are on marijuana, it does not provide something beneficial.
Larry.
It's not medicine.
Let me finish. You're exactly right. We're constantly trying to make an imperfect world perfect. And there's pain in this world, there's suffering, and you're not going to find it on this earth. You're not going to find utopia, and you're not going to find an easy way out of a lot of the problems that you're just dealt with. You know, in me, I'm a perfect example. But you know what? I deal with it every day, and thank God that I'm able to deal with it without these crazy dadgum pharmaceuticals that are being peddled and pushed all over the place. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Gilliard?
Yes, sir. With all due respect, do you have any children?
No, sir, I do not have any children. I married late. I was 39. We tried. But
Okay, so you're familiar with the children that have epilepsy?
I have talked, I've done a lot of research on Ms. Swing's compassionate care thing, and I've done research about the research, the meta-research they call it, about epilepsy. And she'll refute everything I'm gonna say to you about that, but okay, I can't speak from personal experience with these people that have children that they use as a tool for this. But the fact is, all of the studies, and please have the courage and the time to go look yourself. All the studies about epilepsy show that it is effective, they call it pseudo-effective, for a short time, and then whatever it is, your mind, your nervous system becomes attuned
Now,
to it.
is that a medical opinion or that's your personal opinion?
No, sir, I would never make a medical. I'm not a doctor. I'm a therapist, rehab therapist, but I'm not a doctor, no.
Okay,
No,
just
I've done
curious. I don't
research
want to
about
prolong the time,
epilepsy.
Mr. Chair. Just curious. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next person.
How do I get on the list so I can talk with y'all? I came in late.
Okay, just bear with us 1 minute. We'll work it out for you. Okay.
Jeff Moore. Don Howell.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board or the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Donald Howell. You can call me Don. I'm a veteran, 22 years in the Navy. I was a hospital corpsman, spent 13 years with the Marine Corps practicing combat medicine. I'm also currently a registered nurse, critical care, working in the ICU. My conflict, I'm speaking on behalf of the veterans as well, PTSD. My conflict was back in 1983, the bombing of the Marine Corps barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, where 240 Marines were killed and 40 lived, and I am one of 40. I speak primarily to support this bill because you have heard and you will hear a lot of problems that the veterans tend to have, either with dealing with PTSD, from irritability issues to depression, to the medications that they tend to take and the side effects that they tend to have. Cannabis has been useful for me because, as you already know, A lot of the medications that are given are basically the same medications that's always given to any psychiatric person, but they do have side effects. One of the biggest issues is that if you're so depressed, you won't get out of the bed. They'll give you medication, and then you'll begin to feel better. You'll feel good enough to kill yourself. And that is a fact that is documented. Cannabis can help mitigate that because of its rapid onset. Normally, psychiatric medications take 30 days to kick in, whereas 15 minutes is needed for cannabis, depending upon the route in which you take it. And this has been my experience, and also through my research, because as a nurse, I don't speak to anybody about any medication unless I've researched it, because I want you to have the most current information, because again, as my nurse, as a corpsman, it's important that you understand exactly what you're getting into. I think it's important that we support this bill because as you get older, and I'm 60 years old, these symptoms of PTSD gets worse. Any psychiatric situation that anyone tends to have, as you get older, it gets worse because we manage stress worse as we get older. So it's important that we pass this bill so that these gentlemen, men and women who dedicate their lives to the military won't grow older having more severe problems.
Okay, we're gonna ask you to wrap it up. You're really out of time.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments, brief questions from the committee?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carter, yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Howe, what form of cannabis have you used or do you use?
I've used, I vaporized it, and I've also used edibles.
Okay, when you are using it, do you feel that your mental or physical faculties are impaired?
I'm glad you asked that question. When you use medication, any medication, they always tell you start off low and slow. If you microdose utilizing cannabis, then you will not feel, you'll feel the effects of it like you would any other medication, Ativan or what have you, but it won't be that you'll be impaired. I guess to make it really simple and for you to understand, if you were to use a cannabis vaporizer, some people may need one puff or two, whereas a bigger guy may need 3 or 4. But when you get to that point, 1 or 2, you stop, and then your symptoms are mitigated. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Sir.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to thank Mr. Howell once again for being here today and for your service to our country. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next person.
We are very close to 11 o'clock, which is the time we set aside to switch to virtual testimony. Right now, we only have a couple of people who are waiting in the lobby to speak. We will start first with Dr. Prakash Nagarkati, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Dr. Nagarkati, I believe you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me fine?
Yes, we hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. No, that's perfect. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the 3M committee. Yeah. I'm not muted. Can you hear me fine?
We hear you. Please go forward with your testimony.
Yeah. So my name is Prakash Nagarkari. I served as the Vice President for Research at University of South Carolina for 10 years. And currently currently I'm serving as the Senior Research Advisor to the President at University of South Carolina, as well as Carolina Distinguished Professor. I have published over 325 research papers, and my research has been funded by the National Institute of Health and National Science Foundation to the tune of over $100 million. I have been doing research on cannabinoids for over 20 years. Our lab was the first one in the world to demonstrate that cannabinoids are highly effective in the treatment of inflammation and certain types of cancers. There are over 80 different autoimmune diseases such as arthritis, MS, type 1 diabetes, etc., against which there is currently no cure. We were the first lab to report, after doing research, that cannabinoids are highly effective in treating such clinical disorders. The fact that there are 80 different autoimmune diseases against which there is no cure, and that cannabinoids can be highly effective is truly exciting. In fact, based on our research, FDA has approved the use of CBD to treat autoimmune hepatitis as an orphan drug. We were also the first lab to demonstrate that certain types of cancers can express cannabinoid receptors, because of which the cannabinoids can kill them. And in fact, in the mouse model, we are able to show that cannabinoids can cure almost 40% of the animals that had the tumors. I just want to also add, I heard the previous conversation that cannabinoids are not some toxic foreign chemicals. We produce our own cannabinoids, what are called as endocannabinoids. And these endocannabinoids that we produce make us eat well, sleep well, and maintain our body temperature. So thus, when we don't produce enough endocannabinoids, then we really become sick. And therefore, when you take the cannabinoids from the marijuana plant, then you feel really good about it because it's replenishing the endocannabinoids that we don't produce. Recently, the National Academy of Sciences, the most prestigious scientific association, reviewed over 10,000 publications on cannabinoids and reported that cannabis was highly effective to treat chronic pain, to treat cancer patients undergoing chemotherapy, and multiple sclerosis. Some people believe that marijuana is a gateway drug, but actually the research has shown that it is an exit drug, which means that it can help some people who are alcoholics or people who are addicted to opioids to kick their habits and save lives. Marijuana has also been shown to be effective in the treatment of PTSD.
I apologize.
In
We're gonna have
fact,
to
because of that,
Doctor.
FDA has
Hello.
approved some of the marijuana cannabinoids like
I apologize. We're
Epidiolex
gonna have to
and
interrupt you.
Sativex to treat multiple sclerosis as well as epileptic seizures. The combination of THC and CBD has also been used effectively in the clinical trials to show that it helps brain tumors such as gliomas. So I'll just stop there, and I just want to lastly add that no government should deny the people with debilitating diseases like arthritis or multiple sclerosis or cancers to lead a happy and healthy lives using a plant that is made available to them.
Okay. Okay, apologize for having to have to mute the doctor. We have to move. We move to Mr. Gill, y'all got a question?
He's still talking.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to move to the next.
That's it. Yeah, okay.
Okay, you got a question?
Yeah, whatever your wish is, you want to move forward. He can't hear me, right?
Oh, he can't hear you.
Kenny?
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me, doctor? Can you hear me, doctor? You said yes? Okay, I have two questions, doctor. Have you ever known marijuana to cause cancer?
Okay. There is some anecdotal evidence to show that people who smoke marijuana may have more susceptibility to head and shoulder cancers, but that has not been really proven to be accurate. There are still some studies going on, but to the best of my knowledge, marijuana does not increase the chances. In fact, there was a study that was done by NIH in which they treated the rats and mice with very high doses of THC. And they found that after 2 years, that's the lifespan of mouse or typically a rat, they found that the mice or the rats which were given the THC for almost 2 years, they had less incidence of cancer compared to the control or control rats, which showed therefore, and this has been published, which therefore showed in an animal model that THC in fact prevents the development of cancers as we age. Thank you.
And doctor, one last question. Have you ever known anybody that have died from the use of marijuana?
To the best of my knowledge, we've not heard anybody has died from the use of marijuana. Thank you.
Thank you, doctor.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the doctor? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to the next person virtually.
Patrice
Thank you.
Toot.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, my mic was muted. But my son first experimented with marijuana in the 7th grade via another classmate who was bringing marijuana to school to let kids try it for free. Then later, he started selling it to them, and the kids wanted more. My son was a strong ABC student, but he began making D's and F's with mandated requirements to go to summer school after using marijuana. My son, who was once respectful and loving to his parents, became disrespectful, rude, unkind, and belligerent to his parents. He even had a fight with his grandmother after smoking marijuana, a physical fight. With an illegal. In my house was safe from him. My son became lazy and he was nonchalant about his schoolwork, about being successful in life. My son, who once excelled in sports, lost his desire to even play football, softball, or basketball, all things he was good at. He broke rules at work. He broke rules in society. He was a menace to society. My son, who eventually started selling marijuana because he was so addicted, he didn't have money to buy the marijuana. So he would start selling it so his pusher can give him marijuana for free. And I would come home and my whole house would reek of the smell of weed. His car smelled like weed. His clothes smelled like weed. His hair, his shoes, everything he owned reeked of weed. His book bag smelled like weed. And if you've ever smelled weed before, it smells worse than any skunk you ever ran into. My son, who was once responsible, became very irresponsible. He wrecked every car we ever bought him. He was a careless driver on the streets. And I thank God every day he never injured himself or anyone else in any of the many accidents he had. He was kicked out of his high school. So we had to pay $50,000 for a military school, okay? He got in a military school. He was kicked out of there because he brought weed into the military school. We eventually had to homeschool him to get his high school diploma. My son, who once had a clean criminal background, nothing on his record, now he has a long rap sheet, multiple charges, marijuana possession, gun charges, parole violations, theft, burglary, all of that. His father and I have both suffered and struggled with the pain of seeing the destruction that marijuana has done to our son. It is a gateway drug. He was addicted to it, okay? We have prayed, we have cried, we have lost financial resources. Marijuana stole the beauty of a normal home life for me and my family, okay? The marijuana eventually gave my son a chemical imbalance in his brain. He was mentally unstable.
I apologize. We're gonna have to
He had
interrupt you.
psychosis and severe anxiety. Today, he's after a long stint in rehab and the county jail and everywhere else he had to go. He is
Hello,
now
can you
in a
hear
good
us? Hello?
place. I'm here.
We're gonna have to interrupt you and, because
Okay.
of time. Any questions from the members of Mr. Jones? And
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Tutt, thank you for testifying today. I was just curious, was your son prescribed this use of marijuana under a doctor's guidance, or how did this come about?
As I said in the beginning of my testimony, he was given weed marijuana at school from a classmate when he was in the 7th grade, okay? This young boy brought the marijuana to school and gave it to my son, and he tried it, and he became addicted from that point on. He was never given marijuana from a doctor.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Matter of fact, the doctor told him had he continued to smoke the marijuana, his psychosis would have turned to schizophrenia.
Okay, thank
That's
you,
what
Mr.
the
Tedder.
doctor told him.
Mr. Tedder, you have a question?
No, he asked the question I was going to ask.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move to the next person.
Dr. Jennifer Kovacs.
Hi, good morning and grand rising. My name is Dr. Jennifer Kovacs. I'm a registered pharmacist in Greenville, South Carolina. I've been a pharmacist in South Carolina for 20 years. I'm also licensed in Arizona and Florida. I'd like to applaud the Senate for reimagining the role of the pharmacist in a diverse and life-changing industry. I want to thank you for trusting the fortitude from which the pharmacy profession is built upon to be involved in cannabis patient care. Cannabis education is a natural career progression, just as learning new drugs being introduced at an average of 23 new medical entities per year. Patients have been asking pharmacists about drug interactions way before cannabis legalization. Patients reveal their method of consumption, their intent of use, and concerns for potential drug interactions with other medications. Society cannot continue to call cannabis medicine and not include pharmacists as instrumental providers in the industry. Beyond the depth of knowledge on standard medical information, dosing, strengths, adverse effects, routes of administration, toxicity, drug interactions, pharmacists have an accessibility factor. Our skill set not only includes vast and complex information on medicine, but the ability to communicate information effectively to the patient in a way that can be easily understood. A pharmacist being on staff at a therapeutic pharmacy is progressive and patient-centric. It will allow options to practicing pharmacists to provide patient care outside of traditional roles that are rewarding. This model allows the cannabis patient to feel confident in their therapy choices and the opportunity to discuss sensitive medical conditions, since they know we will understand the conversation, medical terminology, and previous therapies. Patients will feel reassured that a board licensed professional is accessible in guiding their healthcare journey, just as in any other treatment plan. Collectively, over 10 years of legalized state cannabis programs exist to consider and evaluate pros and cons. A handful of states, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Virginia, and Arkansas as consulting only, all require pharmacists in some capacity. There are many different nuances between these states, especially in the dosage forms and what's available. The most convincing argument for medical cannabis instead of prescription drugs is not only a lower risk of side effects, especially in comparison with narcotics and opioids, but give empowering the patient. Known risks of prescription drugs include overdose, addiction, allergic adverse reaction, drug interactions, and organ damage. Cannabis is not perfect, but consumption is still safer than eating 10 raw potatoes. The famous quote from administrative law judge at the DEA, Francis Young. In September of 1988, Francis finished his ruling entitled The Matter of Marijuana Rescheduling, which determined that marijuana in its natural form is one of the safest therapeutically active substances known to man. By any measure of rational
I
analysis.
apologize, we're gonna have to interrupt you. Your time is up. We have any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, Mr. Carter.
Yes, ma'am. Dr.
Okay,
Colfax, if this bill were to
Matthews.
pass in its current form, it places a lot of additional responsibility on pharmacists. Are you okay with that? Do you have concerns about that additional responsibility placed on pharmacists?
I have no concerns, as long as, and I think that's already in the bill, that the doctors and pharmacists acting within their scope of duty as a cannabis practitioner, their license is protected until it is removed from Schedule 1. That would be my only concern. We're well trained in diversion and, dosing. So I think we would have nothing to do but assist the patient.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for your testimony. Just for the knowledge of the committee, pharmacies actually used to openly deal with cannabis as early as the 1850s into the 1900s. It wasn't until after 1910 that it actually became a thing where they were getting ready to take it out of pharmacies. So I appreciate your testimony today. I think it is very well placed that people do have an ability to come and have open conversation about the effects of cannabis and how it interacts with medicines they may already take, and actually figuring out which ones will work best for them going forward. Yes, I appreciate your testimony. And just for the history of those in the room and the committee, cannabis was originally in pharmacies to begin with.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. McGarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Dr. Kovac, for your testimony as well. I do have a question about the dosing, if you don't mind. You said that you have no problem with the dosing, and you're also a licensed pharmacist in Arizona. What other states did you say?
Florida.
Okay, thank you. So the assumption, I guess, is that in South Carolina, we're talking vape pens, is that right? And oil?
Topicals, tincture, edibles, I believe.
Okay. So in the dosing, we're talking a 14-day period-ish. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So that comes out to 2,050 doses in a 14-day period for a pen?
Roughly, it depends on the size of the pen. Most of the pens are 1 ml, 1 milliliter.
Okay, so that's 0.5 grams of THC oil per pen at 80% THC concentration.
That would be correct.
All right, and then if a qualifying patient happened to choose a less concentrated oil, such as 20% THC, that allows them to have 82 vape pens at 0.1 gram THC. It equates to 8,200 doses for a 14-day period. That's 585 doses per day. Is that right?
I'm sure your math is correct. I haven't calculated out all the vape pens and how much someone would actually have on their person.
Okay.
So it is possible. I can tell you that a 1 ml cartridge, though, for most patients that are just, let's say they're using CBD for PTSD on average, A vape cartridge will last them right around a week or 14 days. It depends on how much they're consuming it.
Okay. I'm just saying, I just want people to realize that how much we're talking here, that's a lot of doses per day in a 14-day period. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there, so. And also, on the dosing itself, it's a, if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember the actual terms. Can you tell me, it's to titrate up?
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from the previous, testimony is that everyone thinks medical patients are out to seek intoxication. That is not further from the truth. You want to start at the lowest possible dose. They seek relief. Once you hit the point of relief, cannabis has a biphasic dosing curve, which in layman's terms means more is not better. Once you hit your therapeutic level, if you're below or above that, you are not going to get results.
Right. Okay.
So that dosing is imperative for the patient to understand and be led by their provider.
And each person is going to be different, isn't that correct? Per weight, per pain level, per body composition, per everything. Am I right?
There's a lot of other factors. Your endocannabinoid tone, for example, the number of receptors you have are different than the number of receptors I have. Your what's going on in your life, your environment, your exposure, your disease states all impact your endocannabinoid system. So yes, what works for me, what may not work for you, may not work for another patient. Some would require more, some would require less.
And at what point would you call someone intoxicated from a THC level?
The patient will know. Intoxication from THC could include, dry eyes, impaired movement, drowsiness, sedation, increased hunger, or to the point where they feel uncomfortable and they get anxiety and paranoia. But what happens is those patients then know they usually will not go back down that road because no one is comfortable with that level of impairment. That's called, what's adult use or recreational use, and that's not what we're discussing here. I hear everyone keeps crossing streams between medical patients and what they're asking for and what's already available, whether you're doing it legally or illegally in other states.
Right, right, I understand that. Okay, so along those same lines though, Dr. Kovac, if a person was working, if they have that pain level and they're trying to reach that plateau of working to get that pain relief, and they're working with heavy equipment, what would you say to that? Could that be considered dangerous from a pharmacist standpoint? Because, we're not talking Advil here.
Yeah, I don't deny any employer to make the decision with the work that someone's doing, whether they're allowed to be consuming on the job or not. Obviously, there's narcotics that are dispensed every day that also have those stickers, don't operate heavy machinery or drive under the influence. And again, people still take their prescription medication while they're working, which can impair their job performance. But, again, that's going to be up to the employer and the type of work they're doing. And is it going to be a danger to someone else?
Right, but most employers with heavy equipment also do drug tests. So we do have that. Okay, so the reason that I'm asking you this is because you're a pharmacist, and this is great questions for you to answer because you're the one that will be handing it out, but you have the best answers that I can come to. Between you and doctors, you're the one that I'm going to be asking the questions of. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Johnson. Jermaine Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Doc. My wife is also a pharmacist, so I know what y'all be talking about, and she always comes home with those big old words that I have no idea what she's talking about. So I understand a lot of this stuff that you are talking about here, and I think that one of the things that we need to make sure that we are keeping separate is recreational usage versus medicinal usage. I feel like there's a lot of testimony here against recreational usage, and we're not talking about recreational usage. We're talking about usage under the guidance of a physician. So my question to you is, just off the top of your head, you probably don't know the answer, but just off the top of your head, how many drugs and prescription drugs that are legal right now have the side effect of drowsiness?
Every single one.
How many drugs, just off the top of your head, have a side effect or have on the label, do not operate heavy machinery under the use of this?
Certainly every controlled substance that's available, including, schedules 3, 4, and 5, which would be like your benzodiazepines for anxiety, of course, narcotics, control, C2 substance opiates, but even the one that, grandma takes to go to sleep, her clonazepam says that on it too.
Yeah, how many over-the-counter drugs right now can you buy that they say don't utilize under the effects of this?
I believe over the counter, I don't know any that make those claims about operating machinery, because part of them having to pass to be over the counter and available to the general public, they have other guidelines. So I wouldn't say they're necessarily safe because they're not evaluated by the FDA, but I don't know any that make that claim about heavy machinery that are over the counter.
What's the effects of NyQuil?
Well, dextromethorphan, yes.
What's the effects of, I don't know, an allergy medication like, what is that? What's the B, the one with the B?
Benadryl.
Benadryl. What's the effects of Benadryl?
True, yeah.
So I can pretty much go to a store right now and get something that would pretty much impair me to work, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
or abuse.
Or abuse, right? Okay, all right, well, that's all my questions, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? We have the next person.
Dr. Jacobo Mincer was waiting to be called to sign in. Dr. Mincer, if you can hear me, please ask to be let in. Dr. Mincer? Sherry, do we have anyone else in the waiting room? Mr. Howard, is it okay if I go back to in-person testimony until we get someone else in the waiting room?
Yes, ma'am, that's quite all right.
Daniel Bundrick?
Hello, my name is Daniel Bundrick, and I'm a licensed pharmacist now for 38 years. I graduated right here in Columbia, South Carolina, University of South Carolina College of Pharmacy in 1984. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for allowing me to give my insight and my pharmacy perspective, as an advocate for medical cannabis. And I am thankful, as other pharmacists mentioned, that pharmacists and physicians will be involved in this process. I currently work at Nephron Pharmaceuticals in their employee pharmacy. Before that, I own my own pharmacy at Surfside Beach. I bought it in 2016, and that's where I started actually selling CBD products and using them eventually. And I've got some stories that I'll share at the end. Besides that, in my career, I've worked at Loman Home, which is now Lutheran Homes. I worked at Scana, which is now Dominion Energy. I worked at Palmetto Senior Care and the Medically Fragile Children's Program at Richland. It's now Prisma. So I guess I'm an older pharmacist. All these people's changed and that sort of thing. I'm also married to Leanne. She was the executive director of the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy, and she's retired now, a state retiree. I've been a preceptor and an instructor for students for pretty much my whole career. I've taught MUSC, USC, Presbyterian, and South University. I won Preceptor of the Year in 2006 and 2011. A new project I've got going now, I just signed a contract with Capital City Broadcasting, and I've got, we're gonna do a nationally syndicated radio show about pharmacy. There's nothing out there like it, and again, it's kind of, we're trying to teach patients to become consumers of healthcare and to really educate them on pharmacy, because we know there's so many powerful prescriptions and so many deaths in America. You know, one example would be fentanyl patches for cancer pain. They're designed to be, you know, placed on the skin transdermally, used over 72 periods. A simple conversation with the pharmacist, they can't be used with a heat source, like a heating pad. So there are a lot of deaths in the United States and worldwide where, you know, if you got pain, you say, oh, I'm gonna put a heating pad. Well, if you put a heating pad on a fentanyl or Duragesic patch, that's where the death, all of it goes in your system at one time. So I've been a big proponent my whole career of, you know, pharmacists go to school for 6 years now, and not just to put the pills in the bottle, put the label on straight, but they really are become the drug experts. And I really preach having that conversation one-on-one with your pharmacist. I teach people to get to know your pharmacist. That's somebody you need to know. They can cut through the clutter and give you the real world information of what you need to know. If you give them a patient printout with all those side effects that we were talking about, you know, they're probably going to say, I don't want to take this. So you kind of cut through the clutter and give them the, what we call real clinical pearls, how to properly and safely take that medicine. So I want to kind of share with the committee, you know, from my experience with pharmacy and how I've kind of transformed to being an advocate for cannabis. When I first started pharmacy school, Dr. Dean Sadek brought up, he asked the class, he said, does anybody know what a xenobiotic is? And of course we stared at him blankly. And he went on to say a xenobiotic is a foreign substance. And one day, when y'all become pharmacists, you're gonna be selling xenobiotics to your customers. And when you sell a xenobiotic, your body tries to reject it because it's not a natural substance. And it will try to reject it. So all these prescriptions that I sell for my whole career have been that way. One of the things which you look at with prescription drugs is...
Doc, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. Okay. Your time is up, and we have a question from Representative Jermaine Johnson for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daniel.
Hey, Jermaine, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How you doing? I've had conversations with Daniel. He works with my wife, who's, like I said, who's a pharmacist. So thank you so much for being here. I'm very interested in hearing the rest of your testimony because I know you have extensive knowledge in this field, in this area, and I'm interested in just really hearing the rest of what you had to say. So, but if you can concise it a little bit, you know, I would definitely be interested in hearing what you got to say here.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. One of the things, you know, we always look as a pharmacist is risk versus benefit. So you can check the box with medical cannabis. The risks are very minimal, the benefits are huge. The other thing you look at is a side effect profile. Again, with medical cannabis, dry mouth, sedation like we've talked about, but really no serious things. Some of the drugs that I sell have what they call black box warnings, where, you know, it can cause cardiac arrhythmias and serotonin syndrome, all these crazy things. So compared to the regular prescription drugs, a lot safer. The other thing would be drug-drug interactions. You can find hard to find where there's drug interactions with cannabis. Even with CBD, when I did my research doing that, the only thing we could find was blood thinners, and it's kind of ironic because it makes the medicine work better on drugs like warfarin. But again, it can be used. The doctor just has to adjust the dose. So it just gives us a tool because it's a safe, an effective type medicine with little or no side effects. The other thing I want to kind of talk about a little bit is just how powerful the cannabis is. Like right now, we're kind of handcuffed. CBD is great. I'll try to tell one of my stories anyway. I know we don't have time. But isolate versus full spectrum. So when I sell CBD products, I mainly sell full spectrum. So what that means is it's got the CBD, which is cannabidiol, but it also has the flavonoids, it has the terpenes, and has the federal limit of THC or cannabis that we can have. But when you put all that together, you get what they call the entourage effect. So these low doses are very effective. When I sell an isolate for people like commercial truck drivers that can't test positive, so they have to buy my THC-free formula. Well, those have dust on the shelves. They just don't work as well. So that little bit of cannabis that we can put in CBD is so helpful. So I do want to put that apart. I've got lots of stories, but I guess I'll tell
Doc, we're gonna have to interrupt you. If there are any questions from any other members of the committee? Oh, Ms. Brawley, question from Ms. Brawley.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is quick and simple. Do you believe, in your expert opinion, that cannabis is addicting?
No, quite the opposite. And again, especially with medical, and if you've got physicians and pharmacists evaluating this, I don't think so at all. I think it's very safe. Almost related to like, if I can use an example, like black elderberry has as much antiviral properties as Tamiflu does. And so, you know, if I'm giving it to my granddaughter, I'd rather her take elderberry versus Tamiflu, because the side effects, if you read that the side effects of Tamiflu, it's a lot more than with that. So I feel the same way with that. And again, the opioid crisis, I'm working with some physicians in Cedars-Sinai, California, on a project with that also. So I just think that's the real crisis in America.
And that
the
leads
opioid crisis.
to my second question. Do you think opioids are addictive?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll share one story. It's tough to talk about. When excuse me. When I owned my own pharmacy, I got robbed at gunpoint. And they came in with masks, and they went right by the register. So they wanted to get my opioids in the safe. Luckily, I'm a concealed weapons person, so I ran them out the store, but that's what they were after. They both were arrested, and they're heroin addicts. So compared to opioids, this is just so much safer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Question from Mr. Hart.
Thank you for being here. I want to go back to the question that Representative Brawley asked you, and I want to make sure for our testimony, the opinion that you just gave, she asked you, did you think that cannabis was addictive? I want to ensure that your opinion is not anecdotal. It's just not a feeling. Are you giving your opinion that's based on your medical training, your medical history, and your medical experience?
Yes. And I have researched a lot of this. I've worked some with Dr. Steve Cutler, which I hopefully will testify. And, you know, he helped get the drug Epidiolex passed, so I've talked with him extensively. And it's my personal opinion, yes, but I also, everything I've seen with the CB1 and CB2 receptors, I just do not see that. And again, especially if it's being monitored, again, yeah, everybody can, you know, do it recreational and get high and all that, but that's not what we're talking about here. But for what the control setting that we have, I just do not see that. It's a plant-based, like someone said, it was grown organically, no pesticides, and you know, it's going to be turned by extractions with great equipment. You know, they usually use supercritical CO2 to extract it to get the tinctures and that sort of thing. So it's a good process and a safe process, and I just don't see any research I've done that it's addictive at all or a gateway drug.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay. Okay, Ms. McGarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brundick, I do have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. So, you referenced the dosing just a little bit ago. Is there any other drug that authorizes a similar amount of doses that we'd be using with this cannabis?
Clarify, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, you know that we have to titrate up, and we're doing the doses like I had described earlier.
Pens. Yes, I'm not in a state that's studied it that much like the other pharmacists, so I'm not privy to those, but everything I've seen is just very safe.
No, there's no other drug that we have out there that we're looking at that doses like that, though.
I don't exactly know what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Well, if you look at it, we're titrating up, we're doing it in the concentration level. There's just nothing out there that we've done ever like this, I'm sure.
Hopefully the other states that have done this, there will be protocols and, minimum doses, max doses, but again, I think that's gonna be an individual thing. Pharmacists actually dispense medication. We don't prescribe it. The physicians will be doing that. So, we will be trained on the exact dosing when it's time and when we can actually have that tool in our chest.
And at this point in time, you're still filling opioid prescriptions, correct?
Yes,
And yet we have an opioid epidemic.
yes, it's hard.
So, and there's no way that you can say that we won't have a marijuana epidemic.
But again, it's a plant-based medicine with so much less side effects. Those heroin addicts that come in on me, they would do anything to get that drug. You don't see people going in with guns in dispensaries and things like that. So I just think from what I've seen and read, it's just not an issue.
The FDA has, 3 approved cannabis-based drugs at this point.
Right, and that's a great point. But again, it kind of goes back to why I tried to make that point about isolate versus full spectrum. They're just not effective. Even the drug Epidiolex, which is cannabidiol, it's an isolate, so it's just that one compound instead of getting the whole benefit of that whole plant with that entourage effect. So that's where I go with that.
Do you not feel that this might be a bit political versus medical?
No, if anything, I sometimes it's hard for me to wrap myself that cannabis could be considered a drug. I almost consider it more of a plant. It's an organic plant, and so it's hard. We're gonna treat it that way. But the side effects, again, I go back to the elderberry. It's just so much safer. It's been around, cannabis sativa plant for years, and I just don't see any major problems where people had. Going back to alcoholism, I've seen alcohol wreck many lives. I have not seen, we've heard some testimony, but again, and I'm not advocating it in using the 7th grader and that sort of thing, but these are adults and children that need it for seizures under a doctor's care.
I can give you personal testimony. My brother is in prison. Started out with marijuana, went through the whole gamut of every drug possible, and he's been in prison most of his adult life. It does start with marijuana. But I will give this real test. I will weigh everything out.
Yes, ma'am.
But I also want to tell you, I find it odd that we're looking at state legislators on a drug. Why would state legislators be doing a drug? We're not doctors. We're not a pharmacy. Why are we looking at an illegal drug to make it legal? That's my question.
Thank you so much. We'll move to the next person.
Thank you.
Doctor, hold up. We have one more question for you. One more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, you said,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you said that people weren't being robbed for marijuana at gunpoint. I think you said something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay, that's not true. And even if it were true, it's because it's so darn easy to get. I could probably go out that door and get some marijuana quicker than I get a liquor drink, okay? That's number one. Number two, you said, and this is also incorrect, that it doesn't ruin lives. It does ruin lives. Ms. McGarry just said, told you about her brother, and I could sit here and probably fill this pad up with names that I know that it's ruined their lives and their parents' lives and their uncles and grandparents. I've got 4 children, 20 grandchildren, believe it or not, and 2 great-grandchildren. Thank you.
Not yet. A few more questions. Okay, Mr. Gilliard.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, you say you've been in your profession for how many years? If I'm not mistaken, 38 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many states that they actually use cannabis, legalize the use of cannabis?
think it's up to what, 33 or 34 now? I
Right.
believe.
Yes, 38. And have you ever heard any major problems from these 38 states? You know, because when we start talking about robbing people and stuff, hell, I know people got robbed for Alka-Seltzer tennis shoes. But have you ever heard of any problems?
No, I've heard one story in Colorado where they were talking about the driving with it, but even that, with insurance rates and things, but it actually turned out to be okay. But no, personally, I have not.
And doctor, are you familiar with the days of Prohibition?
I've heard about it.
Back in the 1920 when they actually ratified, the 18th Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Legalized alcohol. That's when the government decided to go ahead and take it out of criminals' hands and tax it and put the money to good use.
Right.
Yes, and you would agree that this reminds you of that, the days of Prohibition?
True. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving your testimony today. I want to go back to what I think is a key point you brought up in the beginning of your story. When you were in pharmacy school, you learned about a xenobiotic, and you mentioned that your professor said this is what you would be prescribing in your career, and the body tends to reject it because I believe it's not a natural product, correct?
Right, a foreign substance.
And I think an important point here to make is you also kept mentioning plant-based. And my assumption is that, well, my knowledge is that marijuana is plant-based and it's a natural product. And so the difference between, and if you could just tell us the difference between this natural product versus all of these, chemically created opioids, because I think that's an important point to make, that you're allowed to go prescribe all the stuff that's made up in a lab, but yet you get a lot of pushback for something that's naturally grown and plant-based.
Right.
So if you could just
Sure.
speak to the difference of that.
So it is, and that's a great question. It's just, how can I word it? Most drugs, like I said, and I go back to having that conversation with the pharmacist, having that one-on-one consultation, because there's so many examples where these chemically drugs are, have so many side effects. But like Marinol's been around forever, but it just doesn't work. Like when I worked at the Medically Fragile Children's Program, they didn't even use that for seizures, whereas this, really helps. Children with autism, if you get on any of those groups, the mothers and the physicians and that sort of thing, the advocates are on there. When they try to use just plain CBD, the isolates, again, they just don't work. But when they have that little bit of THC, that little bit of cannabis, it changes the whole picture because you get that full spectrum, you get that entourage effect.
Okay, thank you. And then just to add, in my my other career, I'm an attorney, and I do criminal defense, and I'll tell you that in my years of practicing and representing individuals who get accused of breaking the law or even domestic violence, specifically that which is a big problem in our state, not once has a person sort of attacked their spouse because they had too much marijuana. Typically it's alcohol or opioids, but I just wanted to add that for what it's worth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Chair recognizes Representative Johnson, Jermaine Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to continue to remind everybody here that we're talking about medicinal versus recreational. I think we continue to talk about how marijuana is ruining lives and doing all these things like that, but we're still talking about medicinal marijuana under the direction of a physician. And when we're talking about that here, is it fair to also say that there's a difference between street marijuana and marijuana that's off the the black market versus marijuana that is grown or in a controlled environment, and you know exactly how it's constructed? Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, I mean, like the one gentleman said, most of these products, you can scan it with your phone, the QR code, and you get what they call the certificate of analysis. And when you get that, then you see everything. You see the terpenes, the flavonoids, how much content of CBD or CBG, cannabigerol, THC. So you see the whole picture and you can trust it and feel good about it. You buy it on the black market, you know, they lace things and
That's
you don't know what
Thank
you
you.
get.
That's exactly where I was going into this. So is it fair to say that the medicinal strains would be safer than the stuff that we find in the street?
Correct.
And so in that case, you know, with with the street drug, you know, would you also say that we often find the street drug laced with other chemicals and drugs and things like that?
Sometimes I don't know if it's a huge problem, but I know that it is a problem. You know, they are lacing with fentanyl and everything else. I know at spring break in Florida recently, they had all those issues. So, yeah, you want to get it from where you trust it, where you can download and look at exactly where it comes from. You know where it's been grown organically without pesticides. And again, it's just, you know, a natural type product that's, and again, with that entourage effect is so important. And if you do make it synthetic, I know some companies are working on that now. I've been dealing with a company called Syncan out of the Czech Republic. And they're working on synthetic cannabis already. People are trying to do it. But what they're finding out, they're having to add more than just that isolate. They're adding terpenes also. They're adding these other things that the real plant has. But again, it's costing because you're adding all these things that God already gave us this plant that's here.
Yeah. So I too have a testimony with a friend who was a great basketball player. He was one of the top-ranked basketball players in the country, and he smoked some marijuana. But lo and behold, this marijuana was laced with something else. And when he smoked it, he was never right after that. He lost his mind. He ended up being homeless, going through a lot of different things. But that was because he smoked some laced marijuana. Now, you know, I want everybody to understand there's a difference between smoking recreational stuff where you just have to trust the dealer, but how many dealers do we know that we can trust? So you have to be able to trust your dealer that, you know, everything that you have coming in there and just take his word for it, take her word for it, and understand that this is different. Recreational and medicinal usage under the guidance of a physician, a qualified physician, are completely different.
Right.
Thank you.
And again, like you can use different strains, like sativa is more uplifting, whereas indica is going to be that. So, you know, for this program, it would probably be more strains that are genetically sativa blends versus indica blends.
Okay, the final brief question from Representative Dabney.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, you just mentioned sativa, and it's the other one's pronounced indica?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not even going to go into what that means. I know what it means. And the sativa, it's got a lot higher level of THC, correct? I think. But that I didn't even want to get into that. You just mentioned it at the end. Two things. Poppies are grown naturally, correct? You keep talking about plant-based and how you make it sound very innocent, plant-based. Okay, poppies are plants also, right? What do we get from poppies?
Morphine.
Yeah, and probably some other stuff. Okay, and there's a huge industry in some countries for growing poppies. All right, second thing, you said that as far as you knew, this hasn't been a problem in other states. I had a friend call me out of the blue from Washington State just a few weeks ago. And I wish I had recorded the phone call because I would just play it right now. He said one of the things he says has ruined my state. And he talked about the unemployment, the crime, and the terrible mess that this brings from your medicinal marijuana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, please. Are you being paid to be here today?
No.
You're not on the clock at all?
No, sir.
Okay, you took leave to be here from your job?
Yes, I'm just part-time, yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank
I
y'all
appreciate it.
very much.
Okay, next.
Dr. Jacobo Mincer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I hope you can hear me. Just imagine yourself waking up in the morning and not knowing that the same person that you help and prevent them from wandering outside the house and hurting themselves, or the same person that you have paid, cleaned, or feed the previous day will hit you, harm you, tell you that they hate you, be aggressive to you, and ask you to leave the house that you share together with this person for many, many, many years. If this person is, that's the reality of patients suffering from Alzheimer's disease and their caregivers. There are about 100,000 persons with Alzheimer's disease in South Carolina, and about 50 or 60% of them and their caregivers will experience that every day. Now, the question is why they are experiencing that. That's because they are suffering from agitation, a syndrome that appears in the lifetime of patients with Alzheimer's disease, for which we have no treatment, and that will result in many visits to emergency room, psychiatric admissions, and ultimate placement in the nursing home. The medications we use are, after we try behavioral interventions, the medications we use have severe side effects, so severe that the FDA have decided to put a black box on these treatments, suggesting to the doctors that it's not a good idea to use these treatments for patients with dementia suffering from agitation. But the doctors prescribe it because they have no other choice. Today, evaluation of the literature, both and the early clinical experience, both abroad in Canada and in the US, suggest that the combination of THC and CBD could be an effective treatment for these conditions. As a matter of fact, the National Institute on Aging has given to our group and others substantial resources to do the research because it's considered to be safe enough to be used in humans suffering from this terrible and deadly disease. I would like to ask the committee to consider the use of cannabis as a tool of last resort for the treatment of patients that are suffering from Alzheimer's disease, other dementias, and agitation. That not only will decline the suffering of these patients, their caregivers, but also reduce the amount of people in nursing homes and visits in emergency rooms and visits in psychiatric hospitals where these patients do not belong. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from any members who have not asked questions before? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next person.
All right, I apologize. I'm probably going to mispronounce this last name. Judy Ganem.
Yes, hello, this is Judy. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead with your testimony.
Hello? Hi, my name is Judy Ganem. I mothered Kira Ganem, who is a 16-year-old girl diagnosed with autism and an extremely rare genetic disorder. Modern pharmaceuticals have failed us in many respects for her aggressive behaviors. We've tried numerous medications, behavior therapy. We've tried natural alternative treatment. She was even prescribed Marinol from the neurologist at NUSC, and that didn't work. We're looking for some relief so she can have a better quality of life, and I am pleading with the committee to please allow patients like my daughter to have access to try a medical treatment if their doctor says that it's a viable option. She's on the medically fragile waiver. At this point, she can't even ride on the school bus because of her behaviors. So it has dramatically affected our lives. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from any of the members of the committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next person.
Sherry, we have no one else to weigh in.
No.
Bill Griffith.
Yes.
Please go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, thank you. I'm a physician in Anderson, South Carolina. I've been a physician for the last 40 plus years. And one of the most difficult things that I've had to deal with as a physician has been dealing with chronic pain. There are a number of reasons that I think cannabis can be helpful for other indications. But for me, the chronic pain scenario is the one that I'm most excited about. It's been estimated that 1 in 5 individuals have chronic pain issues, and that's a lot of people out there. Acute with over-the-counter things, even the narcotics, although they have risk with them. But for people who have chronic pain, the available drugs be either have a lot of side effects of the opiates. They just don't work very well for chronic pain and can lead to a lot of other issues with regard to habituation, overdosages, and over 10,000 deaths. We have found that in the report issued by the National Academy of Sciences that cannabis can be very effective for pain control with chronic pain. And there have been no reported cases from the direct toxic effects of cannabis that leads to death. So I think it's one option that I would really like to see that would be helpful as far as how we can deal with chronic pain. It's not going to be for everyone. There are some people that it just is not good for, but that's why having a physician that's trained and knowledgeable can help to lessen adverse side effects.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, thank you for your testimony. We'll move to the next person.
Sherry, we have no one else in the waiting room? Okay. All right. Chris Reeder? Ryder?
How's it going, everyone? Start my 3 minutes here. My name is Chris Schneider. I'm from Goose Creek, Charleston area. I'm also a Marine Corps veteran. I just changed my whole life course this past several months. Back in 2021, I brought my parents out to Oregon, where I was living, because I had to move away from North Carolina and South Carolina because I don't have legal cannabis. Every time I had to purchase cannabis, it was behind the black market, and I could be viable as a criminal. That shouldn't be the way this goes about. I had to move out to Oregon, where they have recreational legal cannabis, and I would go to dispensaries where I trusted the people there. They were trusted. They can give you valid information on the strains you're consuming. We talk about sativa, indica, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Sorry, y'all. I should have had a speech prepared, but every time I come to Capitol Speak, I stumble my words and lose my thought, and I get flustered. Forgive me for that, but I really just want to advocate for this bill, y'all. Me and Cody Callerman here, we're going around the state, talking to representatives, politicians, giving you guys an unbiased opinion and information and science on this plant and how safe it is. Honestly, it really hurts that there's opposition on this bill on whether it should be legal and not how about we should go about handling this situation. I'm more here for questions because that's what I feel like I'm best at answering with y'all. I'm a veteran. I'm right here in front of you guys right now. Let's bring the questions. I'm here. And I hope there are questions.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? Mr. Gilliard?
Yes.
Sir.
Thank you. Oh, thank you for your service, too. That's the first thing I want to say, okay? Now, I heard you mention, and I don't use the term black market. It's always the underground market.
Absolutely.
If you're from Charleston.
Yes, sir.
But you would agree that when we talk about underground activities, when you look at the state of South Carolina, you look at the sex trade, the prostitution, the guns, would you agree that all that's connected?
No.
I think it is.
Good to go.
Because that's, in my research and in the FBI report throughout the country, they are connected to illegal guns in our community, prostitution, sex trade, etc. Because I've heard that term, I'm gonna let you talk. I've heard that term a lot, and once again, I don't, nothing to do with no black, because that's negative. It's the underground market.
Agreed.
Okay, all that is connected, but go ahead.
I would love to see that research after this committee meeting. I would love to see any research you guys have, please, and we can evaluate that and communicate together. We're all South Carolinians here. We all want what's best for each other. I believe we can do that.
Okay, Mr. Jones, have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Snyder, once again for your service to our country and for being here today. What forms of cannabis have you taken, and if you can just talk a little bit about some of the risk and some of the benefits?
Okay, absolutely. I have consumed the bud flower form. I have consumed tinctures, edibles. I have consumed injection with oil. Let's see what else. There's bath bombs. I mean, we can keep going. All the other states have a variety of ways you can implement cannabis into your life.
And did you personally find any harm from any of those methods, or did you, and talk about the benefits also?
No harm. If anything, I don't drink. I was able to get off the pills that the VA had me on. I was on Zoloft, bupropion, Ambien. At one point I had acute back pain. I was on Percocet, and I was abusing the Ambien. Let's get that off the bat real quick. I was on 10 milligrams at a time. You acclimate to that. I ended up taking more and more. Next thing you know, I'm a class act citizen of this society here, and I'm taking Ambien and staying up on it and getting messed up on it at home. I had a roommate at one point in college when I was using my GI Bill. He said, "Hey man, what was going on with last night in this conversation?" I'm like, what conversation? He's like, "We had a conversation last night." I don't even remember the conversation. But with cannabis, it allows me to sit with myself. It allows me to accept and let the weight off the regret of time and service in some situations. It allows me to be present with my family, romantically involved with someone potentially in that sense. I'm not shut off to the world. I'm open. I'm present.
Ms. Johnson and then Mr. Carter.
Thank you for your service. As I mentioned before, I am just very interested in those that have taken it from the street and those that have had the medicinal version of it. How similar or how different has it been for you?
Completely different. I'm going to a dispensary where it's completely safe, it's taxed, it has a system in place. I walk in, walk out, go home, mind my own business like everyone else. But when it comes to purchasing it illegally, I put myself in danger. You know, one, I can go to jail. No one wants that. Two, I can go buy from someone that has a completely different mindset of getting me cannabis. They don't care about me. They can pull out a weapon on me and hold me up right there, take my life. And I mean, I don't know what else to tell you about that. I mean, I think thank you for asking that.
And more specifically, how different is it in your treatment, your relief to your injury?
Ask that one more time.
Okay, so what you buy on the street
Yes.
compared to the medicinal
Yes.
dosage you've had, is one better in relieving you from your discomfort?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like the gentleman said before, when you go to a dispensary, you're getting the full act of the plant there. I don't know what I'm getting from this. I can't tell you what I'm getting from illegal purchase of cannabis. I have no idea what I'm getting. I'm trusting that person on a gamut that I'm getting what I want.
Does it make you feel better?
Yeah, it does.
Thank you.
Mr. Carter, and then Ms. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
Senator
I didn't hear, are you using cannabis products as a result of PTSD or some other injury?
PTSD, anxiety, sleep, appetite. Yes, sir.
All as a result of your service, your service?
I would say so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Life. I mean, look what's happened the past couple of years. It's been pretty hard times.
Okay, Chair recognizes Ms. Matthews. Representative Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for your testimony. I am glad that you mentioned the Ambien piece. I hope I don't have an echo with you guys. I have one on my side. I'm glad you mentioned the Ambien piece because I think the one factor that everybody keeps leaving out is personal choice. I come from a family full of weed smokers, was raised that way my entire life. I was never mistreated. I was never, keep hearing that it's ruining families. They're ruining this family. The question you need to be asking is why that person chose to do that in the first place. And if they were experimenting, then that goes back to something my mom told me when I was young. She said, don't try anything because you never know what you might like until after you try it, which is a very true thing for any drug. But what I find funny is that instead of taking accountability for folks that have chosen this pathway, we want to blame it on the substance. But we also want to try recreational things like ivermectin. We had a big bill in 3M last week that wanted to allow ivermectin and doctors to prescribe it for the use of COVID-19 when we keep naming the FDA, keep naming all these entities that have not approved that for the use of COVID-19, but these same entities of folks are just so open to using it. And so when we talk about that, we need to make sure we're keeping the full picture clear. Alcohol has caused more death and more problems than anything else that I know of. I can walk into any doctor's office right now, say I'm in pain. I've never been prescribed Vicodin, Xanax, or Zoloft more than I have since I'm in South Carolina. All of which are addicting medicines, all of which have these side effects that are crazy. And yet here we are with folks reading off of papers about the effects of medicinal marijuana, something that is going to be regulated. Right now, you can legally take 0.3 THC in South Carolina. We have these folks reading all these measurements, and we know good and well we're not scientists. So I just want to say, you guys, we have to talk about the human factor. Stop trying to put all the onus on what it is. Sometimes it's just where people are in their lives. It ain't about how they were raised. It's not about any of that. Like I said, I grew up in a family full of smokers. I choose not to smoke because that's what I chose to do. My children don't because that's what I've taught them to do. But at the same time, there's a human entity to this, and I won't sit here and keep listening to folks say that, oh, it's a gateway drug for this, it's a gateway drug for that. Anything is a gateway drug. If you want to put it like that, I mean, alcohol. I don't see us having public hearings on banning alcohol. So I just wanted to put that in there. So I'm glad you mentioned the Ambien. I grew up around a faction of people who used to take Tylenol PM. I think now that's kind of regulated by pharmacy, but we have all these medicines that used to be over the counter that now you have to actually go to the pharmacist to get certain degrees of medicine, whether it's for your allergies, whether it's for sleep aids, things like that. So just be conscious that there's human factors to this as well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was flustered.
You want to respond?
One quick thing.
Sure.
I also want to add that I did what I was supposed to do. I went to the VA. I went and got therapy. I did one-on-one therapy with multiple therapists. I did group therapy where I realized I'm very fortunate compared to most veterans out there who are not mentally okay and physically okay. I also went to a therapy where you go on a farm and they get you with horses that were abandoned or abused and you acclimate with them in an environment of healing. I tried all of that, y'all. Cannabis is what works for me and many other. I speak for many, many veterans. I'm a veteran advocate in this state. I speak for many veterans when I say this works and it's safe. I promise you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes.
Tanya Falconberry.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Tanja Falconberry, and I'm from Greenville, South Carolina, and I want to share a story about my son today. I've been listening to all the testimony. I like your questions. Thank you for being interactive about marijuana. My story's not so good. My son was born March 28th of 1998, and he did have anxiety as a small boy. We always saw that he did. Not too dramatic, but he did have anxiety. He had some issues going to school through middle or through elementary, but it kind of leveled out. It didn't really kick in until he hit to high school. In high school, he had extreme anxiety. He did not eat. He got where he just could not go to school. Someone had shared with him that he could smoke marijuana, and it would be something that could help him. So at the age of 15, he started smoking marijuana. I noticed one morning as he was getting ready for school. He had gotten high in his room, and I realized that the only way he was able to go to school was high. But the problem being is the school didn't tolerate him coming in being high. His grades failed. He was an honor roll student. He played football, basketball. He was just an all-around kid. But because of getting high before school, he was not able to function and do anything. At this point, I knew I needed to take him to a doctor. I did take him to a child psychologist, and they did prescribe him some medicine. The first round of medicine that he took did not work. I've been listening to all the anxiety medicine. I really understand anxiety because my husband struggles with it as well. But he did try one of the drugs, and it did not work. When we went back for a revisit, we ended up talking about trying a new drug, tried him on that, and he seemed to be doing much better. After he started the new drug, he was doing well, but with the pressures in school, I'm not sure if you're aware, if you have teenage kids, most of the people out here will tell you about 80% of our teenage kids between COVID and everything else have anxiety. So it's a very common thing with anxiety of high school students. So he had friends, of course, that smoked, and because he did like the part of being high, medications for anxiety only knock the edge off. It will not cure anything. There's not a magic pill, I've heard you say that, out there that's going to fix anything. But he did start smoking marijuana again. At this point, he was getting in a lot of trouble, so I'd taken him back to the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist told him he could not smoke marijuana with his current medication. So he decided that he would do as a kid did. He started trying to figure out how to pass the drug test. He ended up switching to synthetic marijuana, K12 or Spice, if you're familiar with it. You can buy it at gas stations. From this, it got really bad. I realized that we had a big problem because Thomas just enjoyed being high. At this point, I started looking around for places to place him. There's not very many teen rehab centers. And anyway, we did put him in Inspirations. He came out of Inspirations. He ended up doing very well from that. But when he got home, we realized we still had to do something. His best friend committed suicide. He was also a marijuana smoker, and he had anxiety. After he committed suicide...
I'm sorry, we're going to have to interrupt you.
Sorry.
Okay, you have any questions, comments? Mr. Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming today and sharing that testimony. I do have a couple of questions. You mentioned your son's struggle with the use of marijuana, and throughout the story, at some point, you all, I'm assuming the parents, figured he needed some help, so you took him to the doctor, and the doctor prescribed medication. One didn't work, and I believe you said one did work well. He weaned off the recreational use of marijuana. And so my question is, what was the reason you took him to the doctor?
Because he was struggling with anxiety, and the marijuana did not work.
Okay.
I mean, it just made it worse. The part I want to get to with this is my son ended up passing away from this.
And I'm sorry to hear that. And just to follow up, to help you continue that, you took him to the doctor because he had some struggling issues with marijuana. And with the prescription that they prescribed, you obviously trusted the doctors, correct?
Correct.
And because of their expertise and their ability to tell you what he needed. And that being, the marijuana he was using or getting from friends, do you know if, I'm assuming that was recreational, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what dosage was there, how much he was consuming, whether it was actually, just the plant-based marijuana or if there were things added into it. Is that fair to say?
I know he ended up developing CHS. It's a syndrome that you get from smoking marijuana, which causes you to vomit violently. It runs through your system in order for it to get out of the tissue of your body. Because he did become resistant to marijuana because of this syndrome that he had, he ended up turning to Xanax. We did not know that. Then he went to heroin, and he passed away with an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl. My point with some of this ends up being is my child is no different from anybody up there. I brought a picture because I wanted you to see him. He's a real person. This could be your child by legalizing it. You guys are not doctors. There's an FDA out there. There may be reasons for medical marijuana. I'm not dumb. I know that it did work for him. It just didn't function. You can't smoke marijuana at 15 and think that you're going to graduate from high school and do anything. I think a lot of people have seen that happen before. But there are some people, you're right, everybody is different. But the FDA that you guys have placed, these are agencies that you put in position. Let them monitor it. Somebody could have looked at Thomas and said, don't take that antidepressant. If it's going to the CVS pharmacy, let me get a prescription if that's what you're trying to say. I get it, but it's not politicians that come up with this. We wouldn't even approve the COVID vaccine without it going through FDA. But yet you are going to prescribe this to kids. You heard this lady a few minutes ago. This ruined our lives. You guys are going to go home tonight with your families. I'm not. My son will always be missing from our table because of marijuana.
And again, I my sympathies are there for your son. And back to the question, the point was I was making, you trusted that doctor to make that prescription for whatever drug that was that you thought worked. And so I agree with you that a 15-year-old should not just be smoking weed freely. And that is why what we're trying to do, or at least the attempt in this bill, is to have it where medical doctors, the same doctors that we trust to prescribe us other drugs, to be able to regulate this. And I agree, as a politician, you say, or a lawyer, I can't tell somebody how much dosage they need. I can't do that. And so that's why we listen to the medical testimony from the experts. And I believe it's best for them to be able to make the distinctions based on personality, experiences of how much medical marijuana someone should take. But I do agree with you that 15-year-olds should not be smoking weed in school and high school because it's not productive. But
Mr. Chair, I'm going to interrupt you. I have to interrupt you. Mr. Gill, you have a question? Okay, we'll move to the next
I'm
person.
just asking to go through the FDA, an agency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Reeder, R-E-I-D-E-R. Tammy Coleman-Mara. Jill Swing.
Can we speak to those people aren't here? We're going to make sure we get you. Yes, sir.
Hey, so thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for allowing me to speak in support of S150. I apologize, I'm going to read because I know we have limited time, but I'm here to speak on behalf of my 14-year-old daughter. Here she is. I have a picture. Mary Louise has cerebral palsy and intractable epilepsy, and at one point she was having 800 to 1,000 seizures a day. And in 2013, doctors told us that they had completely run out of treatment options for her. In 2014, we worked with state lawmakers to help patients like my daughter gain legal access to CBD oil. The problem was the bill allowed for legal possession, but no access. And this forced moms like me with chronically ill children onto the black market. And I can tell you, as you've heard from other people who have spoken, the black market is not where you want to get medicine for a chronically ill child or your loved one. We were sold products that we didn't even know if they were fit for human consumption, let alone whether they would have any therapeutic benefits. So I quickly learned that essentially every state is an island when it comes to cannabis legalization, and South Carolina needed its own comprehensive medical cannabis program. So that was in 2014, right? So 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 8 years. My daughter's 14. That is well over half of her life that I have been coming here to ask you all to allow us to have safe legal access to medicine that is currently available in 37 other states. And this is medicine that I have seen firsthand, and I know that it works for her. It decreases her seizures, and it improves her quality of life. As a mother of a disabled child, I've asked God so many times Why would you make my beautiful daughter have to suffer as she does? And why on earth would you try and trust her care to me? I'm not a medical professional, and I'm not an educator, I'm just a mom. But I firmly believe that he made Mary Louise the way she is, and he gave her to me so that we could bring this medicine back to the patients of South Carolina. So I'm now asking all of you, I know the majority of you are supporters, but I'm asking you to not just be a yes vote, but to passionately urge your colleagues to vote yes on this bill and pass this bill. And for those of you who are still unsure or even opposed, please consider my daughter. Remember her face when you get ready to vote for this, because this is something that the patients of South Carolina need, but under a doctor's care and monitoring, not just the illicit market.
Okay, hold on a minute, Ms. Swain. We're gonna ask members of the committee that have questions for you, and I want to remind the committee, this is not the time that we're gonna cross-examine nor debate this legislation. It's only to ask brief questions to the persons that's presenting to us. At this time, would there be anyone that's got a brief question for the person? Mr. Gilliard.
Yes, and thank you for that explanation, Mr. Chair. Ms. Swain, you're somewhat of a poster child in Charleston County and the state for this cause. My question is, have you ever had to go out of state for treatment, take your child out of state for treatment?
Yes, Representative Gilliard, and thank you for that question. So in 2016, well, really in 2015, my daughter's seizures went from not just these high frequency, hundreds of seizures a day, but she started having tonic-clonic seizures, which are what I always thought of, and probably many of you think of as the true convulsive seizures. Those seizures can cause brain damage, and they also can cause death. So this is a very serious situation for her. So we ended up taking her to Maine because they had a visiting, in most situations, we would have had to literally move out of state and change our residency, lose her benefits, separate her family. But in Maine, they had a visiting patient program, so we were actually able to use medical cannabis under a doctor's care and guidance we stayed up there for a month. And it was not what I expected. So medical cannabis, I was really looking for seizure control, but the very first thing I noticed was her ability to sit independently and stand independently. And this is not anecdotal because this is something I witnessed, and she does not have the intellect to, experience placebo, right? And I do have on the back of this, I have pictures. This is my daughter sitting up by herself and standing. And that's something she can't do now. And this is her outside. She's very photosensitive, and the wind is a trigger for her as well. And this is a picture of her outside in Maine with no sunglasses on, the wind in her hair, the sun on her face. This is what cannabis does to my child. She is not high. She is not impaired. She is alive. Okay? And this is 1 month of, I take pictures of her every time she has a seizure for documentation for her physician. She's on Epidiolex now. This is what the FDA has given us. Seizure after seizure after seizure. This is 1 month. And every one of those seizures is a great risk to her life and to her cognitive ability.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that testimony.
Any more questions or comments? Thank you so much. We move to the next person.
Morgan King Roberson. Kathy Roberson. Dana Finn. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Roberson?
Hi, my name is Kathy Robertson. Thank you so much for letting me speak here today. The young man that's with me is my great nephew. I'm his parent, his guardian, and he has intractable epilepsy. In 2014, he took 66 prescriptions. He was a 9-year-old kid that weighed about 70 pounds, and he took 66 prescriptions. He was a zombie. He couldn't tell you what number came after the number 7. He couldn't, he couldn't walk. He could hardly wash his hands. So in 2015, he started CBD oil, and it took us 3 years to get off of those medications. He is currently 4.5 years seizure-free and 4.5 years pharmaceutical-free. And he's alive today because of the cannabis.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you for your time.
Alvin Deal? I'm sorry, Morgan?
Hi, my name is Morgan. When I first came here, I was 10 years old. Now I'm almost 17. I took a lot of pills to help me, but still I had seizures. I haven't had any pills or seizures in 4.5 years because of my oil. All kids should have a chance to improve their life like me, and it is time to pass this bill and change the world. It is something that we need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the next person.
Alvin Deal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, thank you for allowing us to come and allow me to come and speak on behalf of this marijuana bill. I vehemently oppose it only because my heart goes out to all the people that suffer with epilepsy and all the on both sides of the issue. I've experienced marijuana as a pastor in times past. It's just, and I understand your dilemma, but it's almost like the roads that we ride on. Those are great roads, but on those roads we have gullies, we have places where people can have accidents, and you put barriers there. And because of those barriers, a lot of people don't go off the road anymore. And I think what's happening right now is that South Carolina is a beautiful state. I love it. I travel all over the world. And as this dilemma stands before us, we have to make a decision of those that are hurting, those that are in pain, those that are suffering. But I've seen brothers and sisters, family members, in what we call, Mr. Gilliard, the underground market. It's happening in decriminalization, all these things that are happening across our nation. But here in the state of South Carolina, we have to look at this issue and look at it face to face. And I know we're not talking about medical, we're not talking about recreation, we're talking about marijuana, whether it's used on one side of the issue or the other side of the issue. But the bottom line goes back to choice. And my opposition is that I hope that this committee would choose to say it's up to the individual to do it, because in a grocery store, you have many groceries. And if you allow those groceries to be in there, I can go in and get what I want. But there are people that will go into that store and abuse the beer, abuse the wine, abuse all the different things there. That's that personal choice. And I'm gonna go back to the road. If you remove those barriers, many accidents will take place. And so, and I understand the medicinal, and I understand the recreational, but we're talking about marijuana. And when I go back to this book, there's a way that seemeth right unto man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. And I often say this, when I became converted, I had marijuana at the house. And I discussed in my mind, I said, well, God made this, and he said it was good. And he said it was very good. So I smoked that joint. And when I smoked that joint, I was waiting on my girlfriend. I was supposed to be giving her a call. Instead of giving her a call in the right mind, I gave her a call under the influence of that marijuana. That was my choice. I was cursing. It gave me that effect. And my mother looked at me and she said, young man, I thought you had just got saved. So I'm saying this, Committee, thank you for allowing us to come and have this debate, and thank you for your judgment on it.
Okay, thank you. A question from Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the one question, the joint that you said you had smoked, just the one question, was it under the guise and direction of a doctor, or was it recreational?
No, sir. It wasn't under the guise of a doctor. It was recreational.
That's the only question I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Gilliard.
Thank you, Pastor, for coming back. Now, you know that there's always been somewhat of a controversial issue with when Jesus made wine and alcohol, because that's alcohol substance. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to cut off the people that are signing up. So if there's someone who's not signed up and wish to sign up, we're going to ask you to do so at this time. Because after that, we will not take any more sign-ups. Okay, next person.
Dana Finn.
How you doing? October 20th, 2016, I went for a back surgery and woke up screaming. I spent 2 months in a rehab hospital where they just continued to feed me oxycodone until I stopped screaming. They accidentally fried my femoral nerve and all my peripheral nerves in my right leg. By the time I got out of rehab and went home, I was on over 100 milligrams of oxycodone a day and 3,800 milligrams of gabapentin. I had to live in my living room where I cried 24 hours a day for about 8 months. I had friends that came over, and my husband was afraid I was going to die. I didn't eat. I lost 50 pounds. I couldn't even open my mouth to chew food from all the oxycodone. So they decided that they were gonna try something. So they made me marijuana brownies. And that first one I took, I literally had hardly any pain in my leg. And then they sent me home with so many bottles of opiates. And then they gave me no direction because I guess the lady at the rehab was the one who prescribed it. So my doctor didn't want anything to do with it, the man who did the surgery. So they sent me to pain management. And the first thing you do when you walk in is they give you a P test for drugs. And he's sitting there talking about how he's the best pain management doctor and he's gonna help me and all this stuff. He says, but you have to stop smoking pot. And I said, well, I'm not going to. I said, it helps me. It helps the pain. He goes, oh, I know that, but it's not legal. So if you want to continue to come to pain management, where they're gonna shoot me up with methadone all day like I'm a damn drug addict, that was the only way. So I never went back. And I continued the brownies every 12 hours. I still had major DTs and ended up in the hospital. But if I didn't have that marijuana, I would have died. My husband saved my life by deciding to do something illegal to help me, because I was gonna waste away to nothing or cut my leg off or kill myself, because nerve pain is nothing anyone here, I'm sure, has ever had. It is horrible.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Zach Gibson.
Thank you, Chairman, and the rest of the committee for this opportunity to speak today. I was born in Greenwood County. I currently live there, operate a hemp farm, and will be running for Soil and Water Commissioner this year. While living outside the state from 2010 to 2018, I had the opportunity to experience a medical cannabis program firsthand and see the numerous benefits this plant has to offer. For almost a decade, I have studied and legally cultivated this plant. I'm here to tell you, medical cannabis is not the problem, it's the answer. The residents of South Carolina have spoken, and that collective voice has expressed an overwhelming support for safe access to medical cannabis. The Compassionate Care Act is one of the most conservative medical cannabis bills in the country, and if passed, will be a success. Let me remind everyone here today, this bill is not going to allow just access for anyone to cannabis, but to those who qualify for it according to their doctors. Law enforcement in my county have expressed their support for safe access to regulated medical cannabis because they understand that medical cannabis will assist them in their battle against the true danger to our community, opioids. According to DHEC, we lost 1,734 South Carolinian lives to opioids between 2019 and 2020. Peer-reviewed studies have shown a 20% reduction in total opioid prescriptions correlating to the presence of a medical cannabis program in the state. 37 U.S. states currently have safe access to medical cannabis. That's just under 75% of our country. How many states have passed medical cannabis bills that have failed? To my knowledge, none. It's time for South Carolina to proudly join the list of states that have chosen to put the best interest of their residents first and put an end to the baseless stigma that has misled our communities for too long. Correlation does not always imply causality. Medical cannabis is safe, it is viable, and with the help of this committee, it can improve the quality of life for countless South Carolinians and our communities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Ms. McGarry for a brief comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question. Thank you for your testimony. You're a hemp farmer.
Yes, ma'am.
How does it assist law enforcement in opioid reduction?
How does it assist them? It assists them by allowing them to spend the time where it counts, focusing on those real dangers like opioids and not wasting their time on simple possession charges for cannabis, those who are having to go to the underground market to access such medicine.
And we just realized that, I just realized that in Oregon, legalizing marijuana, and I'm saying legalizing in general, it was supposed to fix the problem of the black market, but they just found that there are an extra 6 farms that are on the black market that are causing a lot of problems. Being a hemp farmer, what are your concerns about that?
My concerns about the existence of
Can you talk into the mic?
My concerns about the existence of illegal businesses that are operating.
Yes.
There will always be those who choose to break the law. What we can do is lay out the best regulated program to ensure that it is as difficult as possible for those people to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, yeah, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, if this bill were to pass, would your hemp farm benefit directly?
It is uncertain to say. I'd say yes, because it would open up the ability for the medicine to be distributed in more ways than it currently is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Pandora Hayes. Cody Kellerman.
Good morning or afternoon if it's that time by now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Cody Kellerman. I'm a Marine veteran and also a hemp farmer in the state. Sorry if I'm a little emotional. I've never heard my mother say that she wanted to take her own life during all that. But after my service in the Marine Corps, I lived in California for 10 years, teaching JTAX, my former job in the military. Going through the VA system, which I personally never had a problem with. I chose personally never to take pills, just to the damage of my friends and family. I've seen that pills have done to them. I thought I never really had any problems, but you never know until that Pandora's box opens, per se. And I was very, very fortunate that I lived in a recreational state. Compared to a lot of my friends and fellow veterans, you know, having to go through the underground market to get something you don't know what it is, you don't understand what the potency is, you don't know what the terpenes are in it, you don't know if that can help you specifically. I went through the medical route in California, and I was amazed from never using it before in my life to the first or second time I said, how is this illegal? It's night and day I'm able to sleep. I'm not having nightmares of kids' heads missing from a missile that went into a building that happened at no fault of my own. Losing more veterans to suicide, overdoses to opioids than to in combat. And that's, you know, my mother, when all this happened, and with my experience with cannabis and seeing how beneficial it is, that's why I came back to South Carolina 2 years ago to be in the hemp industry, to help bring cannabis, this medicine, to us. I understand there's lots of concerns on both sides. You know, some people want this fully recreational legal. I don't believe that's right in South Carolina right now. Some people want to see this as a still an illegal drug and people are put in jail. I think that this medical bill with medicine distributed by a doctor and a pharmacist is the perfect middle ground. Like, it's very hard to testify up here in front of people that are on both sides of this issue. One issue, you sit here and hear a testimony, you feel sad for them. The other one, you're angry at them. And I truly believe that this medical bill for medical cannabis is a great starting point to at least give people that are in pain or whatever the issue might be to have another option. Because for me in the VA system, it's essentially pills and therapy, and that doesn't work for everybody. Just like sometimes cannabis doesn't work for some people and it might degrade their health, but that's up to that doctor and up to that physician. Thank you for the opportunity, and that ends my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Cody? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Laura Hudson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Ladies and gentlemen. I've served on State Child Fatality Advisory Committee for 19 years. I have sat through committee meetings of the State Child Fatality Committee and listened through case after case of parents, caregivers, foster parents that, while on marijuana, have neglected, abused, and killed the children in their care. True, the illegal use of cannabis has not slowed the usage down, but surely you realize that the passage of medical marijuana, the forerunner of recreational usage in every other state, will only increase the usage and lend legitimacy to a dangerous gateway drug. I quote one of our previous speakers, it normalizes bad behavior. Section 4453, 2350 ties the hands of both DSS and law enforcement by slamming the door on charges of child endangerment just because someone has a card, unless the person's behavior is such that it creates an unreasonable danger to the safety of the child. That's a high threshold of proof. Allowing self-dosing and self-medicating is no way to tell if a person is taking a medication as prescribed or abusing it because there are no prescription guidelines. As you observed in the committee, it's already difficult to bring charges of substance abuse. And incidentally, doctors can't prescribe, they can only recommend. The stats from the committee for the past few years on marijuana use in death investigations are staggering and alarming. The effects on a newborn, the medical fragility of the future of the child, the failure to thrive is documented in case after case. And that would be true whether it was legal or illegal. The medical neglect, filth, failure to properly clothe, feed, and send a child to school prepared to learn is found in case after case. The proposed card that is easily forged will be permission to get away with murder. This year's stats on marijuana use in child deaths are high. In the February meeting of the committee, 42 cases plus highway deaths were reviewed, and 16 of those deaths involved marijuana use. Frequently, the child tests positive for THC along with the caregiver. In 2017, there were 80 deaths in infants related to unsafe sleeping conditions. 18 cases, 22.5, involved a primary caregiver with a history of substance abuse, and 11 cases, 13.8%, involved a secondary caregiver found to have a history of substance abuse. Many of these caregivers have abuse histories involving multiple substances: alcohol, cocaine, marijuana, meth, opiates, and prescription drugs. The most common substance abuse was marijuana, with 16, 20% of primary caregivers. And I could go on and on and on of the things that happen to our children. I have submitted some written information for your review.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Any questions, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The main quote that I took away from your testimony was "normalizes bad behavior." Has anybody, or have you, ma'am, ever seen a commercial geared toward alcohol?
Oh, yes.
Would you agree that the overconsumption of alcohol is a bad behavior?
Oh, yeah, and we're talking in this legislation about controls. And I just quote Dr. Phil, how's that working for you, buddy? We've not been able to control alcohol at all, and we won't be able to control medical marijuana.
So when it normalizing bad behavior, and we say, you know, pretty much everywhere you go, you see alcohol. I mean, we can't even have a party now without alcohol. It's like alcohol has got to be, you know, in there. Would you also agree that alcohol, you know, when somebody's giving birth to a child, that alcohol, we overconsume alcohol, that a child could be born with, you know, some defects?
Yes, sir, and so can they be with their marijuana.
Okay, would you also agree that, you know, if you overconsume alcohol, that, you know, you can get into a car accident or anything like that?
You know, we have the highest fatality rate. We are either number 1, 2, or all the way to 10 in all the states. So more fatalities from alcohol and drugs.
Yeah, so would you also agree that, I guess, with the commercials and the parties that we have here and the state legislature and all the receptions that we have where alcohol is, you know, just a part of the whole celebration, would you agree that, I guess, the state of South Carolina as a whole is normalizing bad behavior by your?
Well, because our DUI law looks like a, you know, a sieve, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McGarry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Laura, for this. You did state that the word prescribe, you touched on that. So this bill does not authorize the doctors to actually prescribe marijuana.
That's true. They can only suggest it.
They can only
recommend it.
suggest it. They can write certificates, but they cannot prescribe the medical marijuana.
No, that would be in violation of federal law.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Hudson, for being here and sharing your perspective on this. First of all, I just want to state for the record that it seems absurd to me that we would suggest that we would want to perhaps prosecute a parent or TPR a parent over their parental rights, terminate their parental rights, merely because they're using a medicine that we don't understand or approve of, first of all, as a state. Second, I want to ask if I heard you correct, and if it's true that you really think that if someone forges a patient card First of all, that's not permission to get away with murder, to quote your claim. That's a crime. And are you telling me that DSS and law enforcement is not going to investigate and prosecute that crime if it happens?
Well, I would assume they would do it the same way they do fraudulent driver's license that our children use to get alcohol. It's not very effective, but they do it.
Great parallel. And you know what? If there's issues with those investigations and the carrying out and the enforcement of the law, then by all means, let's address that. But that's a separate issue over what should or should not be a crime today. And I just want to make sure that if an ID is forged and produced to a state agency, that we're clear that that is a crime and that I believe the state will take action against that. Are you aware as well that there are penalties in this bill for trying to use recreationally under the cover of medical treatment? Are you aware of that? Of
Yes,
doing it yourself or doing it for someone else or enabling another person to do it? There are serious penalties in this bill for that, that will, again, if it happens, and it may, they will be prosecuted.
It will.
I'm sure our state law enforcement will see to that.
It will happen, and there is no end to the deprivation of the human heart.
That is true, and we need to recognize our limits here as a state. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from Ms. Hudson? Ms. McGarry? Ms. Matt?
Thank you again. Sorry about that.
Matthews?
Did you say McGarry or Matthews?
Yes. Ms. McGarry.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. One more thing. You're a coroner, so I do have this question for you. So we're talking driving at this point.
Right.
And I want to go back to that because I mentioned that earlier to one of the pharmacists. It's an intoxicating substance, is that correct?
Yes.
How would we know a limit? How could we just...
There isn't any way that we know that limit, and that's one of the things that is very concerning about this bill, that if you have a medical card, is it going to matter to your victim whether you had a card when you ran over them? Because the statistics that I found from our public safety people, this through 2019, in 2015, we had 20.64% of our fatalities on our road. There was marijuana. In 2016, it was 21.5. In 2017, it was 19.31. In 2018, it was 22.20%. 2019, we came down some at 14.4%. We already have that, and it's an illegal substance. So we know that we're going to, with the normalization, that we'll have far more folks that are driving under the influence of marijuana.
Medical marijuana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, the chair recognizes Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a question, but half of it kind of got answered. So you're a coroner by profession?
No, I'm not a coroner, and she's mistaken. I represent coroners, but I'm not a coroner. I'm a nonprofit lady for crime victims and children.
Okay, so I guess the reason why I asked that is because I was curious about your information as it pertains to pregnant women and the abuse calls that come in. So I guess my question was, for the abuse calls that come in, is that the primary reason of the call? Is it because of marijuana, or is that simply a byproduct of the call?
I have provided some statistics in my written material of the use of marijuana by pregnant women and the fact that their children are born addicted, to marijuana and to other opiates. So it's,
Well, according to the CDC, marijuana or smoke of any kind reflects low birth weight, but the use of alcohol and opioids are actually triple the risk for a stillbirth. I'll digress. I have 5 children, and I'm very versed in that one. But I guess my question that you did not answer still is that when you're talking about these neglect or abuse calls, is the call coming in due to marijuana specifically, or is that something that's found out later on?
I would not, I don't have percentages in front of me, but it's heavy that calls, I'm dealing with dead children in the child fatality, not just in abuse and neglect. So I couldn't really answer that. The statistics that I gave you were from the children that have died under the care.
I wasn't asking for a statistic or a specific number. I was asking the reason for the initial abuse call that would go out, because you did say that the risk of abuse goes up for children of people who smoke marijuana, me being one. So I just thought that was interesting that I've never in my lifetime seen a call go in for just that, and I would suspect that it's pretty rare that that would be the action that would cause the initial call. So I just wanted to know if that was what you were saying. Obviously, you were
That would
saying
best
that
be,
it's not.
that would best be asked by DSS who receives those calls.
Okay, so you are not an expert in that area.
No.
So you are simply quoting stats that you got off a line?
No, I'm quoting stats that I have witnessed in the Child Fatality Committee myself. And our new report here in 21 is out, if you'd like to see those, where it also gives information on the marijuana use in our suicides of our young teens and the use of medical marijuana and marijuana in the deaths of children.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Ms. Hudson? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank
this committee will recede for lunch for 1 hour to reconvene promptly at 2 o'clock. Committee meeting is now called to order. And we will continue on with testimonies. We're switching to virtual now. Okay, we're switching to virtual. Okay, Mr. Mary Dennis Carlton will set us up as we move into virtual. Ms. Sherry, are we ready? Thank you.
All right, next speaker is Tanya Shellnut. Ms. Shellnut, please be aware there is a maximum of 3 minutes allotted for each speaker. Ms. Shellnut, unmute, please. Is your mic on, Ms. Shellnut? All right, well, while you're working on that issue, let's go to Curry Myers. Mr. Myers, please unmute. And you have 3 minutes. Mr. Myers, do you hear me? Please unmute. Mr. Myers, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Myers, please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Curry Myers. I'm the retired sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Curry Myers. I'm the retired sheriff of Johnson County, Kansas, which is located in the Kansas City metropolitan.
Mr. Myers, if you're getting feedback, please mute your online streaming. We can hear you and we do not hear any feedback.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, my name's Curry Myers. I'm retired sheriff of Johnson County, Kansas, which is located in the Kansas City metropolitan area. Thank you so much for the ability to speak today in support of this important legislation. Prior to being a sheriff of Johnson County, which is one of the largest sheriff's offices in the Midwest, I was a Kansas State Trooper located in the Kansas City metropolitan area, and then was a special agent with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, which would be similar to SLED in your areas. I'm currently a criminal justice public policy consultant for Americans for Prosperity, as well as a criminology professor. South Carolina is really in a unique position that so many states have passed various cannabis legislation already. It's something that the principles of federalism can help you and guide you in the right decisions that could be made. But as a former law enforcement officer, I'd like to consider some critical issues that has come up in the as a result of some of the questions. The first one is it's important that for everybody to understand this is a medical marijuana bill. Sometimes there's a tendency to conflate medical marijuana with recreational marijuana or outright decriminalization during the discussion, and naturally we're focused on medical cannabis in this particular area. Looking at the impact of medical marijuana legislation on crime rates, we've been very fortunate because in the last few years, we've been able to see a lot of new and varied data that has come up because more and more states have actually passed some form of legalization. A current one that was done in June 2020 actually found that medical marijuana legislation has not overall consistently or positively or negatively affected law enforcement and crime. In fact, in this Washington study, some qualitative data suggests that there has been increased concern for safety issues, and as a result, some people are being more safe as a result of the medical cannabis industry. Interesting enough, in terms of positive impact, legislation in Washington actually apparently coincided with an increase in crime clearance rates in several areas for law enforcement, which may result in a net positive for redistribution of police human resource allocation to more important criminal activities. The effect on marijuana and crime also has been recently studied. In fact, in an important journal of criminal justice studies found that legalization of medical marijuana either had no effect on crime rate or even reduced rates of certain crimes. This has been substantiated in a 2014, 16, 17, and 19 study. Mitigation of the underground market, which I think is really important for people to understand. And the first is law enforcement should continue to work on cases that are associated with the underground market. We want them to focus on the underground market. The best way to reduce the underground
Sheriff,
market
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt
is
you.
not drive the consumer to it.
Hello?
Understand the cost of the product, the diversity of the product.
Hello? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. The time is up. If anyone have any questions, brief questions or comments, Ms. McGarry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Meyer, have you spoken with the South Carolina Sheriff's Association about this, realizing that they have the compassion for those seeking relief, but they also believe that this needs to go through the FDA process and the regulatory process and get legitimate research before this goes through?
Please unmute. Please unmute so that we can hear you.
I have, in fact, spoken to the executive director of the Sheriff's Association, so yes, and understand what they're saying, but waiting for the FDA to approve it is going to be a significant time delay, and there's already significant enough research out there to show the efficacy of the drug. Because of the principles of federalization that I spoke of before, there's many states that have already gone through this. There's been increasing data to support the efficacy of this drug. And further, there's additional data to show the impact on crime in the various states. I would recommend that certain states be followed unlike others. We don't want to necessarily follow a California or Washington or Oregon market. Conversely, as a market like Missouri, for instance, has done a very good job in compliance of medical cannabis legislation.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're
any
welcome.
other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. No. Thank you, Sheriff.
My pleasure.
Tanya Shelnut. All right, Dr. Stephanie, I will mispronounce your name, Cernasek?
That's correct.
Please go ahead. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dr. Stephanie Cernasek. I have a PhD in supramolecular chemistry and ran licensed medical cannabis and medical hemp manufacturing facilities in the state of Missouri for the past 6 years. I'm the chief science officer of a company with dispensaries in Maryland and Colorado, and I run their medical cannabis manufacturing facility here in Missouri. Additionally, I'm faculty at St. Louis University and teach college-level course on cannabis extraction and product production. I also serve on the ASTM International D37 Committee for Cannabis and Hemp Standards. I'm an expert at extracting cannabinoids and formulating medical cannabis products, as well as testing medical cannabis via analytical methods. And I've personally formulated and brought to market over 20 different medical products. When I started 6 years ago, we were operating under an extremely narrow bill that allowed for the use of medical hemp for patients with intractable epilepsy. Patients needed a medical card recommended to them by a board-certified neurologist, and products with over 0.3% THC were not legal. During this time, I helped patients from 6 months old to 96 years old, and I've seen patients go from thousands of seizures a day to less than 5. I've also seen patients that need THC and they could not get it, and they needed it to keep their seizures under control. It's not a cure, but it provides better quality of life for those people. And although THC products were not legal at that time, I did have patients bring me THC containing products that they had bought illegally on the black market so that I could test it and tell them if it was safe or not to consume. And it's heartbreaking when you have to tell them it's not safe to consume. Again, this bill was extremely narrow and it didn't help people at the time who needed it. And since then, Missouri has passed a constitutional amendment providing medical access to over 176,000 patients. One of the most important aspects of the bill in front of you is that the testing portion of this bill will be really, really useful. Cannabis on the black market can contain heavy metals, dangerous mold and funguses such as aspergillus. These kinds of things can lead to serious illness and death. This type of regulation will help prevent that. These kinds of bills can help keep safe products out there for patients. It can help make sure that products are dosed accurately and consistently, and that patients have access to products with consistent dosages. I do have just one little minor concern, and that's in the variance. There's a 5% variance for potency that's allowed. I would ask that you increase that just a little bit. It makes it significantly easier for manufacturers to produce products that have lower THC contents. When that is increased, microdose products are much easier to produce. And even pharmaceutical companies, when they produce products, have a 20% variance. So please ask any questions that you'd like.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes any members of the committee who have questions. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kathy Stevens. Ms. Stevens, please be aware you have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. I'm Kathy Stevens, residing in Greenville, and I appreciate all of you for taking up this important bill. I am here today to represent the parent voice in support of passage. Our daughter, Hallie, age 12, suffers from a very rare genetic disorder that renders her unable to speak or walk, and she has very bad seizures. We also have 2 typical children, Anders, age 13, and Evan, age 7. I've been engaged in this advocacy effort for the past 7 years, not because I believe medical cannabis is the only treatment for Hallie. She is on 3 traditional seizure meds, but because there's very good evidence to suggest that cannabis would also aid in the prevention of these frightening and painful medical events. And it is genuinely heart-wrenching not to be able to give her that opportunity. I take you to a normal day in our house. For example, just 2 Sundays ago, a type of day that happens maybe 1 or 2 times per month. After church, my oldest son had an AAU basketball game. My youngest was out riding his bike. Hallie, out of the blue, started screaming. This is her in the middle of her 2 brothers. I tell you, the most precious, loving, angelic person in the world. She was hurting. Some seizures are small and pass, but this did not. She started turning blue. She was not breathing. My hands were shaking, my heart racing. I grabbed the oxygen concentrator, yelled panicked for my husband, got the oxygen on, and then raced into the kitchen for the rescue medicine, a medicine like Valium that can stop the seizure but reduce breathing and pulse, so we have to monitor her for hours to ensure that she does continue to breathe the rest of the day. And then we're debating, is she breathing? Is her chest rising? Does she have a pulse? Do I need to call 911? As we have done more times than we can count. I sound like I'm making this about us, and I don't mean to. If you pause for a moment to imagine how much you love your own children and grandchildren and how you would do anything for them, that's how we feel about Hallie. We would do anything to help her not suffer. People say, why don't you just go buy marijuana illegally? Tons of people have it. And we say no. What we need is a consistent lab-tested product that is the same from day to day. We can't just give her anything that could be laced with something or stronger or weaker. And trust me, what is happening here is people who want to smoke marijuana are getting it whenever they want, while the weak, the fragile, the law-abiding, the medically necessary are not accessing it. Those who would benefit the most, the fighting angels amongst us, are not getting it. On the converse side side, we don't want our two sons to have rampant access to marijuana. We fear the substance abuse so prevalent everywhere. We stand right in the middle, needing cannabis for Hallie and not for our sons. So take a good hard look at this piece of legislation honed over 7 years with great amendments. It's an exceptional and conservative bill. We found a perfect balance here in South Carolina, and this is the year to pass it. It is absolutely not going to lead to that widespread use of cannabis. I deeply believe that you have no need to fear retribution during your primaries this summer because this is a popular issue. Everyone who hears about Hallie or many medically challenged others want them to have access to medical cannabis. We want to help those who are suffering to suffer less. And that is a truth that all our citizens can support. And so I ask you, please read the bill closely, think about Hallie, appeal to your better angels, and then pass this out of committee and onto the House floor. It is absolutely true that by passing this, you will be helping some of your most fragile and beautiful constituents have better days. And in many cases, you will be helping them to stay alive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Sherry, is Tanya showing that? Go back. Laura Lewis. Ms. Lewis. Shane Bush.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of this committee. I want to talk about something that's not talked about much with this bill, and that's end-of-life treatment. My grandmother walked into a regular scheduled doctor's visit where a cancer tumor the size of a pencil eraser was found. And 8 months later, I was sitting on her deathbed, holding her hand and crying. My grandmother, at that time, I knew in multiple other states that medical cannabis is used as an end-of-life treatment that can alleviate some of these symptoms and keep a loved one more cognitive than the pharmaceuticals provided by hospice. My grandmother's morals and values wouldn't allow her to try an illegal substance, despite the new and emerging facts. My grandmother tragically passed away from the treatment and not the disease, and this was devastating to my family. 1 year later, my grandfather, retired Master Chief of the U.S. Navy, rapidly started to lose his memory, his ability to walk, and started hallucinating. And in 3 short weeks, one of the strongest men I have ever known now needed around-the-clock care that my mother and I shouldered. The next year proved to be challenging, to say the least, with multiple trips a week to the VA and almost every test known to man. My grandfather's conditions could not be pinpointed. I recall sitting with him in the same room my grandmother died in. He looked me in my eyes and said that he had accepted death, was no longer going to take his VA meds, and asked me to please get him some cannabis. I was then faced with a decision to either do what I honestly felt was right or stay in accordance with the law. Within 1 month's time of my grandfather refusing his VA meds and only using medical cannabis, he completely regained his life and independence. I'm not up here saying that medical cannabis will miraculously bring everyone back like it did my grandfather. But despite our differences, every one of us in here is going to lose another loved one. Medical cannabis used as an end-of-life treatment can alleviate these symptoms and ease this final transition. men and women that are fighting for this bill are fighting for their families, and that's honorable.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you so much. Representative Johnson.
I just have one comment, and forgive me because I did not catch your name.
My name's Shane Bush.
Shane Bush. I want you to know that I salute you for being here today. My grandmother, I lost her to cancer in 2011. And at the time, she was bedridden. I was the one giving care. And because she had TRICARE, because of my grandfather retiring from the military, she was prescribed a chemo pill after several failed treatments, and her body was not doing well because of the side effects, not the cancer. And at this point, the last treatment they gave her was a $10,000 chemo pill, which made no sense to me because at that time she was treated intravenously, being fed. And so that's why I share the frustration in the different medications we allow, the different reimbursements everyone makes from it. But you touch me because this is the story that I think everyone, especially those like me who have not made a decision, that's what we need to hear. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I believe Tanya Shelnut is back in the waiting room for virtual testimony. Ms. Shelnut, you have up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead. Well, we're having trouble hearing you again.
Unplug your earbuds.
Try now. Ms. Shelnut, I'm sorry, we're just not able to hear you. All right, we'll move to, is Paul Larkin available?
My name is Paul Larkin. I'm a South Carolina resident, but also a senior legal research fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I mention that just for identification purposes. I testify on my own behalf, not on behalf of the Heritage Foundation. I want to make 2 points. First, the Compassionate Care Act doesn't provide care, certainly not medical care. As has been mentioned by Representative McGarry, for 80 years, the nation has committed to giving the Food and Drug Administration the authority and responsibility to decide what is a drug and what drugs are safe and effective and therefore may be marketed in interstate commerce. The Food and Drug Administration has never approved either the agricultural or a processed form of cannabis as a legitimate medical treatment, nor has the Surgeon General, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the Department of HEW, and now HHS. No federal agency has ever concluded it's a legitimate medical treatment. For the claim that it is a legitimate therapeutic alternative to opioids, know this: in states that have medical cannabis, the number of people who use opioids has not gone down. The contrary is true. In states that authorize medical cannabis, you would expect them to see a reduction in the number of people who overdose and die from opioids. That's not true. That's in an article that I wrote with a Professor Bertha Madras from the Harvard Medical School. It is in a collection of articles and a written statement that I have that I urge you to admit into the record. I was told that I could ask, and I would ask you to admit them into the record, and I was told to send them by email. With your permission, I would like to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second point, the Compassionate Care Act is not compassionate. Why? If passed in its current form, the Compassionate Care Act is going to lead to the maiming and killing of innocent parties on the nation's roadways when people who use medical cannabis get behind the wheel of a car when they shouldn't and wind up causing a crash that cripples or kills people. It was asked before, can cannabis kill? You're damn right it can kill. It can kill if you use it and drive while you're under its influence. It's not going to cause you to stop breathing like opioids do because there are no mu receptors in the brainstem that controls autonomic breathing. But it is going to impair your ability to handle a motor vehicle safely. And you are going to kill the passengers in your car, the drivers and passengers in other cars, bicyclists, everyone riding a motorcycle, or just pedestrians. That's a serious problem. Look at the results that have happened in states that have legalized this. If you look to my written statement, I have options to address it. With that, thank you, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I didn't get your name. Could you state your name?
Larkin.
Mr.
Paul
Larkin.
J. Larkin.
Thank you,
I'm the Rumpel Senior Legal Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin. So you're here with the Heritage Foundation. Does the Heritage Foundation have an official position on this issue?
No, I'm not speaking on behalf of Heritage. As I said, I'm speaking on behalf of me.
So you're here to speak as Mr. Larkin, not as Mr. Larkin from the Heritage Foundation. Is that correct?
As I said, I mentioned my title only for identification purposes. I am not on the board. I cannot bind the Heritage Foundation, and I do not speak for the Heritage Foundation. I did it so if you wanted to look up something about me, make it easy.
Understood. Mr. Larkin, if the Heritage Foundation doesn't have an official position on this, and if you're not here to speak on behalf of the organization, why is mentioning that fact relevant in this hearing?
As I said, it will allow you to look into my background and look to see what I have published. I have published a half dozen or more articles on this subject.
Are you a journalist?
Look there and on the SSRN, and you'll find what I've written. And in fact, I'm going to submit them.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'm interested to see what you've written, and I'm glad to know that that's out there, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. Are you a journalist?
No.
You're not a journalist. Okay, are you any kind of a medical professional?
I was an EMT. That's a medical professional, but I'm not a physician, although I am familiar with the way the law and medicine intersect, because when I was at the Justice Department, I argued several cases in front of the Supreme Court of the United States on behalf of the FDA. So I'm familiar with the intersection of those two areas.
And are you a South Carolina resident, Mr. Larkin?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. I wanted to establish why you were here and what status you have to speak on this issue, and always happy to hear from a South Carolina resident. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Ms. Broadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Larkin, for coming and for your commentary today. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned that you've done extensive research, is that right, on this topic? Have you?
Yes, on the topic of drug-impaired driving. And it's not just cannabis. There are other drugs out there that can do the same. I mean, alcohol is effectively a drug too.
Thank you,
and it is the biggest problem in this regard. But there's a way to deal with both.
Okay, I want to stop you because I want to stay on target.
Gotcha.
Now, you mentioned that you were concerned about the outcome of basically legalizing compassionate care use of marijuana because you thought that it was not compassionate. Is that right?
It's not compassionate to put at risk innocent people on the highway because they did nothing wrong that justifies them being killed by a driver who is impaired due to medical cannabis.
Okay, and then you mentioned also that the FDA had not approved marijuana for use in any purpose. Is that correct?
Affirmative.
But did you know that the FDA has approved the opioids that we have available to people today in society?
That's right. And there are constituents in cannabis that have been approved, and there should be research into that. In fact, the United States Senate, within the last 2 weeks, passed a bill to make it easier to conduct the research. Cannabis as a
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you again.
Go right
because the last question I have is related to opioids because you mentioned opioids having a detrimental effect and causing many deaths. Is that correct?
In different ways, opioids can lead to death.
Thank you. And then finally, because of your concern with opioids, have you ever thought that the FDA may have been incorrect in approving opioids?
No.
Thank you.
There are different schedules. Schedule 1 has some opioids like heroin that the FDA cannot approve. It is prohibited by Congress. But Schedule 2 has permissible opioids because they have legitimate therapeutic uses, such as in the end-of-life care.
Thank you,
that we
Mr.
heard.
Larkin. Thank you.
Was Mr. Tedder? And then Mr. Hart? No question. Mr. Hart?
Thank you, Ms. Can you tell us what was the medical reasoning behind labeling marijuana as a Schedule I drug by the FDA?
Congress made it a Schedule I drug in the law that they passed in the 1970s. It was designed to try to make United States law consistent with the law in a lot of foreign countries, because we had entered into a treaty to deal with controlled substances, and some other foreign countries treat cannabis far more severely than they would heroin. So Congress put it into into Schedule I. The FDA did not.
What was the medical reasoning behind that?
I'm not sure there was any medical reason. It's a political forum, and oftentimes you wind up seeing political judgments made for non-medical reasons. It may have been just as simple as we had to make sure our law was consistent with the law in other nations because we had entered into a treaty to try to address lots of different drug problems in the world.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that about other nations. And there is no medical reasoning for marijuana being listed or labeled as a Schedule I drug. There's no medical history behind it. From as far as your reasoning that Congress did it for other countries, did you know that medical marijuana, or just cannabis, has been used for medical purposes since 2800 BC?
The term medical marijuana fits somewhere between an oxymoron and a hobgoblin.
Here's what I want you to answer the question. I know you have a skit that you're going
No,
off of.
it's not a skit. I'm trying to answer your question.
Well, let me ask you this. Cannabis.
Right.
Did you know cannabis was used since 2800 BC in other countries, in particular India and China?
Yes, because we have created homemade nostrums to deal with disease since there have been plants and people. But in 1938, as a nation, we made a very different decision. Beginning in 1938, we gave the Food and Drug Administration the responsibility to decide what is a drug and is it safe. And in the 1960s, we also gave them the responsibility to decide if it's effective. This is an issue that should be left to the Food and Drug Administration. The states and Congress should not be making judgments about what is a drug and what drugs are safe and effective. But the FDA, the fact that it's now different from the way it was thousands or hundreds of years ago is due to the fact we know more about the science than
So what was the reasoning in the 30s for listing marijuana or cannabis as a drug back in the 30s that you just mentioned?
It wasn't listed in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act as a drug. In 1937, Congress passed the Marijuana Tax Act and
what was the reasoning behind that?
They thought it was dangerous for people to use marijuana. That was in the bill. The following year, when they passed the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act.
What was the reasoning for them thinking that it was dangerous for people to use?
Because there were stories, true or not, that people were using it and committing crimes, or that it was, damaging.
And who were those people about those stories?
Whoever used it.
Who were those people, though?
No,
because you seem to have a lot of history, but you're not answering the question.
It was being brought into the U.S. principally from Mexico. And it was being used by people in the Mexican community and in the black community. Now, if you're asking me, was it racially motivated?
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you who the people were.
It's certainly implied in what you said. I
didn't put any implication on it. I asked you a simple question.
Right, and I don't know if it was motivated out of dislike for the people that used it, or if it was just one or two people that thought they should do this and everybody else chimed on. That's the way legislation is made. Congress made a mistake in 38 when they didn't take it out of the Marijuana Tax Act and give it to the FDA. The same mistake is being made today when states try to decide what are drugs and what drugs are safe and effective. That's my point, my first point. I also think it's not compassionate to authorize a drug that can wind up killing innocent people unless there is some surpassing justification for it. The ingredients in cannabis may be extremely valuable. We know that the FDA has approved some of them.
So let me ask you, Mr. Larkin, are you aware of the conditions that would allow a person to use medical marijuana in this bill?
Yes.
Okay. What are some of them?
Severe pain, MS, other seizures, and the like. Severe injuries, severe illnesses.
And is your assertion that those people will get behind the wheel and kill other folks after using it?
Some will. There's no doubt about that. Because we've seen it happen elsewhere. There's no reason to believe the same problem that has occurred in other states won't occur here.
So in South Carolina, we have one of the most restrictive proposed bills that we're trying to pass here. It lists a terminal illness with a life expectancy of less than 1 year.
Right.
And that person's going to get behind the wheel and kill people.
Oh, there are people at that front end of that year that aren't yet sufficiently debilitated that they're bedridden. And if they're not bedridden, one of the things they might do is get in a car and drive, in part because they want to see their physician, or in part because they want to go to chemotherapy treatment. So that there are people who have a diagnosed terminal illness, but are not yet sufficiently disabled that they can't get out of their home or even their bed.
That's all.
Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Jones, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Larkin. Thank you for being here today and testifying. Do you believe that this bill allows people to drive under the influence of marijuana?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make it legal for them to drive under the influence of marijuana. In fact, there are multiple provisions in the bill that recognize drug-impaired driving is a problem. But what it does is, not as a legal matter, but as a factual matter, likely to increase the number of people who, in fact, drive under the influence of drugs.
Yeah, I mean, because, 56-5-2930, deals with driving under the influence in South Carolina. And of course, somebody wouldn't be able to drive under the influence of marijuana in South Carolina. This bill would not allow that. And from what I'm seeing in the bill, it actually there was a discussion about guardrails earlier, because it's got, felonies, $5,000 penalties. I mean, there's some serious penalties in here for somebody trying to sell products, using their registered card, that kind of thing, or driving under the influence, anything like that. So I just want to make that point.
No question. There are serious penalties for all sorts of types of conduct that we don't want people to engage in, and yet they do it anyway. The mere fact that you've made something a crime and made it punishable by a long term of imprisonment doesn't guarantee that people aren't going to engage in that conduct. We know the contrary is absolutely true. But what you're doing if you pass this, without the recommendations, certainly, that I've laid out in my written statement, is make it easier as a factual matter for that to happen and make it more difficult to address the problem after the fact.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, sir, for your time. Ms. McGarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Larkin, for coming here today. I have a question for you. Are you familiar with Article 4 of Section 4453-610 called the Controlled Substances Therapeutic Research?
No. But if you tell me about it, I'll be glad to try to help you along.
It might come to mind. It's the South Carolina Controlled Substances Therapeutic Research Act of 1980. Okay? as used in this article, unless the context clearly indicates otherwise. What this basically says is we already have all of this, what we're talking about today. We have medical marijuana.
Well, if what you're saying is the statute that's on the books renders the statute that, or excuse me, the bill that's being proposed superfluous, I haven't read through, I can't remember if I have read through what the one on the book says, so I can't really answer that. It could be superfluous, it could not be, but I'm not in a position to answer that.
It's kind of, so let's see.
Besides, if it's research that the bill is aimed at,
It is kind of.
rather than use,
Well,
it sounds like the focus is on what universities can do rather than what South Carolina residents can do.
physicians.
Or physicians,
Mm-hmm.
but, I mean, unless it says South Carolina physicians can prescribe it
Well,
for
it doesn't-
individuals,
Doesn't use the
doesn't
term.
sound like it's a complete overlap.
Not completely, but the director shall cause such analyzed marijuana to be transferred to various locations throughout the state that provide adequate security as set forth in federal and state regulations for the purpose of distributing such marijuana to the certified patient in such manner as is consistent with federal law. The patient shall not be required to pay for such marijuana, but the director may charge for ancillary medical services provided by the department to compensate the department for the cost, if any, of securing such marijuana and providing it to the patient. So, it's pretty much what we're doing here. So we may want to take a look at it.
And it certainly recognizes that research is necessary in this area, and I agree.
For the patient's discomfort, nausea, and other painful side effects of their disease or chemotherapy treatments. Kind of odd. This whole big bill to these 4 pages. So it's just something we may want to look at. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman, any other questions?
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Stetson Owen. Mr. Owen. Karen O'Keefe.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen O'Keefe, and I'm an attorney and the Director of State Policies at the Marijuana Policy Project. We're a nationwide nonprofit that has had the honor of working with medical cannabis patients and people who could benefit from medical cannabis in states throughout the country. I've been with MPP since 2003. 37 states now have compassionate medical cannabis laws on the books. These include some of the most conservative states in the country, states like Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Utah. The first medical cannabis laws passed more than 25 years ago. They've had a lot of time to develop data and see how they're working. And the data is very reassuring. Numerous studies have found that medical cannabis laws are not associated with increases in teen marijuana use. There was a study recently where researchers from Johns Hopkins and Harvard looked at 24 years of data from 46 states. And they found that not only were these laws not associated with increases in recent teen use of cannabis, they also weren't associated with increases in heavy use of cannabis. Studies have also found, contrary to concerns, that driving fatalities have decreased since medical cannabis laws passed. One of these was from Columbia University researchers, and it found that traffic deaths had dropped 11% on average in states that legalized medical cannabis. In addition, for many patients, medical cannabis, as you've heard, has been an exit drug from opiates. Studies in Minnesota and Michigan's medical cannabis programs found that more than 60% of patients who were enrolled in medical cannabis programs were able to reduce or eliminate their use of opiates. In addition, in states that are considering medical cannabis, it's pretty common for law enforcement organizations, not necessarily individual law enforcement, to be opposed. In many of those states, once those laws passed and law enforcement had a chance to see how they were working, those same individuals and those same organizations acknowledged they were not causing problems. This includes the Minnesota Police and Peace Officers Association and the Illinois Chiefs of Police Association. In addition, rank and file police support medical cannabis. According to a Pew survey of 8,000 police officers, 69% supported allowing medical cannabis. The New England Journal of Medicine interviewed doctors and gave them a scenario. 76% of them said they would recommend medical cannabis under that scenario. Every day, thousands of South Carolinians use cannabis to alleviate their merciless pain, PTSD, cancer-related wasting, and other ailments. It is outrageous that veterans and others battling serious conditions have to live in fear that they will lose their homes, their children, their freedom for treating their suffering with a natural medication that is so much safer than many prescription medications. This bill has been debated and revised for over 7 years. It's past time to give suffering patients medical freedom and to treat them with the dignity they deserve. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. O'Keefe, for being here today and testifying. A lot of good information you were telling us about there. Can you direct us where you're getting that information, or
Sure.
give us the? Yeah.
If you don't mind, would I be able to send an email that has all the citations for you?
Absolutely.
I'll do that so you can look at the actual
Okay.
studies.
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. One thing that struck my curiosity was you mentioned law enforcement is always typically opposed to this type of legislation, and then you mentioned that once enacted, they sort of roll back those concerns. Can you sort of elaborate on why, based on your research and experience, why then does their, I guess, position change?
I think it's just because they've seen what happens. When the laws pass, a lot of the concerns that we've heard outlined here from opponents, concerns that teen marijuana use might increase, concerns that there would be driving under the influence, concerns that the programs are just a cover for recreational marijuana, those don't pan out. Instead, what they see is seriously ill patients going to a limited number of well-regulated dispensaries and acquiring a medicine that relieves their pain. And so all of the concerns that they had don't materialize. And, you know, everybody has loved ones who have suffering. So the former head of the South Carolina Sheriff's Association's son used medical cannabis for PTSD, and he said it saved his life in Michigan. His wife has Parkinson's. So a lot of people probably also have family members that they see benefiting from it, in addition to just seeing that all these concerns don't materialize in those states with well-regulated programs like this one.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Okay, is Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. O'Keefe, for being here. Can you talk to us for a minute about the FDA approval process? What is stopping the FDA from just issuing a blanket approval of medical marijuana?
So it cost $1 billion to get approval for one component part of cannabis, for Epidiolex, just for a specific preparation of CBD. So it's an extremely slow, extremely expensive process that's not necessarily designed for something like a natural plant. And the deck has essentially been stacked against FDA approval for whole plant cannabis. Congress, in a political decision, decided to classify cannabis as a Schedule I substance provisionally until there was a recommendation which recommended the opposite, and it was buried. So that classification and a number of other complex things have made it very, very difficult to do research. There's a researcher named Sue Sisley who spent 7 years to get approval for a PTSD study on 8 veterans that is phase 1. There's only one source of cannabis, which is grown at Ole Miss, that can be used for federally approved research, and it's illegal to turn that into a prescription drug. So basically, to do research to turn something into a prescription drug, you have to use the same cannabis you're researching that you turn into a drug, and it's illegal to turn it into a drug. So it's basically a catch-22 that the federal government set up decades ago.
So that makes sense. So until Congress acts to reclassify from a Schedule I to a Schedule II, or at least remove it from the Schedule I class, that effectively creates an insurmountable legal barrier to FDA approval. Are there any other barriers, given the nature of what we're talking about?
Yeah, the federal monopoly on the cannabis used for research is one of them. They finally approved provisionally 5 other growers, but they haven't gone through all the steps. So eventually there might be a private source of cannabis for research, but so far there's not. And there have been institutional hurdles that have just been very difficult. So for example, when Dr. Sisley normally it takes 1 year or so to get approval for research. In this case, it was 7. So just the cost, the time, the difficulty involved is far greater than for far more dangerous drugs and basically for anything else. And then the cost, it's a naturally occurring plant. So who's going to put in all that much money to researching each individual strain in preparation, which some people will respond better to one strain than another. Each one would have to go through this
You're talking about specifically safety studies, not necessarily research, but like for FDA approval.
Yes, each individual preparation would need to go through this very expensive FDA process, probably. It depends how it's approved federally. It could be that it's just, allowed as an over-the-counter. It depends, but there are a lot of hurdles, including cost and basically the federal catch-22.
So we would love to see Congress act on this. Am I correct in saying that Congress, to some extent, has acted in terms of stopping ATF enforcement against medical use of cannabis in states with medical cannabis laws? I believe there was an appropriations bill proviso on that passed several years ago and named a list of states which included the state of South Carolina. Am I correct in saying that?
I don't remember if South Carolina is specifically listed, but it's approved every year and every new medical cannabis state is added to it. And it's been approved since late 2015. So basically every single year, Congress forbids the Department of Justice from spending any appropriated funds to interfere with state medical cannabis programs.
Would I be wrong in characterizing that as tantamount permission from the federal government to proceed?
I think it is tantamount permission indeed.
One final question for you. One of the more common objections that I hear from my colleagues that are hesitant about moving forward with this bill is that that they think that more research needs to be done on the medical benefits and the efficacy and the dosage and the safety and you name it, more research. Is that a legitimate concern? Is there sufficient research available? Number two, what is stopping further research from happening?
So as was mentioned back in 1986, the DEA chief administrative law judge found that it was arbitrary and capricious to continue classifying marijuana as a Schedule I substance, because even then there was enough research. Since then, a lot more research.
What year did you say that was?
1986.
Okay, I was born in 85, so I was 1.
Yeah, so it's been a while. The National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine reviewed 10,000 abstracts on marijuana. I doubt there are many prescription drugs that have had that many studies. Back in 2017, that was only since 1999. So there has been a lot of research. Most of the funded research has been about cannabis's safety. So there's been a lot of research trying to prove how dangerous it is, and still there's no proof that it even causes any overdose deaths compared to opioids that caused 14,000 in 2019 alone. In terms of medical value, in that study, meta-analysis, the National Academy of Sciences found that there was substantial or conclusive evidence that cannabis relieved chronic pain. So while there are not the type of large-scale studies required for FDA approval, it has been exhaustively studied. And of course, we're not the only country in the world, so there's also research in Canada and Israel where it's federally legal for medical use.
So thank you for that, because there have been a lot of claims made, and sometimes, I don't know, it's just refreshing to hear facts and citations, so thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Mr. Hart.
Thank you. I believe, I think the House of Representatives just passed legalization of marijuana last week. I think if it can get to the Senate, I don't know if they have 60 votes to pass it, but I believe they did it last week. And you mentioned, I think California was the first state back in 1996 to pass medical marijuana. And one of the things it's almost along the lines of Representative Johnson, Jermaine Johnson that is to make sure that we don't confuse recreational marijuana and medicinal marijuana, what we're discussing today. And I think we have one of the most constrictive or restrictive bills for medicinal marijuana that we're trying to pass here out of this body. And one of the things I was concerned about is comparing what we're doing here today in crime, because I just don't see the comparison, because have you read the conditions that you have to qualify to get it. I don't see, or I can't foresee someone with MS, multiple sclerosis, Crohn's disease, sickle cell anemia, UC, autism, someone a terminal illness with a life expectancy of less than 1 year engaging in a life of crime after consuming this to benefit them for their life debilitating condition. So I mentioned that along the lines of what you were mentioning from the other states that have had it for the past 26 years, they have not seen an increase in the crime. From our bill, just speaking just from our bill, I don't see this huge increase in gateway to other drugs based off of these conditions because it's not recreational. So I want to make sure that we're clear that we don't continue to confuse recreational marijuana with what we're trying to pass here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Dabney.
Yes. Does your organization support recreational use of marijuana?
Don't think people should be thrown in jail for marijuana, but in South Carolina, we're only working on medical cannabis.
But in the other parts of the country, you push or support recreational use of marijuana. Your organization?
My organization doesn't think people should go to jail for marijuana, so that's correct, although our only focus here is medical.
Okay, right, thanks.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Thank you for your testimony.
Tony Beam, B-E-A-M.
I think you said B-E-A-M, right? Sorry, they make me have an extremely long password. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time this afternoon to hear me, and I appreciate your patience for a long day. My name is Tony Beam. I work at North Greenville University. I also serve as the Director of Public Policy for the South Carolina Baptist Convention, and I serve as interim pastor at Impact Church in Spartanburg. I just wanted to say a couple of things, so I'll try to be brief. In February of 2022, the Christian Life and Public Affairs Committee of the South Carolina Convention issued a statement asking the legislators in South Carolina to vote against passing the Compassionate Care Act. And I want to be quick to say in this that the stories that I've heard today, many of them have been incredibly moving. No one that I know of that serves the Lord with any kind of zeal or gladness wants to see anybody suffer or try to deny somebody medication that could be considered medication for that suffering. So I don't want to come up here and sound like that I'm just simply opposed to something because I'm a believer in Jesus Christ and I happen to be a South Carolina Baptist. That's not the purpose. I do believe that there are questions about the use of medical marijuana that deserve more study. And I think those questions should be answered before we actually step into it. And I'm gonna cite two recent studies. And I'm not a doctor, I'm not a pharmacist, I'm not a medical professional. I just have to go do research and try to train myself and to learn as much as I can about an issue. And so I have read tons of articles and research papers about marijuana and medical marijuana, and you could take them and do them like this, it seems to me, because there's about as many on one side as there is on the other. But two that caught my attention. March 18, 2022, Massachusetts General Hospital study published in the Harvard Gazette issued the following conclusion on medical marijuana. There have been many claims about the benefits of medical marijuana for treating pain, insomnia, anxiety, and depression without sound scientific evidence to support them. In the first study to support of patients randomized to obtain medical marijuana cards, we learned people with pain, anxiety, or depression symptoms failed to report any improvements, though those with insomnia experienced improved sleep. Individuals with symptoms of anxiety or depression who were most vulnerable to developing cannabis use disorder or CUD. CUD symptoms include the need for more cannabis to overcome a drug tolerance and continued use despite physical or psychological problems caused by the cannabis. The reason this study caught my attention is it was published March 22nd of this year.
Thank you.
Can I say one other thing?
Yes, sir.
I know some
Yes, sir.
people, just a sentence.
Okay.
And the part of it that says that people who get medical marijuana have to keep getting more in order for the effect to continue to help them, that matches my experience when I was in college as someone who smoked recreational marijuana. And that may be a little bit of a comparison between the two, the need for more once you begin down that road. And that's a concern that I have about going into medical marijuana.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, comments? Mr. Hart?
Thank you, sir. You said you would like what additional information would you like to have?
Well, I think, I think we need, as far as the information is concerned, what I've read, for example, the opioid use, okay, opioid addiction. There's a study that says in 2014 that opioid addiction went down in states that passed medical marijuana. But then the study came out in 2019 that used the exact same formula that the study from 2014 did. They just stretched it out over a longer period of time. And they discovered that longitudinally, you lose the benefit that actually opioid deaths increase in states with medical marijuana, and the opioid addiction rate went up. So I'm asking myself, as a person who wants to help people, are we about to do something that's actually going to help them over the long run? Are we creating a different set of problems?
So let me ask you, for the sake of this hearing,
okay,
let's say at this present moment, we had the sound scientific evidence that said medical cannabis has those effects, positive effects, to help people with the conditions that we have in this bill. Would you support it?
Well, I don't think that it's true that we have the settled, sound scientific evidence.
Now, I want you to listen to my question.
Okay.
For the sake of this hearing, here's what I'm asking you. Let's say today, as you and I speak, we have the sound scientific evidence that says medical cannabis will help the people with the conditions in this bill. Let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you support it?
We've said from the beginning that if it obtains FDA approval, that there wouldn't be opposition. If all of the science coalesced and we were able to get the FDA to approve and say, here's how much, here's how often, here's a doctor's recommendation, this is a doctor's care, this is a prescription, this is how much. If it became something that could be used, just like there are prescription drugs right now that contain THC that are being used, if we got to that point, then I'm going to speak for myself and say I personally wouldn't have opposition to it.
So if we had the sound scientific evidence, medical evidence, you would be in support of this bill?
That's a question that suggests my acquiescence to something that I don't believe exists. I don't want to answer a hypothetical as to what I would do if everything lined up the way that it should. I don't believe everything is lined up the way that it should, and that's why I'm concerned about it.
Do you think it's ever possible for it to ever line up the way it should?
I do think it's possible.
And at that point, would you be in support of it?
Again, that's a hypothetical question that you're asking me. I would be in support of a lot of things if I could be guaranteed that the effects of them, or convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that the effects of them would be removed. But I want to see that before I stand up here in front of any group and say, okay, that's me. I'm behind it. I'm not, again, I don't lack compassion for people that need help. I want them to get it. But I want it to be the kind of help that actually does make a difference. Maybe can I be honest for a second here? Maybe, and I'm trying to always be honest, but that always sounds crazy when we throw that in there. But let me just say, maybe my view of this is colored by some of my experience, because marijuana, I quit smoking marijuana in college before I became a believer because.
And I appreciate you, and I don't want to stop you there because we got to keep moving.
All right.
I really wish you would have said that in the beginning and said that your position is colored by your experience and by your beliefs, because, you know, some people, they say, look, it doesn't matter what you put before me. Scientific, medical, I just don't agree with it, period. My morals, my beliefs, I don't care what you tell me, I'm just not going to support it. So that's why I was asking you. Well, here's what I'm saying. That's why I was asking you. If you had the sound scientific evidence, would you support it? And you could say, look, it doesn't matter what you put before me. I'm just not going to support this.
I don't believe that. I just don't believe in dealing with the hypotheticals of saying in a moment like this, I'm going to support something when the sound scientific evidence is stacked up on both sides. I just cited you evidence from March 22nd from the Massachusetts hospital that's published in the Harvard Gazette. These are not people that are lightweights here that have serious questions about the effect of medical marijuana, not recreational, on users of medical marijuana. That makes me step back, and I want to know, is there a possibility here that we're moving down a path that's not going to be helpful?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Hold on, someone have?
Hey, I see that hand. I can do that. I'm a preacher. I see that hand.
No, Ms. Matthews, I'm sorry. Go right ahead. We just keep overlooking you up there.
Sorry.
You're above us.
I know I'm not as important, so it's okay.
I know you're more important, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just had a few questions. One you just answered about when you stopped and why you stopped smoking. But another question I have is, what effects are you afraid that marijuana is going to have that there aren't any drugs out there currently, whether legal or illegal, that they already have?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the effects of all the other drugs that we could talk about today because I haven't done the research on them. I have done a lot of research and reading on my own about medical marijuana and its use and its dangers. So that's my concern. I mean, people are saying, I hear it all the time, we need medical marijuana so we can stop opioid abuse. But yet I read a study, a longitudinal study.
Hold on, in the interest of time, my question is, what do you think will happen that's not already happening? Like, if we legalize marijuana, what will happen that is not already happening?
Well, one of the things that may not happen is we may not be helping the people the way that we think we are, because the evidence shows that using medical marijuana comes with problems of its own that can actually make some of the problems worse. So I would think that's
there are a lot of drugs out there that don't necessarily help people as intended, right?
Yeah, but I don't understand the logic of trying to determine if we're talking about putting something new on the market that we're going to make available to people, that there is a lot of evidence to suggest, at least that I've read, that could make the situation worse. Are there other drugs that can make people worse? I suppose, but at least those are directly under a doctor's supervision. This is not.
Okay, but you do understand this bill would put marijuana under a doctor's supervision as well. But let me go to my next question. Do you know anybody who has gout or that had gout prior to 2009?
I've had gout.
So did you know that the gout medication that people take was not approved by the FDA until 2009?
I don't know that because I've never taken any medicine for it. So I don't know anything about that medicine.
So I'm informing you now that it did not happen until 2009.
Okay.
So do you agree with the folks that want to take ivermectin for COVID-19?
No, not after I've looked at all the research. I wouldn't tell a person that it's not my place to tell a person not to do it, but if you're asking my opinion, I don't think it does good for COVID-19. That's my opinion. That's not the doctor's opinion. It's not, and my doctor actually agrees with that. But I mean.
So I asked that because did you know that just 2 weeks ago, we took up a bill in our committee that dealt with folks wanting to use ivermectin, even though it is not FDA approved for the use of fighting COVID-19?
Well,
And we did not have many people show up to testify against that bill.
I'm going to be careful about saying anything about any other medication that I haven't looked at, taken, or researched. So I don't have anything to say about ivermectin.
The point was not the medication. The point was I'm questioning how much we turn off and on the regulation when we want it, and when we don't, we turn it off like there's nothing going on. So the reason why I asked that question was just for continuity, because in one hand you have FDA approval, and in the other hand, nobody minds that it's not FDA approved. So I just kind of wanted to understand across the board what fears we have, and you yourself and a few others. I'm kind of shocked that you all are here because you want us to believe who you are, hear your truth and understanding, and listen to your testimony about a substance that you chose to use. And according to what I'm thinking that you think about yourself, you think you turned out perfectly fine, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say that the road to me turning out perfectly fine, and there'd be people who would debate that state of my current being, but I wouldn't say that that road was very easy. I will tell you this. I graduated from college in 1980. Jesus Christ became my Lord and Savior in 1984. And drugs and alcohol are just two of the things that he set me free from. And it was by the power of the Holy Spirit that I testify to you today that made that possible for me. And I don't want anybody else to go down that road or have to experience the road of getting to a place where I called on the name of the Lord because of the destruction that was coming into my life because of those decisions. I want us to be sure that what we're doing, because I believe the intent of everybody in here is to help. I'm not questioning anybody's motive. I'm not convinced that that's what we're doing.
I appreciate your opinion. I just feel like we're at a point where, because it doesn't work for you doesn't mean that it won't work for somebody else. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I am done.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Stephen Cutler. Do we have Stephen Cutler? Ted Godwin.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Ted Godwin, Vietnam 69 to 70, 554th Red Horse Combat Engineers. Most of y'all in here haven't had the experience I had as on the ground boots and fighting and the death that took place around you. You haven't been traumatized by this like I have. And of course, there's many, many other veterans than me who've been traumatized by this a lot. I've been smoking weed now for 53 years. In Vietnam one night, we got attacked. I was drunk. I couldn't hold a gun steady enough to shoot back, period. The guy right next to my shoulder had half his head blown off. I had to help remove his body. I had to help pick up bodies, and when he picked up, guts fell out the back of them, and finished stuff. And the worst thing for me ever was in Da Nang. I had to kill a 6-year-old kid because he was riding a bicycle throwing a hand grenade. You don't run up and tap on the shoulder, don't do this. I tried the depression drugs that the VA gave me. They weren't really working too good. And they made changes. When they made the changes, the next thing I know, my mind changed. I'm shoplifting. And once my wife's a nurse, we finally figured this out. I let them keep selling my drugs back to throwing in the cabinet. I haven't had a problem since. But because I'm 3 times, I'm now classified as a felon. Everything was less than $100. What I use was marijuana. Whenever I get the feeling in a bad situation, these memories come back, I smoke it to calm me down. and I don't want to do this stuff at my house. Not out here in the open where everybody's there. Recreational marijuana, I mean, that was back in the 70s and 60s and that nature there. That stuff's old stuff. I look for what can help me medically wise. And the smoking part, I get instant results within 5 to 10 minutes of causing me to calm down. Also, where I can sometimes go around crowds and stuff about anything set me off. I was a member of the Combat Veterans Group, and also had the Columbia Combat Veterans Group. And when I didn't smoke, whatever, and went around to people don't want to say the wrong things. Next thing I know, I've been restrained twice because I was getting to light some people up. And the weed helps keep me in a calm state. And then I have sleep apnea. I tried the CPAP thing, that don't work because I can't get rid of all them things on me. I end up tearing them off during the middle of the night. So to try giving me the drugs, all right, when I get up the next morning, you know, I take my first cup of coffee and I was over there and like, hey man, give me some more coffee, you know, it just ain't there. So I went back and I got off weed for a year and a half for them to see how things work. When I went back to smoking, I would sleep from 5 to 7 hours and not wake up during the middle of the night 3 and 4 times, even when I took their drugs in this nature. And a lot of veterans are like me. Some of them are not willing to get up and become forceful to try to explain this stuff to you. And for me, I had to come down here for all the veterans who wouldn't do this because we're faced with this. And Vietnam was such a different warfare as compared to Afghanistan, Kuwait, or the Iraq war. Completely different. We lost 58,000 guys versus only a couple thousand guys for each one of those. And our war was right here next to us. He walked right by Charlie. He could reach out and touch you. And that's how the jungle warfare was. And we were faced with that. And a lot of these guys, at nighttime, they learned to quit drinking at nighttime because they couldn't function being drunk, and they all went to smoking weed. And this has helped me get by for so many years. I don't push my ideas on other people. It's left to you. Some people who do try it for the first couple times, yeah, it will mess your mind up because you get paranoid.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you now. I think some members could have questions for you.
All right.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Jones?
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Was it Mr. Goodwin?
No, Ted Godwin.
Godwin, Mr. Godwin, yep. Okay, thank you for being here, sir, and thank you for your service.
It's your knowledge, sir.
Have you discussed, if this bill was to pass, for example, I mean, have you discussed medical marijuana with a doctor or with any?
I've discussed with my doctor at the VA, and she's not too much on board about it because of her own personal beliefs and this nature here. And like I say, I don't want I don't want recreation. I want the part that's going to help me sleep and keep me down so I don't get, I wouldn't say violent, but get blowed up.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking that, I'm curious because with the use how you've been using it, you know, smoking it, if this was to be put into law, into effect, of course, it allows vapors, oils, edibles, those kind of things. And so I didn't know if medically, you know, how that would be treated for
I would have to kind of learn how to use a vapor because, you know, sure, sometimes I'll say I smoke a joint, but I smoke a little thing, what they call a sneaker toke. It's about the size of that right there. And what it is, when you light it up, as soon as you light it up and you quit sucking on it, it goes out and put it in your pocket and going about it. It's not a case where you got to put out the ashes where you're going to put the joint. And I got tired of doing all that stuff there. So I use that little thing there, and it just helps me out so much better. And eventually, if the medical part does pass, I would like to see a point where we could smoke it or where we could grow in our house, not outside, in the house, 2 to 3 plants that would help us out financially of trying to buy it on the street. Because like I said, lately there's people like with guys down in Florida that died from the stuff they took down there. And, you know, and right now I'm hearing a lot of people talking about the synthetic marijuana, that this stuff is being put in there. But if you can control it with your own self, it's not there.
Yeah, and I think that discussion over recreational, I mean, I can tell you I'm completely against a recreational approval of marijuana.
I'm just looking for what
But as far as this bill goes, I mean, from everything I'm seeing in it, it puts guidelines into place, you know, that aren't there currently in many ways. So thank you.
Okay, Representative Matthews.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair. Mr. Godwin, I want to thank you so much for your testimony. It's very moving to me because I have members in my immediate family who have described exactly what you're saying. Not necessarily just the military part, but having to shoot children. I think it does something different to you. And I've experienced that firsthand where, you know, even talking about it, it's not the same. Like that for me just hits so close to home. My heart goes out to you. Thank you so much for your bravery and your testimony. And I also, one thing I found out recently that I did not know, that if you're not past a certain disability level, you don't even get free mental health drugs from the VA. And so a lot of people forego it because they can't afford for that to come out of what they are already paying. And I found that to be quite a disservice. And so we're almost cutting you off at 2 passes if you're not past a certain percentage level for mental health medicine. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm 100% totally and permanently, and 70% of that's PTSD.
Okay, thank you, Representative Hart. Chris Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say thank you for waiting patiently. You've been here since the very beginning this morning, and I appreciate your patience.
Come a long way.
That I do. And a lot of folks, when they hear the word PTSD, it just sounds like an acronym and it sounds like some words. And because they don't see blood running out of your eyes and all kind of mucus foaming out of your mouth and out of your nose, a lot of folks don't think it's real. But it's real. It's very real. And we say it all the time to our veterans, thank you for your service.
Appreciate it.
But if you go down to Finley Park, you'll see how we don't thank our veterans for their service. That park is littered full of veterans. And I say littered because that's what we do to them. We throw them away. We don't help them. Finley Park right now is full of veterans who suffer from PTSD. And this is not something that I'm telling you that I've heard about, someone told me about. This is something that I know personally. I served in Saudi Arabia in 1990. I was 18 years old. I saw people shot, killed, maimed. I worked in a hospital. I've seen people with their whole entire buttocks blown off. Nothing. And they're still alive. And they're suffering. I saw this with my own eyes, not something someone told me. I was 18 years old.
Yeah, hollering and screaming is involved, and this really gets to you.
Right now, for the longest, I did what one of my colleagues said. I grinned and I bared it. Because I felt, you know, I'm a veteran, I'm a soldier. I'm an expert in hand grenades. Back then, the M16 rifle. I don't need any help, but I decided to go get help last year. And I got an impairment rating for PTSD. So I know it's real. So a lot of people, they hear you say those words and they hear you say the acronym, but they don't think it's real because they don't see you hobbling and they don't see you whining, they don't see you moaning. They see you grinning, bearing it.
Well, they don't understand that this is the PTSD. I help veterans with claims and stuff and been successful in getting some of them 100%. And I got one sitting on 70, 80, and 90 right now. Is a lot of them, you talk to other veterans, they think you call for, have you tried for PTSD? No. They think it mentally that it means you're crazy. It don't mean it's crazy. It means you've been traumatized by what you've seen, what you've touched in this nature. And then didn't understand that. And like with my part of the situation where I had to kill the young kid, when I came back to the United States, in that nature. I heard guys tell me about when they got to airports, the way the public treated them. Somebody had to go in the bathroom and change out of clothes because the uniform was causing them problems. And my dad he owned half of a Ford dealership. And I come back within 2 weeks when he found out I'd killed a kid, get my butt out the house. You know, they don't understand that.
They don't understand it. And let me tell you, a lot of veterans will tell you, a lot of them, if they had a choice, they'll take a physical impairment as opposed to something dealing with their mind, the mental and psychological trauma that they deal with on a daily basis. So I hear all of my colleagues and I hear everyone always say, they see a veteran and say, thank you for your service. Well, here's one of the ways that we can show our veterans that we really appreciate their service and sacrificing everything, their life, their family, everything that they gave for this country. Here's what we can do. We can say thank you, not with the words out of our mouth, but with the vote for a yes, to say we appreciate your service by voting for this bill. Thank you, sir.
I'm in hopes out of this, that, you know, that what y'all had on this bill, that you include the PTSD so I can be included, so I can get the medical part of me having to go out in the street and buy it, because like I say, you don't know what you're basically getting unless you grow it yourself, in that nature. So, and then one time, I think when the bill was mentioned, they said something about PTSD, but the last couple of times I've seen it, nothing's been said about PTSD. And there's millions of us guys in the United States who are suffering from this, from not just Vietnam, but the other war zones in this nature. And until you people, like my brothers and those, you know, they think I'm just drawing a check, you know, ain't nothing wrong with you, the whole work. They don't have to live my life every day. They don't have to know, it may not affect me every day, but it affects me a lot. And it really gets you down, not so much about yourself, but gets you down about everything that's happening around you now, and that's part of PTSD. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions? Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Appreciate y'all's time and that.
Richard McCain. Sam Kiesler.
Hello, my name's Sam Kiesler. I'm a recovering drug addict and alcoholic. I know this bill is labeled the Compassionate Care Act, but the way I see it, we're creating a gray area and a black and white issue. You know, when we start to compromise our moral obligations, when we start to compromise our belief system in something that people label as an affliction, as this, that, or the other. You know, I often think about the Apostle Paul when he asked Jesus about the thorn in his side and in his flesh. And Jesus said, my grace is sufficient enough. South Carolina is a conservative state. I believe that this issue will open Pandora's box, and the next time that you will be meeting here, whether it be a year from now or 2 years from now, will be to legalize the recreational use of marijuana. Then our state will be like California, Oregon, Washington State, where crime is rampant, homelessness is out the yin-yang, when we can stop it right here today. To those who've served in armed forces and those who have children who are afflicted, I simply say to you what Jesus said to Paul, that his grace was sufficient enough. Thank you for your time.
Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you for your time.
Barry Walker. Okay. I'm probably going to mess up the pronunciation. Ron Gouda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
For many years, the South Carolina Pharmacy Association remained neutral on the issue of medical marijuana. However, the vast changes by the Senate this year to focus on a healthcare approach and emphasize the role of pharmacists have resulted in our support of S150. I know this is a complex issue and there are a number of folks who want to testify, so I will conclude, but make myself available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions or comments?
The whole thing? Okay. For many years, the South Carolina Pharmacy Association remained neutral on the issue of medical marijuana. However, the vast changes by the Senate this year to focus on a healthcare approach and emphasize the role of pharmacists have resulted in our support of S150. Know this is a complex issue and there are a number of folks who want to testify. We'll conclude by answering any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir. What is your affiliation? Are you a pharmacist?
Yes, sir.
Are you with this? You're with the society then?
I'm with the State Pharmacy Association, a member.
So you're representing the society's support of the passage of this bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Larry Hill. Mr. Hill. Jared Bruder.
Good afternoon. Chairman Howard, members of the committee, my name is Jared Bruder. I'm the Executive Director of the South Carolina Sheriff's Association. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you here today. We did submit some written testimony last Friday, which I believe has already been handed out to you this morning as well. There should be also an electronic copy coming to you too. South Carolina Sheriffs urge you to carefully consider and review our statement and the Did You Know document, which addresses some of our specific concerns with the legislation before you today. We would urge you to pay particular attention to the Shover study, which states, quote, the claim that enacting medical cannabis laws will reduce opioid overdose death should be met with skepticism, end quote. Since we are limited on time, I will not dive deep into the weeds on this topic, pun intended. It's the afternoon, we can laugh about that. Rather, I will ask you to consider these questions, these rhetorical questions. How many other medications can be vaped? How many other medications have no specific dosage? How many other medications cause you to lose your Second Amendment rights? How many other medications require caregivers to get criminal background checks? How many other medications cannot be given based on a patient's occupation? How many other medications require 2 doctor certifications if your age is 18 to 23? And lastly, how many other medications are available to you today because the South Carolina General Assembly deemed them to be medicine? Please ask yourself these questions as you debate this legislation and understand that you are being asked to legislatively approve medicine. From the beginning of this debate, law enforcement has consistently said if marijuana is medicine, it should be regulated like every other medicine. In our opinion, Epidiolex is medical marijuana. Marinol is medical marijuana. These cannabis-based medicines can be prescribed by a doctor and filled by a pharmacist at a legitimate pharmacy. None of that can be said about the medicine considered in this legislation. Legitimate research and science led to these medicines, not politics and not feelings. Real people are experiencing real relief today due to these medications. Medications that came about as a result of, not in spite of, the FDA approval process and did not require a single legislative vote. It is important to understand this debate is not only a question of should doctors have the freedom to authorize marijuana for suffering patients. It is also a question of how should qualifying patients receive cannabis products. How cannabis products are delivered is arguably more important than should suffering patients receive relief. Ultimately, the process matters, and we believe the process outlined in S150 is critically flawed. With that, I again thank you for the opportunity to voice the Sheriff's concerns, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. The chair now recognizes Representative Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming here to provide testimony today.
Yes, sir.
I just had one question. In the law enforcement group. Was the Sheriff's Association included in the gamut of law enforcement officers that urged the General Assembly to vote against open carry in South Carolina?
Were we against open carry? We have been traditionally, we did take a neutral position on that eventually, but we were against that.
You were against it,
traditionally.
and you
At
had,
one point, when we came to it.
because you all had concerns about the safety and the community and
Correct.
affecting
And-
your jobs. And the reason I asked that is because some of my colleagues continue to bring up the supporting the Sheriff's Association and law enforcement and how you're adamantly against it. And some of those same people voted against your interests and voting for the open carry. But I just wanted to point out that that factor. Thank you.
No, I get it. Thank you.
Okay, Chair recognizes Mr. Johnson, Representative Johnson, and then Dr. Jermaine Johnson, then Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Hey, Jared, thank you so much for being here. Definitely appreciate the work that you do and everything.
I like your time.
I continue to hear this this claim for like impairment. It's like impairment. Impairment just keeps coming up about impairment and what this would do. I underlined some of the things in the letter here. Unlike substances such as alcohol or tobacco, no accepted standards exist to help guide individuals. So we're acknowledging in here that alcohol and tobacco is a substance. All right, so obviously we know there's substance abuse. All right, then I read that South Carolina consistently ranks among the highest states in the nation for impaired driving. Legalizing medical marijuana will only exacerbate that situation and further threaten public safety. So based on what I'm reading here in this letter here today, let's say the General Assembly takes up a bill that says, you know what, we're going to outlaw alcohol, or we're going to limit alcohol. Will the Sheriff's Association support that?
We've been supportive of a number of things, server training, lots of other things that have been safety measures that we feel from that vantage point. Yes, we've done those things before.
But will you support us outlawing it? Yes.
No, but we're not necessarily saying to outlaw marijuana here either. We're saying it should go through the FDA process.
Gotcha. Thank you
Just
so
like
much.
Epidiolex and those types of other medications did.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just have a quick question. When the Sheriff's Association takes a stand, I'm just curious as to how that works, because I got this back home and then I got this today, but then the individual sheriffs in our district may say something differently. And so when you take a stance as an association, is that the majority of our sheriffs believe, or how is that stance?
That is the majority of the sheriffs. So we've brought this up at numerous meetings in our association. Every sheriff has had the opportunity to voice their concerns. Every time that we brought this up, it has been a unanimous vote to oppose marijuana. So when we take that vote and we stand out there and we take that position, it is a unanimous vote. Now, what they tell you privately, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you they had an opportunity to voice their concerns before their fellow sheriffs, and they did not. It has been unanimous.
Okay, any other members have a question?
Just one quick question.
Ms. McGarry, and then Representative
One question.
Window. Yeah. In that order.
Is Gary first?
Yes,
Kill yard zone.
Go ahead, Ms. Gary. McGarry, I'm sorry. McGarry, I'm sorry, McGarry. McGarry.
Okay, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jared, for being here.
Thank you.
Oh, he left the room, but thanks for that. Where Representative Tedder went, that was me, I'm sure. But I just wanted to check with you, Jared, because the coroners will agree all day long, I'm sure, about the skepticism on medical marijuana, believe that the substance will be a solution to the opioid crisis, or so they think, or they thought. But also the testing. Now, I know that Representative Hart said that this is for end-of-life treatment, we're talking for this medical marijuana, or critical life treatment, correct, for the medical marijuana. And so he wasn't too concerned about people being out driving in their conditions on medical marijuana. But I do believe, like Representative Dabney said, that people will be, especially in the first part of their treatment, and we still have no way of testing.
Correct.
Should they be over a certain limit, which we don't have a limit, is that right?
Correct. So if you look at the letter that I sent, it's been mentioned several times about the National Academy of Sciences letter. It's actually cited in the preamble of this legislation. People have asked, why do we believe that it will have an impact on impaired driving? And if you look at the top of the second page, conclusion 9-3 in that National Academy of Sciences letter says there is substantial evidence of a statistical association between cannabis use and increased risk of motor vehicle crashes. That is the very same report that's cited in the legislation here that's talking about the potential benefits of marijuana. There is no scientific way, legal way that we have in South Carolina right now to determine a level of impairment based on THC. We can do a blood draw and determine if there is, or a urine test and determine if there is metabolites in the system there. But that will not give us an idea of what actual impairment is. You know, to equate that to a blood alcohol level, we do not have the same blood alcohol concentration ability for THC that we do for alcohol. So we do not know that without potentially doing a blood draw.
Okay, thank you. Now, also, we have to think about, should there be a wreck, we'd have to worry about car insurance at that point too for impaired drivers, right?
Correct.
Now, who was it? Ms. O'Keefe was saying that her stats showed that the impairment actually went down on accidents?
I've heard those claims. That was the first time I heard the site. I think it was a Columbia University study that she cited. So I'd be interested to see that. But, you know, I'm looking at the National Academy of Sciences study that's actually cited in the bill as our basis for that. And again, it's substantial evidence for an increase of motor vehicle crashes.
And one other thing that I found out during the break, pretty substantial, just an FYI, that the bill originated in the Senate, which is against the state constitution because it is dealing with money.
Yes, ma'am. That was debated briefly on the floor of the Senate, but that was an issue that's been raised, and as it is generating a 6% sales tax, that it is revenue generating, but that's has been discussed.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Gilliard and then Ms. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir. Are you aware that we get phone calls from people who are in your profession, some of your employees, stating that they have children and other relatives that need this? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware you get phone calls, yes, sir. As a representative, I'm sure you get a lot of those phone calls that are supporting of this legislation. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure you get those types of phone calls.
And one other thing, I noticed you use the term marijuana loosely, and sometimes, as my peers previously stated, that becomes confusing to the layperson, whether you're talking about medical marijuana or marijuana, period, as a whole, recreational use of marijuana. That becomes confusing.
As we stated in our statement, in our written statement, that we believe that medical marijuana is something that has been approved as a medicine by the FDA. So that is Marinol, that is Epidiolex. We believe that marijuana in its current form, in its plant form particularly, that is not medicine. That would be recreational, and I believe that's what this bill now establishes as well, that plant form marijuana is not considered medicinal marijuana in South Carolina.
Are you aware that there are 37 states that has use for this? This is law in the other 37 states?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Representative Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions for clarity. So did you know that there are devices that actually will test for THC and the levels?
Did I know that there were devices that would test for THC?
Yes. Did you know?
Yes, there are devices that can test for presence of THC, yes.
And there is an oral swab that will also test for the level. Did you know that?
I did know that those types of things exist, but that does not give us a level of impairment.
Okay. The reason why I asked that is because when Representative McGarry asked you that question, you said you did not know. And it turns out that you do know. My second question is, when it comes to what could go wrong, can you name what you are fearful that will go wrong that is not already going wrong based on all the other things that are on the market? I've asked this question of a few different people, and I still have yet to have an answer of something that we're afraid of that will happen that is not happening already.
Yes, ma'am. So I want to go back and touch on the impairment part real quickly, because marijuana THC can be in your bloodstream, in your system for up to 30 days or maybe even longer, depending on what you're using. So the fact that it would determine if you have THC in your system or that it's there does not give us a level of impairment. So we cannot prosecute anybody based on that information. What are we afraid of? We are afraid of, personally, I mean, I can tell you that my father died from lung cancer. He had stage 4 lung cancer, died at 62. He never smoked a day in his life, and he was trying everything he could to bring himself relief. And we have no idea. His doctor wouldn't allow him to have certain even protein bars because they didn't know what was in it. So we're concerned about how is this going to interact with other drugs? I don't think that that's one of the things that has been really researched well enough. I know that there have been 10,000 medical studies, but
I don't mean to interrupt you, and I'm sorry to hear about your father, but you're here speaking in your professional opinion, correct, as far as representing law enforcement?
I'm representing the sheriffs, yes, ma'am.
So the question I asked was not about your personal experience. The question I asked was, what are you all afraid that will happen that is not already happening? As far as when we talk about crime, when we talk about, there's so many things that are already occurring at a high rate, especially here in South Carolina. So my question is, what are you afraid that will happen that is not already happening?
We can just go back and look at the impairment to speak at it from a professional side. Again, when we cannot determine a person's level of impairment, it's going to be almost impossible for us to prosecute someone to get a conviction on an impaired driving case. So that is certainly something that we've seen. Again, it was mentioned earlier that we're either number 1 or number 2 consistently in the state or in the country with impaired driving. I don't see that going down if this legislation is passed. Again, I'll look at the research, but I don't see that happening based on what's already been brought forth.
So if we're already not doing a good job, my question is, how is this going to change it to make it worse or better if we're already not doing a good job with all the impairments that we already have?
We're not doing a...
And by the way, I never ask questions that I have not already researched. I'll just have you know that on the front end. And so I actually have family members that are in law enforcement in other states, and there is actually a way to measure that. And I suspect that you already know that, even though you're not saying so.
I think you're insinuating I'm being disingenuous. The National Highway Traffic Safety, they're the ones that are saying that there is no way to determine the level of impairment. So if that exists in other states, I can tell you that we look at other places like Arizona. They have trained all their deputies to be phlebotomists, and they are doing roadside blood draws. They're doing that to be able to determine the level of impairment. So that's possible, but that's not what's allowed in this legislation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It's difficult for me to read this handwriting. I believe it's Michael Haney or Harvey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Mike Harvey. I'm a registered nurse. I'm actually in my master's degree work program for medical cannabis sciences and therapeutics, and I'm a veteran with over 40 years of military service as an Army Nurse Corps officer. Modern medicine has resulted in polypharmacy. Treatment of veterans with service-related injuries are prescribed multiple medications, which places the veteran at risk for liver injury due to drug-drug interactions, increased risk for falls, among other complications of polypharmacy. Cannabis has shown the ability to reduce the number of medications required to treat specific conditions. This is based on the interaction of cannabis with 42 different receptors within the human body. Personally, I have been able to remove 5 different medications with medical cannabis. And when I speak medical cannabis, I'm talking THC, but I'm also talking CBD. I've been able to remove, I was taking Motrin, which is known as Ranger candy for us veterans. Multiple times, which I take multiple times a day. Ambien, which is one of the worst drugs out there to give anybody. Viagra, Vistaril, and Omeprazole. So I've gone from 5 drugs to 1. I haven't remained on the prescribed dose of my antidepressant, but I also take cannabis along with it. And I have noticed that I have had better relief from my depression while using these 2 adjunctive medicines. While the federal government has failed to act on published cannabis research, we continue to see approximately 22 veterans take their lives each day due to unresolved symptomology and poor management of their conditions. I beg our legislators to act on passing the Compassionate Care Act to allow our veterans, in conjunction with a healthcare provider, make the decision if this drug is correct for us or not. The fear of cannabis within the VA has resulted in less options for our veterans to access. For instance, we do not have the option to use any of the 3 FDA-approved cannabis medications. I can't get Dronabinol, I can't get Epidiolex. I would like to use Epidiolex, being a federally approved CBD, but I have to buy it over the counter someplace. I know what's in it, but it still would be safer to using that FDA-approved drug. But that is not offered to me as a veteran. Veterans repeatedly hear the same story: cannabis is harmful, or we do not know anything about it. The fact is that for over 80 years, both the federal government and other research has extensively researched cannabis. NIDA has spent millions of dollars of your money to prove that there is less concern with cannabis than with many other drugs. Nobody has ever overdosed and died using cannabis. Can cannabis take a life? Driving with cannabis is bad. However, it is a better option than many of the medications we take. Aspirin, if you go look at the admissions to the hospital for aspirin overdoses and such, are in the thousands. If you look at the CDC research, thank you for your time.
Okay, y'all stand by 1 second. Any questions from the committee members? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Members of the committee, I'm Dave Wilson. It's great to be with you. I'd like to, if at all possible, be able to pass out a copy of the law that we actually have on the books, because South Carolina was the 3rd state in America to actually enable us to be able to use marijuana for medical purposes. We did it in 1980 under Richard Riley. We were the 3rd state to do that. The 1st state was New Mexico. The 2nd was Virginia. So we have a lot of questions afraid about what is going to be happening. So let's talk about what's not happening. DHEC is not operating a 42-year-old program in the state of South Carolina right now, because according to section 4453, 610 through 660, which you're welcome to pick up a copy, it specifically lays out a plan and a strategy that this General Assembly passed 42 years ago. So we have medical marijuana in South Carolina. It's called the Controlled Substances Therapeutic Research Act, and every issue that we've discussed today has been addressed in existing law. It says in existing law that here are the original list of things that would be covered. Cancer, chemotherapy, and radiology patients and glaucoma patients who are certified to the Patient Qualification Review Advisory Board, I'll go over that list in a minute, be involved in life-threatening or sense-threatening situation and are not corresponding conventional controlled substances, or not responding to those where they are being administered, they have the ability to start going into a clinical trial. Now, the beauty of the clinical trial is this, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually done by teaching research university, like Clemson, Carolina, SC State. The beauty of that part, which you heard from Dr. Nagra Kadi earlier today, is the fact that he and his wife have been doing research in South Carolina with marijuana for the better part of 20 years. The next part about that is this. You just finished the budget a few weeks ago. Remember how much money you put towards the University of South Carolina? Imagine if they got a patent on a drug that could be developed by the research that they did with South Carolinians to meet the needs of a South Carolinian and have that patent be an ongoing revenue source for the state of South Carolina. But we didn't stop in 1980. In 1993, we actually, according to Representative Jones, to your question a little while ago, did we learn anything somewhere along the way? We actually did. And we actually added epilepsy to that. That epilepsy included myoclonic and refractory epilepsy, where it is not adequately treated by traditional medical therapies. So we have a plan on the books. So the question becomes one of, why are we putting a plan on top of a plan, a law on top of a law, on top of a law, on top of a law, except to say, and no offense to the lawyers in the room, we can take this to court and let the court decide this later, because that will happen. I'll be welcome to answer any other questions that you might have, because there's plenty more in the law.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Broadley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the information. In reference those prior pieces of legislation that were passed into law, are all those connected to clinical trials?
Yes, ma'am. They are all connected to clinical trials that are actually managed through DHEC and using the universities here in the state to be able to do those. Yes, ma'am.
So in other words, a patient who was in need or fell into those categories, as you so ably pointed out, who are also in those categories in this bill that we're considering today, the only way that they would be eligible to participate under existing law into any kind of program would be through a clinical trial.
Would have to be through a clinical trial, that's correct, but it also under doctor recommendation. And the board that actually oversees that includes, and it's listed very clearly in the law, that the list includes a physician licensed by the American Board of Ophthalmology, a physician licensed in South Carolina from the Board of Internal Medicine with a subspecialty in medical oncology, a physician listed with the American Board of Psychiatry, and a pharmacologist holding a doctoral degree or its equivalent. So that's the review committee that actually decides that.
And thank you for that.
Certainly.
I don't have a concern about the qualifications of the committee that would be conducting the trial. My concern would be access.
That's the committee that oversees the approval of the trials.
All right, connected to the trial process. My concern is the availability or accessibility of those individuals who fall into those medical categories to be eligible for the trial.
And that really needs to be a responsibility of the Department of Health and Environmental Control or whatever ends up happening.
But is it not the case that typically trials are just that limited in their number of people who are able to participate?
The fact that we've had clinical trials going on in the University of South Carolina that Dr. Nagarkati specifically spoke about that have been going on for the last 20 years.
But
it really is, I do agree with you. There is an accessibility issue that must be addressed.
So
but my greater concern, if I might, is the fact that I don't think anybody in this room was fully aware that the law was already on the books, and we need to do a better job of notifying the public and the physicians to say there are options that are available, and that's a cooperation that should exist between our teaching research universities and our physicians across the state.
Excellent point, but again, my issue here is that this bill that we are considering now is not a clinical trial. This bill is access availability to all those individuals who might find themselves in one of those categories. Is that not correct?
To a degree, I can agree with you on that, but to a degree, there is another portion of this that a doctor's ability to provide that level of service to their patients is something that we do need to make sure that the Department of Health and Environmental Control has had the ability to do for 42 years and hasn't. And I think it's an important part for us to begin to recognize we're putting a law on top of an existing law. And to Senator Davis's great respect, he has done a lot to try to make changes to this law.
But access to actual health care options in South Carolina is a challenge, not only for this particular type of program that we're talking about here, but in general. So to say that a clinical trial exists and therefore we don't need the expansion provided under this bill basically says that all those who would be eligible otherwise who cannot get into a clinical trial, tough.
Not necessarily. I think there's a portion of the responsibility that does fall on physicians, and I hate that Dr. McCain had to go out and actually do his day job. to talk about the fact that there are places where I can make a guarantee right now. Any member of this body right here could turn around and make a phone call to MUSC on behalf of a constituent and get them in a clinical trial. I've been around here for 30 years, and I understand that that's part of what the responsibility the representatives and senators have in meeting the needs of their constituents. But you are correct. We do need to make sure that we can make it most accessible to as many people as possible.
And that is the purpose of this bill, so as to not confuse what we have on the books with what this particular bill is attempting to do, is actually making access available to all those individuals who may otherwise not have had access under a clinical trial, which we all know is very limited in scope as well as limited in the number of participants. But thank you for bringing that point up.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair now recognizes Representative Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really didn't have any questions for you until you mentioned the last part. So you say you've been around for 30 years, and let me make sure I understand your question or your statement. Is it your statement that you've been around here 30 years and it's as simple as a representative or a senator calling MUSC to get their constituent into a clinical trial? Is that simple?
No, it's a responsibility that oftentimes you will end up getting phone calls and you will get outreach from your constituents coming to you for help. And one of the same helps that you have in helping them fill a pothole in their neighborhood. There are issues that representatives and senators do get phone calls about. You get phone calls about things that are going on in Washington, D.C., for which you have nothing that you actually have.
Have you seen the potholes in South Carolina?
I have seen the potholes in South Carolina.
I want to make
yes.
sure we're clear on that.
And to Senator, to the fight that Senator Davis made to keep the 10 cents from happening.
But let me, and again, I had no intentions of making any statements in reference to you made the last statement. I'm not sure where you live, where you were raised, where you were born, where you've been for the past 30 years. And I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm just trying to be more realistic is that for rural and poor people, it's not as simple as calling MUSC and say, hey, let me bring my constituent down as a responsibility as a legislator, and let's get them some treatment. Let's get them into a clinical trial. I'm not sure where that exists for you, but it doesn't exist in rural and poor and Black South Carolina.
And it should, sir, because the reason for that is because
let me finish my statement.
Certainly.
It should exist.
Right.
But you say you've been around here 30 years, so it's as simple as your constituent and your duty as a legislator to call MUSC and say, hey, I got a constituent who needs a clinical trial. Should be that way. But let me tell you about real life. It doesn't work like that. For poor people, it doesn't work as making a phone call saying, hey, I got a sick constituent with sickle cell. Let me bring them down. And guess what? They don't have any insurance. They don't have Medicaid. They don't have Medicare. Let's put them into your fine MUSC, which is an outstanding hospital institution. But let me drive them down, and you give them the best treatment and the best trial you can. It doesn't work like that.
Unfortunately, you're right, Representative. Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. It's exactly the same point that you were making earlier, sir, when you were talking about the fact that PTSD patients aren't getting the help that they need. And so when we take a look at opportunities that are there for our teaching research universities, other ones to step in and provide a better level of service than what we might get from one, but from every single one of them in the state, I think it's important for us as a state to start stepping up and saying it's the responsibility of every person in this state to step up and do everything we can to provide for the needs of our patients.
I agree with you 1,000%. And you don't have to go as far as MUSC.
Exactly.
There's hospitals in Columbia that poor people without insurance, they don't get treatment that you and I get because we have insurance, because we have the resources. So I appreciate it. Again, I had no intentions of saying anything until you made the statement that you've been around 30 years. And
I've also watched it. I've also watched it happen, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't.
It's just not that simple. Let's go back to your bill.
Yes, sir.
The bill that you mentioned, the Controlled Substance Therapeutic Research Bill.
The law that's in effect currently.
What are the conditions that allows the treatment under this bill?
Cancer chemotherapy for radiology patients, glaucoma patients. It was expanded in 1993 to also include epilepsy. That's in sections 1810 through 1840 in 4453. And
So
it goes,
cancer?
and it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that, sir, to say this. The department, speaking of DHEC, in its discretion may include other disease groups for participation in the Controlled Substances Therapeutic Research Program after pertinent medical data have been presented by a practitioner to both the director and the department, and after necessary approval is received by the appropriate federal agency. So there's a way to include, for DHEC, through its regulatory process, to expand that so that the medical decisions, and no offense to anyone in this room, but medical decisions are being made by medical professionals from ophthalmology, from oncology, from the psychiatric realm, as well as.
And I appreciate you answering the question about which conditions applied. And it goes back to what I was saying before. You said, DHEC can do it with the information and the data from the practitioner. You got to get to the practitioner.
It's part of that, but that's actually part of the
right.
It's part of the review
asking
committee's responsibility, right?
You got to get to the practitioner. You got to have the treatment to get the data. I represent 29203, one of the highest diabetic amputations in the country. Those folks aren't getting treatment.
And what's the reason for that, if I might ask?
Well, I need to ask you. You've been around 30 years.
No, sir. I'm not a medical professional. But there's a reason that research has been done, because you actually know that piece of information.
Absolutely. So let me go back to.
And because you know that piece of information, there is an opportunity for that to be presented.
I asked you about which conditions. You told me which conditions there were, and why we need law on top of law. Because one of the things, you got sickle cell anemia. You know what demographic sickle cell anemia affects?
African Americans predominantly.
It's not in the first bill that you mentioned.
Right, but there is an opportunity in what I just read to you in that particular section that comes from the 1993 law that expands.
So you have MS. MS is not included. So that's why you need continuing. This is a continuing legislation that grows and evolves.
Exactly, and that's
so
why
that's why you continue to have. I'm no longer asking you questions.
Right.
That's why you need the bill that we're debating right now and that we're talking about, because it expands and it gives a lot more conditions for people, especially poor people, especially people in the rural areas who don't have access to medical care. That's why we're here doing it. That's why you put a bill on top of a bill on top of a bill. That's why we're here doing our jobs that we were elected to do.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, Mr. Jones, go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make a comment more so than anything. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for being here and for speaking today. One thing that's been mentioned repeatedly today that we've been talking about is access to care. We've been talking about, basically, it's been said that this body is making medical decisions. I don't look at it that way, and let me tell you why. Over the past 2 years, and it's been brought up a number of times today, ivermectin as an example, hydroxychloroquine is another one. I have a doctor in my district who saved over 1,000 people's lives treating them with hydroxychloroquine during the pandemic. And they were being deterred and discouraged from doing that by people in medical associations and various governmental bodies. The FDA wasn't gonna approve it. They tried to stop them. They said you could approve somebody, you could give them ivermectin for head lice, but you couldn't give them ivermectin for COVID-19. And it really bothers me. I mean, because at the end of the day, all we're trying to do is say that a doctor and a patient can make that choice, that the government shouldn't put all these regulations in place to stop doctors from treating people. That's all we're doing here. So I want to make that perfectly clear. That's just a statement I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, yes. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I get equally as frustrated when we say that decisions should be made between the doctor and their patient, especially when we use that sometimes hypocritically. because we don't think that doctor and patient can make that decision when they're discussing the birth of the child, the health of the child, or the decision, the difficult decision to abort that child. So I get it when you say we aren't medical officials, but we are elected officials. And I'm sorry that your medical person had to leave and go back to his paying job, as you said, because we're all sitting here away from ours. But what I wanted to ask you is that twice you alluded to the great job Senator Davis has done on this bill, and he's here. So thank you for pointing that out. But did you share these concerns with him? Because it seems now like a simple amendment could have kept us from this entire process. So I'm just curious as to
There
you
were several senators who had discussions with him, discussing these. As a matter of fact, there were amendments that were brought forward on the floor. Senator and the senator was quite apt in saying, you know, there were changes that he was open to, and a lot of changes were made on the floor. And I would hope that this committee would take the time to go through and look at the amendments that were made and the impact that they will have on various communities across the state. Because I think it's really important, and this is the strength of this body. At 124 members, and I'm going to make it akin to this quick little sermon, akin to the body of Christ, each of us brings something different to the table. Your experience in the military brings a different viewpoint than others. And so I think it's important to dig through a 59-page bill. 59 pages is the closest thing you're going to come to that in this body most likely is going to be the budget. And to dig through what you need to dig through, to make the improvements on accessibility, I think it's really important. And I think you need to take the time to do that, and I don't think that's something that you can do in a very haphazard way. We have 6 weeks, 7 weeks left of session. I would ask that you take the time, and I know that Senator Davis is going to spend some time with you going through some of the changes that have been made to the bill. And they made some significant changes to the bill. So I would recommend taking that time and not rushing through the process.
And that's why I asked. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilson, briefly.
Yes, sir.
You say we need to take time. It's been 8 years.
It has, sir. That's right.
And there were
significant changes that were made on the amendments.
author of the bill, how long he's been working on this, I think he'll give you a number bigger than that. My first committee hearing on this committee was 2015. What you're seeing here, this 60-plus page bill, is the result of years of hard work, years of public hearings in front of this committee, in front of this chairman and other chairmen, in front of many other chairmen on the Senate side, and listening to every single stakeholder and every single critic that wanted to come to that podium and take this thing apart. And so this thing has evolved over time as a result of that. That is why it is as long as it is. Just had to get that off my chest. I know you know this to be the case, but I want this room to know that, because some of us have been through this for a long, long time. We've been waiting a long, long time to see this happen. No one's been waiting longer than the patients themselves.
And across the aisle, sir, they made significant changes across.
There have been significant, and that is what this legislative process is for, and I don't for one second begrudge that. But let's not pretend that this is all of a sudden coming up now and that this is some new idea that has been sprung on this body or on our state, because it is not.
You're absolutely right, sir, and I wasn't inferring that at all. What I was saying was that the significant changes and amendments that were made on the floor of the Senate during the debate for 3 weeks, I think it's something that the body needs to take the time to look and see specifically what was put into and the changes that were made in the original bill versus what's there now, because there are significant changes. The grow patterns are very different now. Going from everything, 15 licenses at 2 acres apiece that are within greenhouses is very different and very defined. And how does that get impacted, and who's responsible for getting those?
We've learned through this process. The industry is certainly evolving. The amendments on the floor of the Senate, the amendments in committee, the amendments that have been made on this side of over here in the House or will be made, they're all in response, okay? They're in response to trying to make sure that this thing is as carefully controlled as possible. This is not, if you wanted to see a bill, if we were here setting out to legalize pot, it'd have home grow in it, it'd have smoking, it wouldn't have a list of conditions, it wouldn't have a hugely regulated licensing regime overseen by DHEC, it wouldn't have seed to sale tracking. There's a lot of things that wouldn't be in this bill, and it would be probably a 2-page bill, if that. That is not what this body is setting out to do. That is not why I'm in support of this bill. That is not what my colleague sitting in the back, who is the author of this bill, that has put in so much time and effort on this bill, is seeking to accomplish here. And I think it's important for us to recognize that we are not Colorado, we are not California, we are not Washington State, we are not Michigan, we are not Idaho, we're not any of the states that have legalized recreational marijuana by going around the legislative process. The only way recreational marijuana is going to become legal in this state is if this body votes to do it. Because we don't have ballot initiatives in South Carolina. You can't get up a petition here in South Carolina like you can in those other states and put a law on the books and completely circumvent the legislative process. And so, ultimately, the people of South Carolina will have their say. I hope it's this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time.
Donald Howell. Brandon Dreer.
Hello, how are y'all? I'm for the bill, by the way. I've been around cannabis my whole life, just to be honest with you. And cannabis, and I will repeat this, cannabis is a medicine, and it is the gateway to healing. Your choice to do other drugs, that's your choice. Cannabis isn't the gateway to other drugs, and I can sit here and tell you that. I'm one that has had many seizures as a child, and now that I'm older, my uncle used to give me cannabis, and that was helping my symptoms. My mom was against it, and it was a secret thing my uncle and I had going on, but it was actually helping me. I didn't have to go to the doctor anymore. I didn't have to go to this and that person for research or help. And I just feel that cannabis is really helping veterans. It's really helping a lot of people in this world. And really, we're talking about a plant, This is a plant that has pure healing power. I can tell you about stories down in South America with the shamans. I can tell you stories about the sheikhs in Dubai. I've been to all these places where people use marijuana. They use cannabis for all healing. And for us, as me, to be thrown in jail over this plant or people, get locked up for it is ridiculous. And if it comes to South Carolina in the medicinal form, it will be great. Because the cannabis community is happy. We're happy people. We use cannabis, we go home happy. We're not out here like alcoholics, or we're not out here like opiate users. We're not doing anything about it. And I just feel that it's time that South Carolina goes green. Like it's been past due. And I really don't want anyone to be, to have to worry about if they can keep their job because they have cannabis in their system. It's totally ridiculous if you really think about it. I can sit here, everybody here, y'all can root for all of these athletes. The NFL just passed their cannabis situation. The NBA's doing it. The UFC's doing it. So why can't we get on board and help out? I have cousins that played in the NFL. They get shoot up with all types of drugs. They don't know the name of these drugs, but they have to do it to maintain their sanity. They have to do it to maintain their life, to continue to get paid to play. And nobody seems to care about it. When you have veterans like these veterans here, they say we go fight these wars for us. Everybody sitting here that isn't a veteran, you haven't fought these wars that they have. You haven't seen the traumatic stuff they have seen. So if they need, that's 3 minutes already? Really? Okay.
Stand by a minute. Any questions, any comments? Okay, Mr. Dabney.
Thank you. You did such a good job, that's why I flew by.
Oh.
It was good.
But a statement to you. I deal with patients all the time in California and Colorado that have conditions similar to you, and they were non-believers in cannabis at all. There were so many people that I helped treated. I'm not a doctor. All I did was, give them information. I've done my due diligence of research. I have friends that study at the German college.
Okay, I want to cut you off while you're ahead.
Yeah.
You've done real good. Okay.
I mean, I'm passionate about cannabis, and I want everybody to be able to have this, to use it.
Okay, you got Mr. Dabney, you're ahead now, okay?
Huh?
You're ahead of the game, you got Mr. Dabney.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Go Carolina.
George Rourke?
It's George William Rourke, Jr. Good afternoon, folks. I've been sitting here all morning listening, and I can tell you it's an amazing thing to watch everybody gather and be brave enough to stand up in this, what I consider to be a extremely, what's the word I'm looking for? Intimidating environment. I'm a little boy from North Charleston. I'm a sixth generation South Carolinian. My great-grandfather times 6 was Antoine Bono that founded Bono Ferry, South Carolina. I'm here today to tell you about my story, no statistics, nothing that any of the paperwork that you have in front of you is going to tell you, but I am the survivor of the current South Carolina narcotic contract. I was diagnosed in 2005 with 3 ruptured discs and a severed nerve in my back. Picked up my daughter, stepped out the front door, lost the feeling in my left leg. I had no alternative other than surgery. Went into surgery, they did a microdiscectomy, they cleaned up the nerve damage. Getting off the operating table, it re-ruptured. So my option then was to be fused at 4 levels, L4, L5, S1, which means I wouldn't be able to continue to provide for that daughter I was carrying. So I asked, what's the alternative? And the alternative was pain management. I was prescribed 160 Lortab, 90 10 milligram Valium, and 80 Opana. And I don't know if you're familiar with the drug Opana, but it is synthetic heroin. I went for 13 years being a father, coaching football, doing everything a person is supposed to do without any recollection. I was there, but I wasn't there. In 2018, I made the decision to stop taking those medications on my own without the advice of a doctor, because they all said you can't quit taking it. If you quit taking it, you're gonna die. So I stopped, and I went through 3 weeks of hell to come off that medication that is currently approved by the law that we have in place now. Excuse my shaking, I'm really passionate and I get scared sometimes. But I'm here today to tell you that what I think most of these folks, especially these brave men and women that have fought for my freedoms, are saying to you is that we want an alternative. Something that is safe. And I can tell you it's safe because after 5 years of not being on any of that medication, I don't take any of it anymore. I use cannabis illegally right now. My fear is, will you as law enforcement come into my house, take my children, take my livelihood, take my job, my career? I am now a CEO of a security company. I would never have been able to do that if I was on that medication. So everything that I've worked for, everything that I believe in this state is the opportunity to have an alternative that's safe. And I don't think that anybody could stand up here and ask for us to acknowledge the opioid pandemic in this country without acknowledging it. If it saves one life, and if that life is mine, then it's worth it. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Stand by 1 second. Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Okay, here none. Thank you so much for your comments.
J.J. Jones?
Good afternoon, Chairman Howard, members of the committee. My name is J.J. Jones, and I'm the Executive Director for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Officers Association and the South Carolina Police Chiefs Association. I'm here today to share with you my concerns with S150. This perspective is coming from testimony over the past few years here in our home state, the studies and opinions that have been shared, and as well as my 26 years of law enforcement experience. Law enforcement relies heavily on statistics every year to report crimes, address trends, and work to find ways to save more lives in our state. Some of the statistics that you're going to hear today do come from Colorado, from the Department of Criminal Justice, Center for Disease Control, and also Colorado Department of Public Health. We feel S150 is a key that is going to open a door for recreational marijuana in the future in our state. And that's one of our major concerns. Many of you have heard law enforcement utilize the term gateway drug when marijuana is described. We feel that marijuana is exactly that. It's a drug that many people, including our youths, use for the first time. In one of the above cited studies, Colorado Department of Public Health reported that 73.5% of youths that came into ERs cited marijuana as their main drug that they used that got them there. It's a trend that we feel will increase with S150 in our state. Many of the front lines I've heard drug users say, and drug dealers, that all started with a little bit of pot. It is a gateway drug from my experience, my 26 years. I don't speak for every police officer, but I was a drug agent for 7 years on the street, and I saw some pretty ugly things in our state. And it did lead to some crime scenes. It did lead to some robberies, deaths, destruction. It's a sad state. Part of the problems that I saw with some of these studies, 63% of the kids in Colorado said it wasn't just available, it was readily available. 63%. I think about my 15-year-old at home. You know, if 6.3 kids out of 10 in his class say it's easy to get, you know, that concerns me. I don't care about just my child, but I care about all the kids in the Palmetto State, and I want them to be safe. We want them to be safe. That's why we're here. We're all passionate about both sides of this discussion. I get it. I understand that. But I feel obligated, and we feel obligated to share with you our concerns, to let you know where we stand and why we stand there. I don't belittle anything that I've heard before today from the speakers before me. I salute those veterans, and I salute those people that share their side of the argument, and I respect them. But as this body, you got to know, as law enforcement, this is where we stand, and we do have a moral obligation to share that with you. I feel very passionate about marijuana in our state and illegal drugs in our state. It can lead to other things, and we need to share that. I'll finish up quickly. In closing, you heard from South Carolina, doctors, pharmacists, et cetera. We think that the FDA is the way to go. It needs to be prescribed by a doctor, a medical doctor, sit by pharmacists out, and have controlled dosages. And with all that, I'm happy to be here, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have for me. I'll do my very best.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Brawley, Mr. Johnson. Representative Brawley first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Jones, for coming and talking about this important issue. I think the reference was made a little earlier about how it is that you go about, or associations go about determining your support or lack of support for certain pieces of legislation. So does your association poll or your membership to determine that support or lack of support for particular bills?
We do, and you're not going to get every person to agree with you every time. That's for sure. You're going to have a pony get loose from the herd. It happens. And people are right. They have that right to their opinion, and they have their right to share it with their representative, their senator, their governor, you know, whoever represents them. But we do poll them, and we do stand behind our opposition of S150.
And if this bill were to pass in its current form, how would your association membership react to the new provisions of the new law?
Well, the bottom line is what this group, the Senate and the House and the governor signs, we enforce. So whatever you decide, that's our job, that's our duty, that's what we swore to do. We'll uphold the South Carolina state law, whatever it may be. So I think that answers your question. If it's passed, we support it, and we'll follow the letter of the law.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Johnson, Representative Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you putting that out there.
That's true, isn't it? Okay.
My question is, I remember you all were in opposition of the open carry thing that we passed. For whatever reasons, you were all in opposition of it. Now that it is passed, has all your concerns that you all were concerned about, have they come to light? Have they come to pass?
I'm glad you asked me that. Some of the concerns we have with the open carry and no background search, no holster, as a street cop, that scared me, because you don't know if they're felons, you don't know if they've been trained, you don't know if they have proper weapon retention. So, with us working together as a group and making concessions, it worked. And I think we addressed most of them. I haven't seen a lot of open carries in this state, and to be honest with you, I hope it stays that way. When I carry a weapon in this state, I don't carry open, because if there's a bad guy coming for me, I want that element of surprise. That's just the cop in me, I guess.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm glad you answered that way, because a lot of the concerns that I was concerned about, I also have not seen come to pass. So could it be safe to say that some of your concerns about this bill here, this medical marijuana, could also maybe not come to pass, and we're worried about nothing?
I'm glad you asked me that one too. If you're asking my personal opinion, I'll go down that rabbit hole later, but right now I'm speaking on behalf of the chiefs and law enforcement. We have our concerns about drugs that are illegal, because we've seen firsthand the violence associated, and I know this is a medical bill, I understand that. But I guess our biggest concern that we see over and over is where it's gonna slip, where it's gonna lead. It's almost like a key that's gonna open a door to Pandora. That's our concern. We're vehemently opposed to that. Now, should it go through the FDA to a doctor, after clinical trials, we'll go away quietly tonight. But we're worried about not having doctors prescribing, pharmacists give it to the patients, and not having a dosage control. That's concerning.
I'm not about to let you out of here without answering that one. Is it possible that we could be worried about nothing?
Well,
based on your own analogy here.
Based on my own analogy, I'll be honest with you, I do have concerns that I've seen the drug trade first close and up hand. It's an ugly place. And I have concerns for my children, your grandchildren, that it can lead to an ugly place in South Carolina, like we've seen some problems that we spoke about other states. I think there are issues to come, whether it's passed or not. I think we're going to see some ugly truths in the future. I'm not a prognosticator, but I fear what we may see if it's passed.
Is it possible that we won't, though?
Anything's possible.
Okay, all right.
So that was going to cost you a little bit of, I'm going to have a little bit of suggestion on my next clothing allowance.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. That was just what I wanted to know, is if it was possible, because, like I said, I was concerned about the open carry. I haven't seen a lot of people actually doing it, and I feel that this could be the same thing, that we could be so concerned about something that could be much about nothing. And with something that is we're talking about, medical marijuana leading down this rabbit hole of this, but if we've read the entire bill and you see exactly the parameters that are surrounded around it, only the people who are, who are qualified to receive it, what would change passing this bill versus what's already readily available right now? Because things are already readily available. So what could this add to, because we can go right down the street and find something right now. So
absolutely.
What could change by passing a safer form of marijuana versus the already things that could be possibly laced that's already readily available out there right now?
I'm glad you asked that. All right, one of our concerns had to deal with smoking marijuana, smoking the cannabinoid. Well, it was whenever Senator Davis worked on this, and he did meet in the middle, and he met with a lot of senators, and they put a whole lot of amendments together. They decided to come up with like an e-vapor or a vape pen. All right. Whenever I was leading Lexington County Sheriff's Office and Casey Public Safety, I had over 40 SROs that worked for me in my chain of command. 40. That's a lot of kids in a lot of schools, and we weren't seeing tobacco use like dip like we saw in the 80s or smoking cigarettes. We weren't seeing that. We were seeing vape pens. We were seeing the cartridges. We were seeing those things that they were just taking a poke and right in the pocket, and it doesn't smell. So they got away with it better. We're told that this plan, they can't be altered. I don't know about y'all. I have a 15-year-old. That group of individuals is tenacious, they're technological, and they're smart. And I have concerns about how they're gonna alter those and can maybe ingest more marijuana that way. That concerns me. And I'm worried about those vape pens, I really am. I think that they can find a way to make it happen. If they can control the computers, and I don't know about you, I have my own very IT expert at home, and he scares me some of the things he can do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, my nephew was so good at hacking. The FBI came to his door one day, so I know firsthand about these young kids having this technological experience. Thank you so much. You know, my key takeaway was it's possible. All right, thank you.
I know she pinned me down at the end.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, thank you for being here again today. And you made a reference to 73%. There was a statistic earlier. What was that again?
That was if you look at the Colorado Department of Health, after the marijuana that law passed out there, Colorado Department of Public Health reported that 73.5% of youths 18 and under were admitted to medical facilities for treatment cited marijuana as the primary substance of abuse. That's a large population of kids that cited that as their primary abuse.
Gotcha. Okay. And the second question here, kind of touching on what Representative Johnson was saying as well, considering that there's so many people out there, and as we've heard today, you know, self-medicating basically, and there's a lot of bad stuff out there. We've heard about fentanyl being laced in marijuana and that kind of stuff. Do you believe, and does the Sheriff's Association, can they support any of the guidelines, the regulations in this bill specifically for medical use?
I can't speak on behalf of the sheriffs. That's my partner over here, Jared.
Okay, sorry.
I can't talk about the chiefs, though. We have concerns when you have a mood-altering drug or a mind-altering drug. You know, I have my concerns about how that's going to get people out of where they are. I'm not a doctor, like we said earlier. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. But I've seen firsthand on the street, you know, what drugs do to families and children. And I do have my concerns. We have our concerns.
Yeah, as do I. And the bill has, laboratory testing and so forth in there. So my point being with getting at that, you know, was it appears that these guidelines would actually help the people that need it in those cases, you know, where a doctor has prescribed it. And it might help with the market that's going on right now behind the scenes, you know, help stop that. So,
I understand.
Representative Gilliard?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I keep hearing your referencing California, and you correct me if I'm wrong. The population of California versus the state of South Carolina is almost, quadruple, 10 times? We're talking 39 million people in California versus maybe 6 million here in the state of South Carolina.
I believe I was speaking about Colorado. That was the study I kept talking about because it was one of the first to pass the medical marijuana. Now, as far as California, absolutely, their population is way larger than ours.
Yeah, and
we're only at
I know you know
million.
that, but sometimes it gets confusing when you throw statistics out there and you say California and you're reading from the report. Okay.
Colorado.
Okay. Now, one of the best commercials y'all do have, are you aware, is when the car's pulled over, the guy winds the window down, alcohol falls out. I assume that's alcohol from the commercial, right?
It looks like it with the beer flowing out the window, yes, sir.
The message I get from that, and it's an awesome, powerful commercial, statement that you're trying to make. Don't get me wrong. That the number one problem here is DUI. Am I right?
Well,
I stand to be corrected now.
Well, it's definitely a concern. We don't want any more impaired drivers on the road than we have now. We have enough deaths every year without adding to that burden.
But the message you're trying to get over is alcohol is a problem, a major problem here in the state of South Carolina. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, because it's sort of funny because I don't see, and it may be a nice commercial when you wind the window down, medical marijuana could just pull out I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I guess maybe we missed that one from the 80s with the 2 eggs on the frying pan. That was a good one. You know what I'm talking about.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, thank you so much for your time.
God bless y'all.
Kurt Brower.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kurt Brower. I'm co-owner and operator of an industrial hemp processing facility in Anderson, South Carolina here. Really, the goal of my testimony here is just really to inform you guys and educate you on the actual process of manufacturing, processing the hemp. As everyone knows, in 2018, the Farm Bill was passed, so we have been hemp is a form of cannabis, so in that sense, we have been processing the cannabis plant. So I think that's a great way to kind of look at this as well. So more or less, I'm just going to walk you pretty much through the process. And this will be based on our process at Carolina Botanical, because that is what I'm most fond of. So at Carolina Botanical, we do have a couple certifications. Currently, we are certified organic by Clemson University. We're also in the process of getting our ISO 9001 certification. The reason for these certifications is for quality assurance and safety of any products that we actually produce. So more or less what happens is the hemp comes in from farms across the state, some from the lower part of the state, some from the upstate. Along with that hemp comes certificates of analysis, COAs. Those COAs test for heavy metals, pesticides, the cannabinoid content of the plants, whether that's CBD, CBG, which is another cannabinoid, or Delta-9 THC. From there, we review all the tests, make sure they are compliant with what has to be done. From that point forward, we also send additional samples out to third-party tests. The labs we typically send tests to are actually out of state. Right now, they're in California and Florida. So once those tests come back, we confirm that the plant material has no pesticides, nothing harmful. We then go on with the extraction process. We utilize either supercritical CO2, which is used in the pharmaceutical industry a lot. We also use cryogenic ethanol extraction. Everything is done using food-grade materials, and as I said, being certified organic, all the material that goes to our facility is certified organic. Up on the extraction, we also send tests out to see what the composition of that oil is. We also see whether we have introduced any negative things to that oil, whether it be residual ethanol. CO2 is not an issue because obviously CO2 evaporates into the air. Once that is done, we can then either go through the process a little further and refine the oil. There's a couple different stages. There's a distillate that can come out. There's an isolate that can be produced. Just depends on what the actual end goal is of that product. So in saying that, that oil to our standards is completely safe. Oh, there's my 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, here, Ms. Brown, yes.
But I would also like to touch on one more thing, and I think, Mr. Dabney, you made a great point earlier, and the reason I'm saying this now is because it evokes some thought, but you made the point earlier that, you know, we can't live in a utopia, and you're a veteran. Most of my family, my uncle was a master sergeant in the Marine Corps, my grandpa was in Vietnam, my brother's in the EOD pipeline right now. So we're high speed and tough as well, so I know what you're saying, but unfortunately, not everybody can be as tough as nails like you or me.
Okay, thank you. The time is up.
Sir,
Thank
just
you
let me finish, please.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. Okay, next.
Joe Mack. All right, the last speaker that we have for today is Senator Davis.
Okay, before Senator Davis come, is there anyone that we accidentally omitted that sat up to speak and we did not take their testimony? Okay, hearing none, here's the man of the hour, Senator Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting me, and thank you to Mary Dennis and the extraordinary job that she did in preparing and going over these materials. And I got to say, I've been extremely impressed by the questions that you've asked, either before or against the bill. I think a lot of information was brought out in a very short amount of time. I'm just going to touch on a few key things, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions or make myself available at some other time. Representative Brawley was all over this whole 1980 red herring. The 1980 Act is about clinical trials. It is about data. It is not about access. That question came up in the Senate. And if you were going to utilize that 1980 bill and the clinical trial approach to provide access, give you an idea, these are the numbers using what Dr. Nakakati and Dr. Cutler. Dr. Nakakati you heard from today. Dr. Cutler is the dean of the College of Pharmacy here at USC. It'd be about $500 million to study 10,000 patients for 5 weeks, with half of them getting placebo. Okay, so you can ask yourself whether or not we have the political will to put several $1 billion on the line every year to get a clinical trial, and that's assuming you run the gauntlet of the DEA and the FDA and all the approvals you need to get from the feds to do clinical trials. So I just say that to say that the 1980 law isn't an answer at all. It's about access, as Representative Hart was saying as well. The second thing I would say is listen to the people who have testified before you here today. Those that have been in favor of this bill have been predominantly physicians who say they want this alternative, pharmacists who say they want this alternative in a way to help patients, and in fact, they endorse this bill now, and patients, and the most compelling was from Gary Hess, who said he was on the verge of committing suicide until he had access to this. So you've got doctors, patients, pharmacists begging you to get out of the medicine business. The legislature isn't prescribing medicine. The legislature isn't getting involved in medicine. The legislature is getting out of it. It's saying that those decisions are best made by the doctor and the patient in consultation with each other. And so that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is that the statement was made that the federal government, the federal agencies, they haven't acceded to this. We have a supremacy clause issue. We got a problem. You've got every year Congress passes a budget proviso that says to the Department of Justice, you can't use any of this money we're appropriating to you to challenge any state that has a medical cannabis law. It is against the law. You can't do it. You've got the IRS publishing regs on how cannabis businesses should file their taxes. You've got the Department of Justice laying out terms for mergers and acquisitions. You have the Department of Treasury giving guidance to banks on how to deposit medical cannabis funds. The federal government, it assumes this is a done deal. 37 states are doing this. The states are already acting. And Congress is acceding to that by saying we recognize that and we're instructing our agencies to be cognizant of that fact. The last thing I'll say is this, and I'll take questions because I only have 3 minutes. I keep hearing that if we authorize medical cannabis, there's going to be an increase in impaired driving. We have had the experience of 37 states with this, decades of experience, 6 independent studies, one conducted by the Department of Transportation saying there is a negative correlation between medical cannabis laws and incidents of impaired driving. Impaired driving goes down, unequivocally down. It's not even a question. And it's because cannabis and alcohol are substitute goods, okay? The tendency is if you take the one, you don't take more of the other. And you are more reckless, you are more dangerous, you are more of a threat to people if you're behind the wheel with alcohol than if you're somebody who has taken medical cannabis. That's a fact. And that's empirically shown. So when they make these statements without citing any authorities, I'll give you the 6 studies, including the federal one by the DOT, that shows there is a correlation between medical cannabis laws and a decrease in impaired driving. So I would just beg you, let's get out of the medicine business. We know it's got medical properties. In 2017, the National Academy of Sciences looked at 10,000 different abstracts, and said there was conclusive proof, the highest of 5 levels, that cannabis can be medically efficacious in regard to neurological disorders, chronic pain, a number of conditions. We know it's got medical benefits. Nobody seriously argues that anymore. Why not give doctors that discretion? Like with ivermectin, like with other things. If they're sitting down with that patient and look at this bill, it requires the physician to go through a whole checklist of things before that doctor can authorize cannabis use. Very, very thorough. This isn't Colorado, okay? You cite Colorado statistics. Colorado is the most lax laws in the country. They've got recreational use. There's a reason they don't cite statistics from medical cannabis states, because the data in those states don't support what they're trying to sell you, okay? There's a reason 37 other states have done this. Even more conservative states in South Carolina, believe it or not, have done this. And none of them have walked it back. In fact, the states that have adopted medical cannabis laws, they've expanded it over time to cover other conditions. Nobody has retreated back from medical cannabis laws because they're efficacious, because it relieves suffering. And you've heard the stories. And what if it were your daughter or your wife or your husband that was suffering from a medical condition and suffering an excruciating pain that nothing would give relief but some cannabis? I would get the cannabis for my wife or for my children, and I believe that you all would too. We ought not make them do that, though. We ought not make them break the law. If a doctor thinks it's in that patient's best interest, we ought to get out of the way. This is not the legislature prescribing medicine. This is legislature getting out of medicine. And to your point, Representative Hart, everybody knows why this was put on the Controlled Substances Act back in 1970. It was racial. It was President Nixon wanting to get out the war protesters. It was wanting to stick it to them. And we know that because we've seen the tapes. We've seen the transcripts. There is no medical reason to have done this. It is a purely political reason. And our idea about cannabis has grown up around that. It took me a while to realize there were medical benefits because I was used to thinking of it in terms of recreational use. And I smoked it at Furman, and I got a 3.9 at Furman. So I can tell you right now that it isn't going to take you down the road to harder drugs and more and more and more, or I couldn't have got good grades. It doesn't do that. But even if you concede that, we're not talking about recreational use. This is a medical bill that is so tight, it's tighter in terms of the qualifying conditions, is tighter in terms of what you have to demonstrate to a doctor in order to become authorized. It's tighter in regard to pharmacists being the ones that dispense it. It's tighter in regard to the quality control measures. It's tighter in regard to anything you can think of because we have had the benefit of 8 years of working on this and looking at 37 states that have legalized this and seeing what's worked and seeing what hasn't worked. And I love and respect law enforcement and the sheriffs and the chiefs and Markeel and them all. And I sat down with them and put into this bill as much as they told me they could offer. If there's anything more they want to offer, I'll listen to that. We took out smoking. We put in a whole host of things at their request. And again, because I want this bill to be, and I've said this consistently, I've gotten to the point where people on the left in terms of the spectrum, don't like this bill anymore because they think it's too darn restrictive, because it doesn't normalize. They want it to normalize, but this doesn't. This makes it clear that it is medicine. In every page of this bill, it treats it like medicine, from the labeling to the way it's advertised, to the way it's dispensed, to the way it's authorized, for the conditions for which it can be used. It is medicine. That comes through loud and clear, and I'm proud of that. Because I want people to look at South Carolina's law and say, if you want a law that helps patients, that empowers doctors, but doesn't go down the slippery slope to recreational, this is your bill. This is the bill you ought to take, your model legislation, because that is what I think South Carolinians want. And why do I say that? Because poll after poll after poll, if you ask South Carolinians any number of different ways, they want to empower doctors, they want to benefit patients, they want to draw a bright red line against recreational use. That's what came out of the Senate. That's what's before you today, and I hope that's the bill we can send on to Governor McMaster. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the senator? Mr. Hart, Mr. Hart. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Davis, for all your hard work over the years. This has been in our subcommittee for all those years, so I really appreciate it. One is more technical under 4453 2230A, where it talks about possessing cannabis or cannabis products in any correctional facility. I've come to learn that DJJ is not always considered correctional facility. They may not consider it. Would you be open to adding DJJ to that? It's really more of the wording, but I have learned that sometimes DJJ is not treated as a correctional facility. So if you're open to adding DJJ, that it will be illegal
Right, and I talked to Director Sterling, called me about that, and he caught me when I didn't have the bill in front of me, but I said I was confident that we did not authorize it in those correctional settings. If the language in the bill is too narrow, certainly the intent is as you say, Representative Hart.
Okay.
And in regard to, I mean, any number of things, I mean, Mary Dennis did a great job in looking at and pointing out a problem in regard to the pharmacy dispensing. So there's going to be other things that I would encourage you to look at and make this bill better. I mean, that's the way the legislative process works. I mean, somebody was saying to me, do you want your bill just to go through and get to the floor? And I said, no, I want the 3M committee and I want Chairman Howard's committee and the members of that committee to pick this bill apart and to figure out if we fell short, to figure out if things that we said, like you said with the DJJ, aren't correct, or the pharmacy piece of it. And so the most gratifying thing about this time around, this iteration, has been the coming together on the dispensing side. We were always good on the front end, very conservative, had to have a medical doctor, had to have an in-person examination, had to have a mandatory follow-up, you know, had to go through a checklist of have you tried other things, what's your substance abuse history, are there any indications that this might not be good for you? We were always very strong on that aspect of it, but not as strong on the dispensing side because, and this always bothered me because once the authorization is given, and you're right to point out, it's not prescribing, it is authorizing, and it's not prescribing, that the patient then goes down to a dispensary and there is an element of trial and error that occurs at that level because certain ratios of THC and CBD may interact with the body's endocannabinoidal system in a way that others might not. So it might take you a while to figure out what ratios are going to address your underlying condition. And it always made me a little bit uneasy that we didn't have a medical professional down at that level. And so one of the really good amendments that came out of the Senate process was bringing the Pharmacy Association into this, opening up, going to the South Carolina Board of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Board, and sitting down and saying, okay, if we want to have your medical professionals there, interacting with the patient, giving advice, following back up, how can we make that happen? And they helped us make that happen. I mean, it really was extraordinary. And we sat down and we hammered that out over a 2 or 3 week period. So we've got a process now that at the front end has doctors with very hands-on specific diagnosis in person. On the back end, we've got pharmacists interacting with patients. In between that, we have a security system in terms of the growing, the processing, and dispensing, where you know where the product is at all times. You've got independent lab testing to make sure of purity and making sure each product is labeled so that you know exactly what you're getting, so that you have that ability to make adjustments. And we just really, this is a piece of legislation that South Carolina can be proud of. I really think, to Representative Hill's point, this is the culmination of 8 years worth of work. And I really think we have a bill we can all be proud of.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Brawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Davis, for the hard work that you put into this bill and for the ability and the willingness to try to include as many people involved in this process as possible. I want to just make a comment about one of the people who testified this morning, and I think this goes to the essence of what we really ought to consider. I think the bill is a good bill, but we will meticulously go through it. But she said something that I think is very indicative of what happens very often in South Carolina. I think one of my colleagues asked her a question as to whether or not she had gone out of state to make certain that she was able to get the help that she needed for her child. And she said, no, I could not afford to do that. And I think we have an opportunity in this committee to look at that, because basically some people can afford to leave South Carolina to get the help that they need, but very often they cannot. And I think this bill allows us as a state to take care of our people.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what this bill, in my opinion, does. But we will, as you say, meticulously go through the language to make sure we have left nothing out. But thank you for bringing the matter forward.
Thank you, Representative Brawley.
Mr. Gilliard and Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir. Senator, I want to echo the sentiments of my peers up here. You got good spirit. I love the way you handle yourself all through this. And I would hope, and I'm just saying this, I would hope that you could carry that same spirit. And I know you're a proponent of my hate crime bill. And of course, you know, we named it after the late, great Senator Clemente Pinckney, that you would help that, see that through also. So thank you,
And
Senator.
there's a parallel to that, in that that bill is too often mischaracterized because the opponents say that is creating a thought crime. It isn't doing that, okay? You have to commit a crime that's already on the books, and then judges, if there is a hate component to it, that can be a sentence enhancer. It's not creating a new crime. But I'm share your frustration when I see bills and I hear them mischaracterized and hitting on certain buzzwords. The challenge is to cut through that and to make the argument. And I think there's a lot of parallels there between that hate crimes bill and this Compassionate Care Act. A lot of the things, and quite frankly, some opinions in regard to the bill were formed 7 years ago when I was first starting out with this, that have changed materially since then. For instance, Mr. Bruder didn't realize that what the bill says now is if you are pulled over and suspected of impaired driving and you refuse a blood test for THC, you lose your license to the same degree if you didn't take a breathalyzer, okay? So the bill does provide for the taking of blood if you suspect a probable cause for impaired driving. So, I mean, that's an example of my frustration in that when I hear concerns that are voiced, I take steps and amend the bill, and then they go back and they voice the same concerns that have been addressed through the thing that's been changed. And so I would encourage the bill to be read with those eyes.
Okay, Ms. Jones? Okay, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Davis, I just want to commend you. Thank you for all the many years of work on this bill. When I look at this and think about the amount of work that's gone into this, I don't know of another piece of legislation that has been vetted and that we've had the deliberation on to this extent. So I just want to thank you for that. You know, probably about 10 years ago, a friend of mine, his little girl was diagnosed, had a brain tumor. And I saw firsthand them struggling, trying to find treatments in South Carolina, and they left South Carolina. And I can tell you, luckily today she's alive, she's doing great, but the point, people shouldn't have to leave our state in order to find those alternative treatments. So I want to thank you again.
Yes, sir. The other thing I would say is this, and don't like to look at things in Republican Democrat terms. It's either good legislation or not good legislation. But I think it's instructive to note that in the Senate, 17-10 Republicans favored it, and in 11 to 6 Democrats did. So it was roughly a 2-to-1 ratio on both sides. You had social conservatives from the upstate joining together with libertarian people on the coast. And I do think that speaks to this bill having been vetted, having been carefully drafted, and one that we can get behind and be proud of. And anyway, I really am gratified that you guys would take an entire day to hold this hearing, to let everybody who wanted to be heard, and the obvious degree to which you guys have been involved and the questions that you've asked. Ms. McGarry and Mr. Dabney, you as well, were on opposite sides of this issue, but your questions were right on topic. And one of the things I want to follow up with you with, ma'am, is in regard to the dosage. I think, and I made this mistake too, it speaks to milligrams, which is more in regard to weight as opposed to milliliters, which would talk about the volume, but I can get you more materials on that and how that was arrived at, because those were good questions. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. We're just curious as to why the bill limits to 15 licenses for the cultivation centers.
That was a concession we made early on at the concern of law enforcement. The concern was that this was something new, that this was something that we'd have to develop norms and protocols and standard of practice. And they were concerned about a situation like in Oklahoma where they simply have unlimited number of licenses and they wouldn't have an opportunity really to understand things. I liken it almost to like a pilot project where you're limiting the number of applicants, the number of people that they have to monitor so that we can study it and making sure there's no unintended consequences. And that was the reason behind it, was that this was something new. I guess the conservative in me is like, okay, go slow. Okay, take this first step. Let's make sure that we're not overtaxing the resources of DHEC and SLED to monitor this, because they do have extensive monitoring obligations in this. And so that was the reason for that, Representative, was for that initial period to try to get our arms around what we were dealing with here and not making it too onerous on law enforcement and DHEC.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Davis, for your long and hard work on this and for sitting here with us today and listening to all the testimony. One of the earlier speakers brought up a question about constitutionality related to the sales tax, that provision, component of the bill. Can you speak to that? I understand there was some discussion of that on the Senate floor. For the benefit of our committee, could you bring us up to speed on what were the nature of those concerns and how were they addressed?
Right. The constitutional provision, and I think Ms. McGarry referenced it as well, says that revenue-raising bills must originate in the House. And if you look at the Supreme Court decisions interpreting that, as well as the AG opinions, because they've been asked about this, if a bill's primary purpose is revenue-raising, then that falls within the constitutional restriction. If revenue-raising is incidental or facilitating to an overall objective that's different, then that is not a revenue-raising bill. And so when I talked about this with Senate staff and Senate counsel, they said this isn't even close. This bill is about legalizing medical cannabis, and you've come up with a mechanism whereby you're going to fund the administrative costs in implementing that program. It's clearly incidental to the main purpose of the bill. The main purpose of the bill is to create a medical cannabis program. You've got a revenue component to it, not to raise revenue for the general fund, but to ameliorate the expenses that are associated with administering the program. So, and that issue was discussed and ultimately not raised on the Senate floor because those that were raising it became convinced that it wasn't a problem. I think, and there's many other instances where Senate bills have some sort of revenue-raising component to it, whether it's in regard to authorizing agencies to impose fees or develop fee schedules. But again, the South Carolina Supreme Court cases and the AG opinion that was issued just like 3 or 4 years ago makes it clear that if the main purpose of the bill is a public policy and you've got revenue-raising that's incidental to that, that is not a revenue-raising bill within the constraints of the state constitution.
Are we anticipating that there would be excess funds from this?
The way that I went about designing this was to keep those funds or the fees down as much as possible. Because, as was noted earlier, a lot of these medications aren't going to be covered by somebody's insurance policy. It's not covered by Medicaid. So you're talking about something that's going to be out of people's pockets. So I never viewed this bill as a net revenue raiser for the general fund. I tried to design it to where, and you'll see there are instances in the bill where it says the intent is to impose monetary components to ameliorate the cost of administrating the program. So I don't anticipate there being any excess monies. It wasn't designed that way. That could change depending upon use, depending upon how many people are authorized to take medical cannabis, how prevalent that becomes. I think we'll be in a better position to judge. And I would point this out because it hadn't been mentioned, but it was an important thing to a lot of people in the Senate. There's an automatic sunset in this bill so that it goes away by a date certain in the future. And I struggle with that because on the one hand, having a sunset like that might chill capital investment. If you're an entrepreneur coming into this space and investing capital, and if you see an automatic sunset in 6 or 7 years, that might cause them to hesitate to expend the money. But what I found was that these guys, these entrepreneurs, are used to operating in ambiguous space already, with it being a Schedule I drug under the CSA. And it was important to a lot of upstate senators in particular to put the burden upon the proponents of the program to have it reauthorized because, as we all know, it's easier to play defense in the General Assembly than offense. And that if it is a good program and if it is accomplishing the things that the proponents are saying it's going to accomplish, then it ought to be on us to demonstrate that and have it reauthorized and not on the other side. So that's why that's in there. It's to guard against unintended consequences, and if there are unintended consequences, it sunsets without having to do the heavy lifting of getting a repeal.
And I appreciate that, Senator Davis. One final thing here is I keep hearing from detractors of the bill that there needs to be a meeting of the minds, that there needs to be more restrictions, that there needs to be more guardrails, that there needs to be some undefined standard that to be met that hasn't been met before we move forward with this. And I know that this has been a long process for you. Can you describe for those listening the process that you've been through over the last 8+ years in bringing stakeholders to the table? What kinds of testimony have you taken? What kinds of objections have you sought to address? And anything else that you think that we should be bearing in mind as we move forward and get ready to vote on this bill?
I think the first thing I would say is the number of qualifying conditions in this bill is a lot narrower than you're going to see in any other state. For instance, Mississippi that just enacted it, or was it Alabama? I got the two reversed. I think it's Mississippi. It has over 20 qualifying conditions, 22, I think. We've got 12. And the reason for that is early on, I sat down with the South Carolina Medical Association, who does not, I want to imply they support this bill because they've come out in opposition to this bill, as you probably know. But one of the things that they asked was limit the qualifying conditions to those for which there's overwhelming empirical evidence that cannabis can be a medicinal benefit. And so that's what we did. I mean, so every condition you see on there is overwhelming empirical evidence that cannabis can be medically efficacious in ways that pharmaceuticals cannot. So I would think that's the first compromise we made. The second was also in regard to...
And if I could interject real quick, I think on one or two of those, you've added, as this has gone through the process in the Senate, you've added some additional constraints on some of those conditions, such as PTSD, some basic evidentiary things that have to be met.
In regard to the conditions, the two that were seen as being the most, quote, subjective were chronic pain and PTSD. And so we dug in and we tried to figure out a way, okay, how do we bring objectivity to what is essentially, in some sense, a subjective indication? And what we ended up with, and it's controversial, but we ended up with PTSD, that before a physician could authorize the use of cannabis by somebody who had been diagnosed with PTSD, there has to have been authentication and documentation of an underlying traumatic incident, okay? And we tried to phrase it in such a way that you wouldn't force the individual to relive it. Somebody who's a victim of sexual assault or somebody who's been in military in harm's way. But we did add a component that there has to be an underlying traumatic incident that's put forward that's verifiable. That was an effort to bring a quote, subjective thing, and I don't mean subjective in the sense that it's not real. I mean subjective in the sense that it's harder to diagnose and pinpoint than some other of the qualifying conditions. The second was in regard to chronic pain. And in that regard, what a doctor has to do is diagnose the etymology of that pain. In other words, not just an indication or a belief that the patient has pain, but diagnosing what the underlying cause of that pain is. And so those were two efforts to take the more subjective in terms of evidentiary components and to make them more objective. The second thing I would say we did in regard to the patient-doctor relationship itself. We didn't want to have pill mills. We didn't want to have, drive-throughs or somebody could drive by and just a doctor check the box and you go get your marijuana. We were very, very specific, very, very detailed in regard to the protocols and the steps the physician has to follow. And I would invite the committee's attention to that because a lot of time went into that to make sure that this wasn't going to be a sham. It was a bona fide bona fide in-person doctor-patient relationship that requires the physician to do a whole lot of things. The substance abuse history of the patient, for instance, because as been indicated, and it was testified earlier by the woman who talked about his son who ended up dying of a heroin overdose. That individual had anxiety, as I understood it, or depression, or maybe a tendency toward paranoia or things of that nature. You would not authorize the use of cannabis by somebody who is exhibiting those things. I mean, because marijuana can be dangerous. I mean, marijuana is not a panacea. Marijuana is not for everybody. And you may have a history of either drug abuse or indication toward or addictive behavior, or you may have that anxiety problem, and marijuana may be the absolute worst thing in the world that you could be taking. But this inpatient diagnosis by the physician requires all those steps to be followed through. What's the patient's drug history? What's been their psychiatric history? It's very, very detailed. Physicians have to get continuing medical education in regard to becoming authorized to authorize the medical cannabis. I mean, again, I don't begrudge this. I want this to be a conservative bill. I want it to be a very careful bill that's well thought out. But that's another example of what we did. Law enforcement, I said, what's the number one thing you really hate about this bill? I know you hate a lot of things about this bill, but what's the number one thing you hate? We don't like the fact that we can see somebody, burning flower or smoking a joint, because to us, that's indistinguishable from the way marijuana is consumed recreationally. And when we're out there, we want to be able to distinguish between those who are consuming marijuana recreationally, illegally, and those that are accessing it medicinally, legally. And so we took out the burning of flower. Even though that's the most effective way of getting the cannabinoids in your system and provides the most immediate relief, we took that out because law enforcement was concerned about that. And it might make law enforcement's job harder. I did not want that. I've got tremendous respect for law enforcement. So we took that out. I mean, a lot of people weren't happy with me about that. A lot of people aren't happy with this bill at all. They feel they ought to be out there, be able to grow their own. I mean, why in the world is government interfering with their ability to grow a plant and take? And look, I mean, I recognize the libertarian in me recognizes the logic of that argument, but the politician in me recognizes that we're in South Carolina. South Carolina is a socially conservative state, and politics is the art of the possible. And I want to get relief and medicine in the hands of people who need it, subject to a physician's supervision. This was a way to do that.
And just piggybacking on to that, and I promise I'll be done here. We've heard it brought up several times, the issue of vaping. That vaping would be allowed, that the amount allowed to be in possession for inhaling via in a vapor form, some are saying is too high. There seems to be some concerns on that. Is this something that came up in the Senate discussion? How would you respond to those concerns?
Yeah, and I promise Ms. McGarry, I'm going to get this information as well, as to most state laws allow the burning of flower, okay? So what we had to do, once we said, okay, it's just going to be oils, okay? We're not going to have, it's going to either be vaping or tinctures or taking something orally or a salve. There had to be a way to translate volume of flower cannabis into oil. What's the conversion ratios there? And I don't have all that information with me, but I'm going to get that for you so that the committee can understand how we came up with the milligrams that are allowed for vaping, how we came up with the milligrams for tinctures, what are the milligrams allowed for oral consumption, what are the milligrams allowed for topical application. So I owe you that information. I need to get that to you. The last thing I want to do, and this is some really good work done by my friend Ms. Hudson, is in protecting children and wanting to make sure that something didn't look like candy or something didn't taste like candy or something that wasn't going to be accessed by kids who may be getting into the parents' medicine chest or something like that. And so she helped me, to her credit, as well did others, in coming up with language that doesn't allow the consumable to be in a form that appeals to children, that is of a flavor or a taste that appeals to children. It can't be marketed in that way with reference to things that appeal to children. I mean, we've gone about in every way we could to treat this like medicine, to make it look like medicine, so that it isn't, because I get it, I understand where she's coming from. You see some of these ads, you go to Colorado or whatever, and you can see it is like walking into, Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I mean, you got all these sorts of products. That isn't what South Carolina wants, and she made a great contribution to the bill in that regard.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Senator
Mr. Chairman,
Davis.
I stand ready to assist in any way that you would like me to assist. Mary Dennis has very ably represented you, but if I can answer questions about any of the Senate amendments or bills, please let me know, and I'm at your call.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look, I think this brings us to the end. I'd like to thank those of you who took time out of your busy schedule to be here today on a Monday and spend the day with us. with such an important piece of legislation. Thank the committee members who took time out of their busy schedule on a Monday. This is very unusual that we have a committee meeting on a Monday. I know all of you have other things to do, but it was so important to the committee and to each one of you that you took time to be here today, and that does not go unnoticed. Thank you for that. We will have a full committee hearing on Thursday to vote this bill up or down. We will stay until midnight if we need to, or all night, to come to a conclusion on the bill. Immediate upon adjournment. So if you have any colleagues who are not here, who have a strong interest in it, they need to be here immediately upon adjournment. As soon as we get a quorum, we will start, and we will start the process. I'm sorry. Okay, all committee members need to see Ms. Fears before leaving today. That would be very important. Again, thank you all, and have a good day.